My sister married my ex, and when I revealed my scars, she called me jealous. Now he's stalking us both, and I don't know if I can protect us both. When I was 19, I had a psychotic ex named Victor who targeted me because I came from a damaged household and had little self-esteem. During our 9-month relationship, he shattered every ounce of my self-esteem and convinced me that I was unworthy of love. Every time he yelled at me or touched me, he'd blame it on me because I forced him to do it. That if I didn't push him, he would not injure me. In barely 9 months, he had left me with psychological and physical scars from head to toe, and I only found the strength to leave him after he was arrested and imprisoned. I promptly packed my belongings and left his place. I never saw him again. Until now. It was my sister's wedding, and my first encounter with her fiancé. They lived together on the other side of the planet. It was odd to see my sister Anna walk down the aisle, and I wanted to cry of joy until I saw her husband, Victor, step behind her. My entire world had turned upside down. I felt nauseated, so I had to leave the ceremony and go to the bathroom to throw up. My brain was spinning. Did Victor intentionally seek me down and seduce my sister? Did my sister know what he had done? Didn't she care? I had a lot of questions and very few answers. When I came out of the bathroom 40 minutes later, everyone was already dancing. My sister was the first to notice and invited me over, introducing me to her great husband. It took everything in me not to puke, especially because he smiled the same way he used to after abusing me. I barely managed a hello. But just as I was ready to excuse myself, my sister went away, asking me to bond with Victor a little. My legs went rubbery with anxiety, especially when Victor seized my hand and led me to the dance floor. I attempted to break free gently, but his grip was too firm. He leaned in and murmured into my ear, asking if I missed his touch. I wanted to get sick, and I muttered to him that I wasn't the same vulnerable girl I once was. But rather than taking me seriously, he chuckled. He stated I was even easier than he remembered, and then he threatened to make what he used to do to me feel like a massage if I told anyone about our past. I gulped in dread, and despite my need to scream, I simply slow danced with him, resisting the feminine urge to knee him in the gonads. The following few hours of my life were a blur. I don't recall much, but one incident stands out. Approaching Anna while she was away from Victor. I knew I was endangering my life, but I needed to tell her the truth. I brought her out back where no one could hear us, and I opened up to her. This was the first time I was open about where all of my scars originated from. It felt almost liberating to be able to cry without having to put on a brave face. But as I was pouring my heart out, I noticed Anna's expression contort. She was getting upset, but not with Victor. She was unhappy with me for lying. She refused to believe me, claiming that I was only jealous because she had found a husband before me. I asked her to listen to me. Victor was a monster capable of doing this. I showed her my burn mark down there, but she still refused to listen and urged me to take my envy elsewhere. She left me alone outdoors and went back inside to dance with Victor, all while I sobbed non-stop. That one instant hurt more than anything Victor had ever done to me. The rest of the night between us was really strained. We scarcely looked at each other. What made matters worse was that I believe Victor knew I had told Anna something since he kept giving me this "oh you up" smirk. I left the wedding early and panicked the entire time they were on their honeymoon. I was anxious about Anna's safety. But what I didn't comprehend was that I didn't need to be concerned about Anna. It was me. Since Victor never loved Anna. He had come back for me, and what he did next made that painfully evident when I received an email from Anna last Tuesday. Subject line: exciting news. They decided to extend their honeymoon and were coming to see me. They had already purchased tickets. They'd arrive in 10 days and stay for 3 weeks. I quickly vomited again. The notion of Victor in my area, my secure haven, made me violently sick. I called my employer regarding temporary transfers to other offices, but I was turned down because we are understaffed. I pondered subletting my condo and vanishing for a while, but my agreement prohibits that. I began searching at hotels, thinking that I might be able to stay elsewhere while they were visiting. But it felt like running away again. And after Victor, I vowed myself that I would never allow anyone to make me feel the need to run again. That pledge had served as my anchor during the years of healing and rebuilding. I did the only thing I could think of. I installed security cameras around my apartment, including outside the door, the living room, the corridor, and everywhere except the bathroom. I changed all of my locks, purchased new pepper spray, and informed the building security of a stalker issue so that they could be on alert. I was careful to stress that this guy was dangerous and might mimic a family member to acquire access. I expressly stated that no one would be allowed inside my flat without my personal permission, regardless of who they claimed to be. I memorized emergency. Numbers and escape routes, preparing for any circumstance imaginable. I thought I was being neurotic and too prepared. Then, yesterday, I received a text from an unknown number containing a photo of me walking into my building after work shot that same day. I blocked the number instantly. 40 minutes later, another unknown number texted. Another shot of myself at the coffee shop across from my office that morning. He's already arrived. He's already here, observing me. The understanding struck me like a physical blow, leaving me breathless and disoriented. Last night I stayed at my friend Sophia's flat. I told her I had a plumbing problem. I didn't sleep at all. I kept checking my phone, waiting for more texts. Nothing arrived. Every creak in the structure and distant siren had me sitting bolt upright, heart thumping. This morning, I returned to my apartment to get clothing for work. I found something that made my blood run cold. A little electronic gadget hidden in the bulb beside my bed, a listening device in my bedroom. The intrusion into my private area felt like another type of assault. I broke it right away, then tore apart my place, hunting for more. I discovered 3 more. One behind the television, another beneath the kitchen table, and one near the window. I smashed them all, packed a bag, and returned to Sophia's. My hands couldn't stop shaking as I shoved random clothes into my luggage without verifying what I was packed. I am writing this from her guest room. I've been staying here for 5 days. Sophia feels something is wrong, but she isn't sure what it is. I don't want to pull her into this mess, but I can't stay alone right now. Sophia has always been there for me, bringing me coffee and stillness and allowing me space without inquiry. I keep asking myself how this is happening. How did he discover me? How did he discover Anna? Was this his intention all along? To infiltrate my family and obtain access to me again? The deliberate nature of everything scares me more than random violence ever could. The saddest aspect is that I have no proof that he sent the photos or planted the devices. Nothing I could bring to the police, only my word against his. And we all know how that went out for Anna. Law enforcement had already failed me. Why should this be any different? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm back in the relationship where I questioned everything. My perceptions, memories, and value. He's regaining influence over me, and I'm not sure how to stop it. That usual fog is rolling in, making me question myself in ways I thought I could transcend. Anna called earlier and said they'd be visiting in 10 days instead of next month. Change of plans. Can't wait to see you. I made up an excuse about a work conference, but she persisted on hanging around at my apartment while I worked. The thought of them waiting for me, of returning home and finding him there, makes my skin crawl. The thought of them in my flat, him touching my belongings and sleeping in my bed. I am literally shaking as I type this. This place I've made for myself, thousands of miles away from my past, is now tainted by his presence. I do not know what to do. When there is no evidence, call the police. Try to persuade Anna again when she clearly does not trust me. Move to another nation. None of these feel like viable possibilities. I feel cornered, caught in an impossible circumstance with no clear way out. So, Reddit, what would you do? How can I protect myself and my sister from someone who has already defeated the system and is now legally part of my family? I survived him once. I am not sure if I can do it again. Update. I received another text. This is a photo of me sitting by Sophia's window right now. The message simply reads, "Found you." I'm going to throw up again. I nearly dropped my phone when I received that message. I found you. My hands were shaking so much that I could barely show Sophia. Her cheeks turned pale when she saw it. This wasn't a random creep or happenstance anymore. Victor was stalking me down like some insane game. We need to call the police, Sophia remarked, reaching for her phone. I grabbed her wrists. And tell them what? That my sister's new husband is sending me photos. That I believe he bugged my apartment but I destroyed all the evidence? They'll think I'm crazy. Sophia's apartment felt exposed with all of its windows. I kept watching shadows walk across the street and wondered whether each one was him. We closed all of the blinds and double-checked the locks. Sophia suggested that I use her bedroom because it had fewer windows and was farther from the front door. I couldn't sleep anyway, so I just lay there staring at the ceiling, leaping at any noise from the street below. Around 2:45 a.m., my phone vibrated again. Another unknown number. I almost didn't look, but what if something was important? What if it's Anna? It was not. Just 4 words. Sweet dreams, Elise. I instantly erased it and shut off my phone. My heart was beating so fiercely that I could feel it in my throat. How did he receive so many different numbers? How did he constantly stay one step ahead? The next morning I called in sick from work. I couldn't risk going somewhere where he could follow me. Sophia offered to stay at home, but I urged she go. There's no purpose in both of us missing work. As soon as she departed, I began investigating. I looked into stalking laws, restraining orders, and anything else that could help. The majority of cases required evidence of explicit threats or several documented events. I received some photos and texts from strange numbers. There is nothing substantial that connects them to Victor. I opened a new email account and began chronicling everything. Dates, times, what happened, and how it made me feel. I captured screenshots of the text before deleting them. It was not much, but it was something. A paper trail, a reality check when I started to doubt myself. Then I called Lucas, my oldest friend from home. If anyone would completely believe me, it would be him. He had witnessed the repercussions of what Victor had done to me 7 years ago. When I was too scared to stay in one city, he helped me move. Jesus Christ, he replied after I had told everything. This guy is seriously deranged. What should I do, Lucas? He's coming here in 10 days with Anna. Lucas paused for a bit. You can't face this alone. Can you come stay with me for a while? He's already tracking me, and I can't just leave my job, my apartment, everything I've built here. Then I'm coming to you, he stated forcefully. I experienced a wave of relief, followed by panic. No, he might hurt you too. He's dangerous, Lucas. We talked for nearly 3 hours, going over ideas that appeared implausible. Lucas eventually recommended something I hadn't considered. Confronting Victor publicly in public. The concept made my stomach turn. But maybe if I met him on my own terms, in daylight, with people around, I'd be willing to attempt it. I texted Anna to see when they were arrive and proposed we meet for coffee on their first day here somewhere public. She responded almost immediately, stating that they had already arrived early that morning. They had arrived at my apartment and were now waiting for me. My blood ran cold. They weren't intended to stay here for another 10 days. I looked at the date on my phone, wondering whether I had somehow lost track of time. No, they had obviously revised their plans without informing me, or Anna told me, and Victor somehow intercepted the message. I called her immediately. Hey, I thought you weren't coming until 10 days from now. We told you we changed our plans, she explained, bewildered. I texted you 3 days ago about it. I never received that text. I'd been staying at Sophia's and avoiding checking my phone because it made me anxious every time it buzzed. I was so preoccupied with the threatening texts that I must have missed Anna's valid text among all the notifications I was attempting to ignore. I'm sorry. Must have missed it with work being so crazy. I made up a story. I'm actually staying at a friend's right now. Plumbing issues in my building. Oh no. Well, we're at your apartment. The super let us in when we explained we were family. I felt a flash of rage. Despite my detailed instructions to building security regarding my stalker problem, the super still let them in. He must have been charmed by Victor's seductive discourse, or he simply ignored my warning. I'll come meet you for lunch, I said, attempting to maintain a steady voice. There's a cafe about 2 blocks from my building. It's very popular. We agreed to meet in an hour. Sophia was still at work, so I couldn't tell her what was going on. I took a brief shower, hoping to wash away my worry and tiredness. Looking in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. I had dark circles under my eyes, pale complexion, and a disturbed countenance. I put on some makeup and tried to seem normal. The last thing I needed was Anna remarking on how ill I appeared. I chose the cafe carefully. It was often crowded, the tables were close together, and the staff recognized me as a regular. I came 15 minutes early and requested a table with my back to the wall and facing the entrance. I ordered a coffee I couldn't sip since my stomach was too twisted to take caffeine. When they walked in, I almost ran. Seeing Victor in his element, confident and charming, with his arm around my sister, made me violently uncomfortable. He looked precisely the same as he did 7 years ago, maybe slightly more fleshed out, with a different hairstyle, but those eyes, those cold, calculating eyes, had not changed at all. Anna spotted me and happily waved, drawing Victor to my table. I stood on wobbly legs and accepted her hug with stiff arms. Then Victor appeared, grabbing me into an embrace before I could escape. So lovely to finally meet my sister-in-law properly, he exclaimed loudly enough for surrounding tables to hear. Yet he whispered in my ear, "Miss me?" I hastily pushed away, almost knocking over my coffee. A waitress emerged to take their orders, giving me a chance to gather myself. I sat with my hands under the table so they wouldn't notice them shaking. Anna dominated the conversation, discussing their wedding, honeymoon, and how lovely my city was. I nodded and smiled mechanically, very aware that Victor was watching me. He kept stroking Anna, her hand, her shoulder, her hair, making sure I noticed each casual expression of affection which marked his territory. Your apartment is gorgeous, Anna said. I was shocked by all of the security cameras. Do you have any troubles with break-ins around here? So they had observed those. I was wondering if Victor had already disabled them. Just being cautious, I murmured, my gaze shifting to Victor. Never know who might try to get in. His smile was unwavering, but something flickered behind his eyes. Challenge accepted. The lunch continued with tedious small conversation. Anna appeared unconcerned about the stress, casually talking along while I sat there calculating distances to exits, wondering if yelling would truly get someone to help or simply label me as insane. As we were wrapping up, Victor excused himself to use the restroom. When he left, I grabbed Anna's hand. You need to listen to me, I urged urgently. I didn't lie about Victor. He is dangerous. He's been stalking me, sending me photos and bugging my apartment. Anna's expression stiffened. Stop it, Elise, just quit. I'm not sure what your problem is, but this has to cease. Victor told me you might do this. I froze. He's what? He told me you had some kind of obsession with him years ago, that you couldn't accept when he broke things off and started spreading rumors about him being abusive. My jaw fell. He had preemptively poisoned her against me. Set up the ideal defense. That's not what happened, I said, my voice cracking with desperation. Why would I make something up? Why would I? Because you've always been like this, she said, more louder than she probably meant. A few nearby diners cast glances our way. She lowered her voice. Always dramatic, always needing attention, always making everything about you. The accusation landed like a smack. Was that truly how she saw me? How did my family see me? That's what he wants you to think, I said quietly. That's how abusers operate. They separate you from others who may perceive the truth. The only truth I see, Anna remarked with a frown, is that my sister is trying to ruin my marriage before it's even begun. Victor returned smiling, inquiring what he had missed. The look Anna gave me indicated that the talk was ended. I mumbled something about needing to hurry back to Sophia's to prepare for work tomorrow. I made up an excuse about her pets and my allergies, so they couldn't stay with me. Such a shame, Victor added. We were looking forward to spending quality time together. The way he said it made my skin crawl. I escaped without being touched again, promising to see them for supper tomorrow night. As soon as I turned the corner and was out of sight of the cafe, I broke into a run back to Sophia's. I half expected to see him already there and waiting, but the apartment was vacant. Sophia came home from work to find me pacing her living room, gnawing my nails down to the quick, a habit I'd quit years ago after leaving Victor. They've arrived already, I told her, inside my apartment. He has convinced Anna that I am some delusional ex who cooked up abuse charges. Sophia sat me down, made me sip some water, and then listened. Unlike my sister, unlike the cops, she believed me wholeheartedly, and that single gesture of faith nearly broke me. You're staying here as long as you need, she stated firmly. And we're going to figure this out. That night, I received another text with a photo of me entering Sophia's building after lunch, followed by another of Sophia getting home from work. The note said, "Nice pal." I wouldn't want anything to happen to her. I showed Sophia, anticipating her to flip out. Instead, she became enraged. Not afraid, angry. She described him as a sad coward hiding behind text messages. Her furious rage was precisely what I needed. It reminded me that this wasn't normal, and that I wasn't insane for being scared. We spent that night devising a strategy. First, I'd attempt speaking with Victor personally, meeting him somewhere public, discreetly recording the conversation, and convincing him to reveal what he was doing. Sophia would be close as a backup. If that didn't work, we'd try again with Anna, showing her any concrete evidence we could find. If all else failed, we'd go to the police with whatever evidence we could find, no matter how circumstantial. The next day at work was torturous. I saw him everywhere, in the reflections of windows, in crowds on the street, and behind me in the elevator. Every time my phone vibrated with an email, my heart stopped. My employer saw something was awry and summoned me to her office. I was sure I'd be fired because of my obvious distraction. Instead, she inquired if I was all right. She stared at me with genuine concern. Something about her grandmotherly warmth got past my defenses, and before I realized it, I was telling her everything. Not the ugly details, just that my sister married my abusive ex, and they were now in town, and I was terrified. I was expecting skepticism or awkward cliches. Instead, she quickly offered me a week's personal leave. When I hesitated, concerned about the limited staffing, she remarked, "Your safety is more important than any project deadline." It was a simple statement of truth, but it struck me hard. My safety was important. I mattered. After years of Victor making me feel useless and Anna rejecting my fear as attention-seeking, here was this woman I barely knew outside of work who made my well-being a top priority. I accepted the leave, but asked to stay until the end of the day to finish certain projects. My employer took me to my car that evening and waited for me to drive away. Such a simple act of protection. But it meant everything. I planned to meet Victor in a cafe near my office the following day. I told him I just wanted to clear the air between the two of us. I offered a time when Anna would be at her spa treatment, which she had mentioned during lunch. He consented almost too readily. Sophia and I made careful preparations. I donned a button-up shirt with a small recording device tucked into the front pocket. Sophia would sit close and pretend to work on her laptop. We arrived early and reserved a table in the corner with a clear view of the entryway. Victor arrived on time, dressed perfectly in a casual button-down and designer trousers. He grinned as he approached, and for a little moment, I remembered why I'd fell for him in the first place before I realized who he really was. "Elise," he began cheerfully, sitting across from me. "I was hoping we'd get the chance to talk privately." "I bet you were," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Victor, what is your game here? Why Anna? Why now?" He appeared to be genuinely bewildered. "Game? I fell in love with an incredible woman who happens to be your sister. Simple as that. The texts, images and bugs in my apartment. Do you expect me to believe that is a coincidence?" His demeanor remained unchanged, but he leaned slightly forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. Elise. It sounds like you're having some troubles. Maybe you should speak with someone about it." Classic gaslighting. I had anticipated it, but it still made my blood boil. "Cut the crap," I said. "I know it is you. What I do not know is why. Revenge? A sick power trip? Or did you simply miss having someone to torture?" He sighed and looked around, frightened that someone may overhear. He then took out his phone, tapped something and placed it on the table. "What are you doing?" I inquired, suddenly nervous. "Recording our conversation," he stated gently. "For my protection. You appear unstable, making wild accusations." My heart fell. He was preparing evidence against me. Anything I said could be altered, manipulated, and used to make me appear delusional, just as he had convinced Anna I was. "You haven't changed at all," I finally said. "Still the same manipulative monster." He gave a chilly smile that did not reach his eyes. "And you're still so easy to shake, they always were." He picked up his phone, paused the recording and stood up. "I believe we're done here. I would appreciate it if you could keep your illusions away from my wife. She's concerned about you. You know we are." I watched him leave, defeat sweeping over me. The recorder felt heavy in my pocket. Useless. He had outplayed me yet again. I looked over at Sophia, who appeared to understand right once that things had not gone as planned. I returned to her apartment and reviewed the recording. While expected, it captured nothing incriminating, only Victor's anxiety while I made allegations. Sophia proposed that we take a new approach. Research. If Victor purposefully targeted Anna to get to me, there could be evidence of planning. I began with the mutual friend who introduced them. Anna had mentioned the name Henrik once, but indicated they weren't close. I discovered him through her Facebook friends and messaged him saying that I wanted to surprise Anna with a special gift from the guy who had connected them. Henrik reacted swiftly, as if confused. He claimed he barely knew Victor and had only met him once at a company gathering. Victor approached him, explained that he was new in town, and requested to be introduced to some locals. Henrik had invited him to a dinner party with Anna present. That was it. Sophia and I gazed at each other. If Henrik was telling the truth, it corroborated my assumption that Victor purposefully targeted Anna. However, it was not proof of anything malicious. Just a man looking to be introduced to folks in a new city. I needed more. I hesitantly messaged a handful of Anna's other friends, asking them how they remembered Anna and Victor becoming acquainted. Most comments agreed with Henrik's story. Victor had emerged out of nowhere, chased Anna aggressively, and proposed soon. Claudia, a friend, stated something unusual. Apparently, Victor had asked a lot of questions about Anna's family early on, especially about me, where I was living, what I was doing, and if I was seeing anyone. Anna thought it was wonderful that he wanted to get to know her family. "That's it," Sophia said. "He was fishing for information about you." It certainly appeared that way, but there was no evidence of anything illegal, just creepy and calculating. The next few days followed an uncomfortable pattern. I'd meet Anna and Victor for lunch or tours while retaining an unusual civility. Victor was usually the perfect gentleman in public, but he would brush up against me or mumble things when Anna wasn't looking. Nothing particularly scary, but enough to keep me on edge. Reminders that he was in command. Anna seemed unconcerned, but I caught her throwing me worried looks when she thought I wasn't looking. I wondered what Victor said her about me when they were alone. What poison was he dribbling into her ear? We ate dinner at their hotel restaurant on their 6th night in town. I'd made a point of suggesting only public settings for our meetings, rather than private ones. But halfway through the meal, Victor purposefully knocked over his wine glass, spilling crimson wine on my white blouse. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," he said, visibly distressed. "Elise, the bathroom is only down the hall. Anna, please give her your stain remover pen." Before I could resist, Anna handed me her handbag and told me to hurry before the stain set. I hesitated, unwilling to leave the restaurant's public environment. "Go on," Victor insisted. "I'll order you another drink while you clean up." The bathroom was located at the end of a lengthy hallway, away from the main diner. I hurried, hoping to be as quick as possible, but while wiping at the stain, the bathroom door opened. Victor walked inside, locked the door behind him, and leaned against it. My heart almost stopped. We were alone. For the first time in 7 years, I found myself truly alone. I backed up till I struck the wall, attempting to create as much space between us as possible. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my voice louder than I had anticipated. He looked at me for a moment, tilting his head slightly. "You know, I've been thinking about this moment for years. What I'd say once I had you alone again." "Stay back," I advised, grabbing into my handbag for the pepper spray. "I'll scream." He got out his phone and showed me that he was recording. "Go ahead and scream. Attack me. I'll just show everyone how my mentally ill sister-in-law assaulted me when I arrived to see if she needed assistance." My hand moved away from my handbag. He was correct. Anything I did would be twisted against me, as it always had been. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "It's been 7 years. Why don't you just leave me alone?" 7 years, 3 months and 14 days, he corrected, stepping closer. "Did you really think I'd forget you? That I would let you leave without consequences?" He casually recalled the exact time since I'd left him, which drove frost through my veins. He had been counting the days. "So that's what it is. Revenge. You married my sister to get back at me." He laughed. A sound that used to make my tummy flutter but now causes it to turn. "Initially, yeah. It wasn't simple to find you, you know. You did a good job covering your traces. But then I remembered your sister, how you were constantly talking about her and trying to protect her." His smile broadened. "Isn't it ironic?" "You're sick," I said, spitting. "Anna doesn't deserve to be used like this." "Here's the interesting part," he said as if I hadn't spoken. "I really like Anna. She is kind, uncomplicated, and grateful for anything I do for her. Not like you. Always questioning and fighting." He talked about her as if she were a well-behaved pet, which made me want to vomit. "If you hurt her, you'll do what?" He interrupted, taking another step forward. Now he was only an arm's length away. "Run to the cops with your crazy stories? Tell your folks. We both know how nicely it turned out during the wedding." He stretched out swiftly and brushed his fingertips against my cheek. I flinched away, but there was nowhere to go with the wall behind me. "You'll always be my favorite, though," he said. "No one reacts as you do. No one breaks quite as gracefully." A tap at the door made us both freeze. "Hello? Is anyone in there?" a woman's voice called. Victor's expression darkened for a brief moment before he recovered. "Think about what I said," he muttered before unlocking the door and stepping out, stating loudly, "All yours, ma'am." I was just checking to see if my sister-in-law needed help with a wine stain. I lingered in that bathroom for a long time after he left, hands braced against the sink, trying not to shake. His words kept repeating in my thoughts. "You will always be my favorite." His voice was possessive, and I was certain that I still belonged to him in some way. When I eventually returned to the table, Anna seemed concerned. "Is everything okay? You were gone for a while." "Fine," I said automatically. Stain was stubborn. Victor smiled at me across the table, raising his freshly poured glass of wine and a tiny toast that only I noticed. I couldn't eat another bite after that, so I basically pushed food around my plate until we left. That night, I told her everything. She wanted to go directly to the police. But what would we say? That my brother-in-law made some strange remarks to me in the bathroom. Did he touch my face? Nothing was prohibited. It was simply disturbing in its context. The following day, I decided to take a fresh approach with Anna. I invited her to lunch, Just the two of us. I said I wanted some sister time before they departed. To my astonishment, she consented quickly. This time I was careful not to make outright charges against Victor. Instead, I addressed casual questions about how they met, allowing her to tell the narrative of Henrik introducing them at a dinner party. I noticed some minor contradictions in what Henrik had told me. According to Anna, Victor specifically requested to see her after seeing her portrait at Henrik's house, although Henrik claimed the introduction was happenstance. It's funny, I stated cautiously. I was speaking with Henrik recently. He didn't remember purposely introducing you two? Anna frowned. What? Why were you speaking with Henrik about us? I realized my error too late. I wanted to get to know more about Victor since I missed the whole dating period. So you've been following up on him and questioning my friends behind my back? Her voice increased significantly, drawing attention from surrounding tables. It's not like that, I insisted. I'm just trying to understand. No, you're attempting to find anything wrong. You can't simply be glad for me, can you? She rose abruptly. Victor was correct. He suggested you do something like this. Of course he did. He was always a step ahead. Anna, please. I'm done with this conversation, she stated forcefully. I am heading back to the motel. Do not follow me. I watched her storm away, feeling helpless. Victor had positioned himself expertly, anticipating my every move and poisoning Anna against me before I could even react. My sister and I were becoming increasingly estranged. Back at Sophia's, I flopped on the sofa, tired. Every attempt to defend Anna or expose Victor only appeared to drive her away and give him more ammunition. I felt as if I were playing chess against a master while blindfolded. My phone vibrated with a text from Lucas. He'd been checking in every day, and I'd been keeping him updated. His message was straightforward. Anything about his previous relationships? The pattern of behavior indicates a stronger case. That was a nice point. If Victor did this to me, he most likely did it to others as well. I'd been so concentrated on his connection with Anna that I hadn't considered looking back. I spent the next few hours going through social media, attempting to trace Victor's previous connections. It was not easy. He had a little online presence, which was carefully maintained. Eventually, I discovered Claudia, a woman who had left cryptic but pointed comments on previous images tagged with Victor. Things like, "Some memories are better buried, and true colors always emerge." Finally, I took a chance and messaged her, explaining who I was and asked if she wanted to chat about Victor. To my astonishment, she responded almost immediately with her phone number. Claudia was cautious when I called. But as soon as I described my situation, Victor's marriage to my sister after years of dating me, she opened up. He did the same thing to me and my cousin, she added, her voice filled with ancient rage. He dated me for nearly a year and was charming at first, but then became domineering and abusive. When I finally left him, he set up a meeting with my cousin in a gym. Began dating her. I tried to warn her, but... She paused. She didn't believe you, I concluded. Worse. She believed him when he suggested I was lying out of jealousy. We haven't spoken in almost a year because of him. Her tale was eerily similar to mine. What happened at the end? I asked. Claudia was quiet for a bit. He harmed her worse than he did me. Put her in a hospital. That's when she finally believed me. My blood became chilly. Have you gone to the police? We tried. He provided alibis, altered evidence, and made my cousin appear unstable. The charges were later withdrawn. She sounded tired, like someone who had fought a long war and failed. We received a restraining order, but that was it. Last I heard, he relocated to another state. After we hung up, I sat in startled silence. Then I began Googling more specifically, using terms such as Victor Henrik abuse and Victor Henrik restraining order. I discovered 4 more ladies who had shared their experiences in support groups or local news comments. Though they did not mention his entire name, the pattern was consistent. Charm, isolation, violence, and escape. Then he'd go after someone close to them. It was meticulous, purposeful, and horrifying. That night I didn't sleep. Instead I continued to investigate, document, and make a case. By morning I had a digital folder full with screenshots, dates, patterns, and 4 ladies who were eager to share their experiences if necessary. But will it be sufficient? Anna was already dubious of my motivations. Victor had already labeled me as jealous and unstable. How could I convey this proof without making it appear like exactly what he predicted I would do? As I was puzzled about this, Anna texted me. After our dispute yesterday, I didn't expect to hear from her so soon. Can we speak alone? Hotel lobby. 9:30 a.m. A spark of hope ignited in my chest. Perhaps she had been thinking about our chat. Maybe what I said went through. I instantly responded that I'd be there, and then spent the next hour deciding what evidence to bring, what to say, and how to approach this chance. Sophia advised prudence. It could be a trap. Victor might have sent that text. She had a point, but I needed to try. I got at the hotel early, found a seat with a clear view of all entrances, and waited. At precisely 9:30 a.m., Anna appeared alone. She appeared exhausted, with black circles beneath her eyes partially covered by makeup. "Thanks for coming," she replied quietly, sitting across from me. "Of course." I resisted the impulse to dive right into all of my evidence. "Is everything all right?" She looked around uneasily before responding. "I do not know. Victor and I had a fight last night. My heart rate increased after I told him about our lunch." "What type of fight?" She stroked her wrist absently, and for the first time, I noticed what appeared to be the edge of a bruise fading beneath her bracelet. "He became quite angry. You said you were attempting to separate us, that you've always been envious of what we had." I wanted to scream that what they had was a pure fake, but I kept back. "Has he hurt you, Anna?" Her gaze flashed up to mine, then away. "No, he simply held my arm a little too tightly. He was upset." Classic minimization. I'd done this numerous times. "Anna," I remarked gently, "that is not acceptable. No matter how unhappy someone is, they have no right to harm you." "It's not like that," she insisted. "It happened just once." He apologized immediately. It was like listening to my own words from 7 years ago. The same reasons, the same desperate assumption that it was only a one-time occurrence that will never happen again. "Can I show you something?" I inquired carefully. She hesitated and then nodded. I took out my phone and showed her a photo I'd kept for years of my arm covered with finger-shaped bruises. This was after Victor had grabbed me too forcefully the first time. He also apologized right away. Her eyes expanded. "I'm not sure. That might be anything. Anyone." "I have more," I replied gently. "Not only from me. From other women. Claudia, Marta, Isabel. All with the same narrative. All related in some way." Anna's cheeks turned pale. "You are making this up. You must be—" "I wish I was," I murmured, overwhelmed with sadness. "But deep down, I believe you understand I'm not. That's why you texted me today, right?" Something felt wrong. She stared at me for a long time, struggle evident in her eyes. Then she gazed down at her wrist again, gradually removing her bracelet to see the whole bruise, a definite handprint wrapped around her delicate skin. "He said it wouldn't happen again," she murmured softly. "He always says that," I answered gently. "To all of us." For the first time since the wedding I noticed a break in her resolve, a glimmer of doubt. It wasn't much, but it was something. A beginning. "What should I do?" she inquired, her voice small. "First, you don't go back to that hotel room alone," I replied firmly. "Come with me right now. We will sort out the rest together." She seemed torn, staring toward the elevators. "These are my things. I need my passport and clothes. We can work that out. Your safety is the most important thing right now." Just when I thought she was going to accept, her phone rang. She stared down at it, and the color left her face. "This is Victor. He's in the lobby. He says he sees us." My heart was in my throat as I snapped my head around and scanned the hotel lobby. There he was, sitting near the reception desk, staring directly at us with that smug little smile I'd come to detest. My entire body became hard. "Don't look," I whispered to Anna. "Just get up and walk with me to the front doors. Act normally." She nodded almost silently and gathered her purse with shaky hands. We stood up casually, as if we were two sisters concluding their coffee date. I laced my arm through Anna's, partly for comfort, but largely to keep her from bolting. The exit was around 25 steps away. "Elise." Victor's voice reverberated throughout the lobby. Everyone turned to look. Damn that. Classic manipulation. Creating a commotion in public so we couldn't ignore him without looking nuts. "Keep walking," I muttered. But Anna had already frozen. I felt her trembling against me. Victor approached us, all lovely grins for the passers-by. "Honey, there you are. I've looked everywhere." He reached for Anna's arm, the one with the bruises, and I automatically moved between them. "We're just going out for some sister time. I announced loudly enough for anyone close to hear. Shopping, you know, girl stuff. His eyes tightened for a split second before the mask slid back into place. Actually, we had that lunch reservation, remember? With my business associates. Anna looked down. I forgot. No problem, sweetheart. He reached around me to take her hand. We should head up so you can change. I could see it occurring in real time. Anna retreating back into herself, the little period of clarity vanishing. I was losing her again. Actually, I gasped, Anna isn't feeling well. Migraine? She had mentioned it earlier. Right, Anna. She stared at me and then at Victor, clearly caught between us. Is this true? Victor inquired, his voice filled with concern as his gaze remained icy. After what felt like an eternity, Anna nodded. I do have a headache. Then I'll take care of you upstairs, Victor said, his grip on her hand tightening visibly. Women's problems too, I hastily added. She needs her sister right now. Do you understand? I could see him calculating, conscious that people were watching the exchange. He couldn't create a scene without exposing himself. Fine, he finally replied. I will reschedule lunch. Text me after you've finished with your sister time. The way he said it sounded nasty. We will, I assured, already leading Anna to the exit. Once outside, I almost dragged her to the cab stand. We got into the first available cab and I supplied Sophia's address. I only allowed myself to breathe when we were moving. He's going to be so angry, Anna muttered, looking back at the hotel as it faded behind us. But he can't hurt you if you're not there, I explained. She rubbed her wrists again. You do not comprehend. He will find me. He always does. The dejected assurance in her voice struck me hard. I'd experienced the same grim inevitability several times. Not this time, I pledged. This time you have me and Sophia and evidence. Anna broke down totally in Sophia's apartment. She sobbed on Sophia's couch while I prepared tea and Sophia secretly triggered her home security system. Between tears, Anna admitted that things had become worse. The controlling conduct began during their honeymoon. Checking her phone, critiquing her attire, and keeping track of who she talked to. The first physical incident occurred barely 4 days ago. He got mad when I spent too long on the phone with Mom, she told me. Said I was ignoring him. I wanted to say I told you so, but I bit my tongue. Instead, I showed her everything I'd gathered. Claudia's and others' testimonies, the pattern of conduct, and images of my own torture 7 years ago. Anna glanced at the proof, her gaze shifting from one photo to the next, her hands quivering as she read Claudia's statement. I could see her battling internally, between the Victor she believed she knew and the monster shown in these records. She took a very nasty photo of my damaged ribs from 7 years ago. I thought, she said, her voice breaking. I thought he was perfect. He was so kind to me. So attentive. Her breath caught. But last night when he became angry, I noticed something different in his eyes. Something chilly. Something felt familiar. But I couldn't place it. She looked up at me and said, Wasn't that the identical look you described at the wedding? I nodded slowly. That is how he operates. 2 different individuals. Everyone sees the lovely one, but only his victims know who he truly is. What did I do? She whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. I married him. I chose him over my sister. He's a master manipulator, I explained. We've all fallen for it. Even the police. Just suddenly, Anna's phone burst with messages. Victor, of course, alternated between anxious texts, asking whether she was okay, and increasingly aggressive demands for her location. Classic abuser whiplash. Turn it off, Sophia offered. Or better yet, let me see it. Anna gave up her phone. Sophia removed the SIM card and turned the phone back on. We can keep this for evidence, but he can't track it now. Sophia is a smart girl. We spent the next few hours devising a plan. Anna would stay with Sophia while I returned to my place to retrieve necessary materials. Then we'd all move to Lucas' house across town, somewhere Victor wouldn't think to look. We'd next contact a lawyer to initiate divorce procedures and seek a more comprehensive restraining order. He'll contest everything, Anna remarked dejectedly. Drag it out forever. Let him try, I responded. We have evidence now. Real evidence. I left them at Sophia's and took a cautious path to my place, frequently checking to see if I was being followed. My building appeared normal and peaceful. The security guard nodded as I walked in. Is everything okay, miss? Your brother-in-law was searching for you earlier. My stomach sank. When? About an hour ago. He said he needed to drop something off for you. I told him you were not home, at least the guard had not let him in. I thanked him and dashed into my flat, unlocking the 3 new locks I'd put. The property appeared to be in perfect condition, but I no longer trusted looks. I quickly checked for new listening devices before throwing critical clothes and documents into a rucksack. My phone rang when I was retrieving my passport from the desk drawer. Unknown number. I almost disregarded it, but my intuition told me to respond. Hello, Elise. Victor's voice chilled my veins. Where is my wife? I don't know what you're talking about, I claimed, still packing one-handed. Don't act dumb. I saw you leaving with her. Where is she? Safe from you, I snapped, dropping pretense. And she's going to stay that way. He laughed. That frigid laugh used to scare me. You've always been a fighter, Elise. This is what I appreciated about you. Breaking you was far more rewarding. You failed, I murmured, amazed by my own composure. You didn't break me then, and you won't break Anna now. We'll see. His voice sharpened. I want my wife back within an hour, or I'll call the police and report her missing. I will inform them that her mentally unstable sister has stolen her. I have quite a collection of your crazy texts and emails to show them. Are you talking about the ones you made up? Go ahead. We have real evidence. Evidence of what? A guy who grabbed his wife's arm during an argument against a jealous sibling who has had fantasies about me. Who do you think people will believe? He had a point. Even with Claudia's testimony and my documents, it would be a tough battle in court. 1 hour, he reiterated. Or things get very ugly for both of you. He hung up. I packed fast, my mind racing. We needed to move quickly. I contacted Sophia as I left my flat, choosing the back stairs rather than the elevator. Change of plans, I remarked as soon as she responded. Victor is threatening to go to the police. We need to get to Lucas's now. Okay. Anna is in the shower. We'll be ready in 10. I hailed a cab, still looking for Victor. The drive to Sophia's seemed forever. Every red light represents eternity. When we finally arrived, I tossed money at the driver and dashed up to her apartment. Sophia answered my urgent knock with a troubled expression. Anna's gone. What? How? She received an SMS while you were gone. She said it was from her friend Jennifer, but I believe it was actually Victor. She appeared upset. I went to make a call in the bedroom. When I checked on her, the bathroom window was open and she had left. I sank on the couch, defeated. He'd approached her again, perhaps threatening her. Or me. Sophia sat next to me. Now what? I looked at the blank wall, contemplating. The hotel. He will take her back there. It's the only location where he has complete control. Calling the cops still seemed fruitless without Anna's willingness to bring charges. We needed more. Something irrefutable. Then I remembered my hidden phone. The one I had slipped inside Anna's bag when she first returned to Victor. I had put a small prepaid phone into an inner zippered pocket of her purse while assisting her in finding her lipstick on the first day she arrived. Victor wouldn't notice it. Anna's large luggage had dozens of compartments, and he wasn't the kind to go through her personal items in front of others. I took Sophia's laptop and logged into my tracking application. After an agonizing minute, a tiny blue dot emerged on the map. The phone was on, and it was at the hotel. She's there, I stated. Now we just need a way to get her out without Victor stopping us. Sophia thought for a moment. How about your parents? Victor can't exactly withhold Anna from them without appearing suspicious. It was perilous including my parents in this issue. But Sophia was correct. Victor had carefully nurtured his image among them. He couldn't say no if they showed up wanting to see their daughter. I placed the call, ready myself for disbelief. To my astonishment, my parents actually listened. Really listened. Maybe it was the desperate tone in my voice. Perhaps they had noticed signals but disregarded them. Regardless, they agreed to help. We'll be on the next flight, Dad stated confidently. Text us the hotel details. Sophia and I discussed strategy while we waited for my folks to arrive. We called Claudia and the other women who had agreed to provide formal statements to our lawyer. We arranged all of our evidence into files and continued to monitor the tracking dot to ensure Anna remained at the hotel. My parents arrived 6 hours later. I met them at the airport, grateful beyond words to have reinforcements. Mom held me tightly and apologized for not believing me sooner. Dad looked grimmer than I'd ever seen him, with his jaw set in a way that reminded me of when he was a college fighter. We headed straight to the motel. Mom, Dad, Sophia, and I marched across the foyer like an invading army. The receptionist knew me and frowned. We're here to see our daughter and son-in-law, Dad said simply. Room 512. I'll need to call up first, the receptionist explained. No need, Dad replied. We'll surprise them. He took off for the elevator without waiting for permission, leaving the rest of us trailing after. Mom gave a strong tap on the door to room 512. We heard movement inside, and Victor opened the door, his surprise swiftly replaced by a warm smile. Mom and Dad, what a great surprise. Mom pushed past him without speaking. Where is Anna? Victor's smile wavered. She is resting. Migraine. I want to see her, Mom pleaded, already walking toward the bedroom. Victor stepped in her path. She really shouldn't be disturbed. Dad put a strong hand on Victor's shoulder. Son, I believe you should sit down. We need to talk. Victor's face flashed with wrath, which I recognized, but he couldn't express it to my parents. Not if he wanted to retain his ideal son-in-law image. While Dad kept Victor engaged in the suite's living area, Mom, Sophia and I saw Anna cuddled up on the bed. She was not sleeping. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying. When she spotted us, she shrank back and rushed into Mom's arms. I'm very sorry, she wailed. He threatened to hurt Elise if I didn't return. He showed me photos of her residence. He said he could get to her at any time. It's okay, Mom said, stroking her hair. We're all together now. We are taking you home. Dad cornered Victor on the couch in the living room and showed him printouts of the evidence we'd acquired. Victor's expression was one of fury. These are obviously fabricated, he stated as we entered. Elise has always been unstable. I am jealous of my relationship with Anna. Save it, Dad stopped him off. We've heard from Claudia, Marta and Isabel, and the others. Victor's eyes shot to me with intense anger, then returned to Dad with trained compassion. I'm not sure who these women are. This is clearly a coordinated attack on my character. We're leaving, Mom said, her arm securely around Anna. Each of us. This includes my daughter. Victor stood up. Anna is my wife. She is not going anywhere. Yes, I am, Anna replied quietly. It was her first time directly contradicting him in front of others. I experienced a wave of pride. Victor's mask slipped. You ungrateful. He lunged at her and a series of events occurred simultaneously. Dad stepped between them. Sophia grabbed out her phone and began recording. Mom drew Anna behind her. And I had been prepared for this moment for 7 years. I clicked the panic button on my phone, which automatically contacted 911 and began recording. Don't touch my daughter, Dad said, his voice dead calm. Victor appeared to understand he had overplayed his hand. He smoothed his shirt and the mask slid back into place. This is ridiculous. You are all overreacting to a simple mistake. Anna, honey, tell them we are happy. Anna moved forward, still trembling but standing taller. We're done, Victor. I want a divorce. You don't mean that, he replied, his voice tightening. You're confused. Your sister has turned you against me. No, Anna responded. You did that yourself. She pulled up her sleeve, displaying injuries on her wrist. This is who you really are. Victor's face was distorted with wrath. He surged again, shoving Dad away. But before he could reach Anna, I blocked his path. I would have backed down 7 years ago. Now I stood my ground. You don't get to hurt anyone else, I told you. He gripped my arm as he had done numerous times before, his fingers pressing into the same wounded region. But this time, I wasn't a terrified 19-year-old. I twisted out of his hands, employing a self-defense technique I'd trained hundreds of times. Victor, taken aback by the opposition, staggered forward. Dad regained his balance and grabbed Victor from behind, detaining him just as hotel security entered the room, followed quickly by the police who had responded to my panic button. The following few hours were a jumble of comments, evidence submissions, and Victor being carried away in handcuffs while screaming his innocence. However, because the assault occurred in front of witnesses and was recorded from numerous angles, the authorities were forced to take it seriously. The responding cops were unexpectedly understanding, particularly the female investigator who took Anna's statement in private. That night, Anna, my parents, Sophia and I stayed together at my apartment. Safety in numbers. Anna remained quiet, contemplating what had transpired. I didn't urge her to speak. I recall how overpowering it seemed in those initial days after fleeing Victor. In the morning, we met with a lawyer who specializes in domestic violence cases. She assisted Anna in filing for a temporary restraining order and initiating divorce proceedings. Because they had only been married a short time and had no common assets, the divorce would be quite simple. Emotional healing would take longer. Victor remained in detention, and bail was rejected based on the evidence we presented demonstrating his pattern of behavior with several women. The prosecution decided to file charges for stalking and harassment in addition to the hotel incident. Over the next few weeks, other women shared similar accounts about Victor, establishing an undeniable pattern of predatory behavior. The case against him became stronger by the day. Even his lawyer began exploring for plea agreements. Anna opted to temporarily return to live with our parents. She wanted space to recuperate and discover who she was independent of Victor's influence. I really understood. We talked every day, rekindling the sister bond that Victor had worked so hard to destroy. 4 months later, Victor agreed to a plea agreement that included 7 years in prison, required treatment, and a permanent restraining order from contacting any of his victims, including Anna and me. It was not the longest sentence, but it was something. More significantly, there would be a record, making it more difficult for him to harm others in the future. On Anna's 2-year wedding anniversary, we held a different type of ceremony. A divorce party. Just a modest gathering of family and friends who had stood by us through everything. Sophia created a cake with "Freedom" written on it, and Lucas flew in for the weekend. We did not discuss Victor or what had transpired. We just rejoiced being together and safe. Anna is still in therapy, processing her experience. So am I, to be honest. Some wounds take longer to heal than others, but we're both getting there gradually. I wish I could say I don't think about Victor anymore, but that's a lie. I still double-check my locks before bed and look over my shoulder when walking alone. Those behaviors may never completely go, but they no longer dominate me. My phone's tracker app continues to ping with Anna's whereabouts from time to time. We preserved it by mutual agreement, a safety precaution that gives us both comfort. Not out of control, but out of affection. A nonverbal method of saying, "I have your back." Last week, Anna called to let me know she had met someone. For the time being, only informal coffee dates are scheduled. Nothing major, but she seemed upbeat and hopeful, as if she were going at her own pace and terms. As for me, I'm working on the domestic violence support organization Sophia and I founded. Helping other women notice and leave violent relationships has turned out to be very effective treatment for my own trauma. Every success story seems like another brick in the wall that connects my past and future. Victor stole 7 years of my life. Years I spent looking over my shoulder, questioning myself, and waiting for the next shoe to drop. I won't give him any more. My parents excluded me from Thanksgiving, but I had already planned a lavish holiday with 23 guests. When they saw the photos, their hearts sank. I bought a villa in the French Riviera, and my parents didn't even know. But when they realized what they'd missed, everything changed. The text arrived as I was completing my holiday preparations. "Honey, your father and I think it's best if you skip Thanksgiving this year. We want a quiet celebration with Nancy and her family. You understand, right?" I gazed at my phone, a bitter smile developing on my lips. Of course, they expected me to skip another family gathering. Nancy, my lovely younger sister, always came first, with her perfect husband and twins. My name is Eloan, and at 33, I've become accustomed to being the family's afterthought. The pattern was established early on, and never deviated. Nancy, despite being 4 years younger, had always been the favored child. From the moment she took her first steps, which my parents documented with greater excitement than they had for any of my milestones, it was evident that she held a special position in their hearts that I would never achieve. Growing up, I watched Nancy easily garner praise for accomplishments that would have gone undetected if they had been mine. When she got a B+ on an exam, she celebrated with ice cream and phone calls to family members. When I came home straight A's, I was greeted with a casual, "Good job," and a quick change of focus to whatever Nancy was doing. The discrepancy got much more evident during our adolescence. Nancy's high school graduation celebration was a luxurious occasion that included over 100 attendees, professional cuisine, and a hired DJ. My graduation, which took place during summa cum laude honors, was marked by a family supper at a mid-tier chain restaurant, cut short since Nancy had a date that night. College was when I realized that this was more than just birth order or personality differences. Nancy attended a prominent private institution with tuition covered in full by our parents, whilst I worked 3 jobs to pay my way through state school. My parents' reaction when I was accepted to law school was lukewarm, at best. "Law school is expensive," my mother had explained. "Are you sure this is practical?" Meanwhile, Nancy's choice to change her degree for the 3rd time was welcomed with encouraging nods and promises to pay for another semester. The wedding disparity was probably the most obvious indication of their bias. Nancy's wedding 2 years ago was a $50,000 production that our parents fully supported. Destination bachelor and bachelorette parties, expensive gowns, and a lavish banquet at the country club. No cost was spared. When I got engaged 5 years ago, my parents gave me a $3,500 check and urged we keep things simple. The engagement failed, in part because of the stress of organizing a wedding on a low budget while working 60-hour weeks at the firm. However, their relief at not having to contribute anymore was evident. Even my professional accomplishments appeared to live in a parallel universe where they did not matter. Most lawyers could only dream of becoming partners at one of the city's most famous legal firms before they reached the age of 35. The financial gains enabled me to buy investment properties, travel widely, and accumulate a sizable portfolio. But to my parents, it was just Eloin's job, something stated casually while they told anybody who would listen about Nancy's latest parenting blog post or her children's preschool activities. While Nancy received recognition for every tiny accomplishment, my triumphs were rewarded with polite glances and rapid subject shifts. Even when I became a partner at my law firm last year, my parents managed to convert a celebratory dinner into a conversation about the twins starting preschool. The partner announcement had been especially devastating. I'd been working toward this moment for nearly a decade, sacrificing relationships, social life, and personal time to advance my job. I cried when the senior partners took me into the conference room and offered me the partnership. It meant more than simply financial security. It validated all those years of working on impossible cases and invoicing more hours than seemed humanly conceivable. I called my parents right after we signed the partnership agreement, barely able to conceal my joy. "Mom, I did it. I made a partner." The reaction was muted at best. "Oh, that's nice, honey. Listen, can I call you back? Nancy is bringing the twins over, and I want to finish preparing their snacks." When I eventually got them to agree to a celebratory dinner, I was hoping for something extraordinary. Instead, they went to a restaurant Nancy liked, spent the first 20 minutes talking about the twins' sleeping schedules, and when I tried to explain what partnership meant, the years of work, the financial implications, the professional recognition, my mother interrupted to tell me a cute story about one of the twins' morning activities. I excused myself to the restroom halfway through supper and pondered leaving. But I stayed, smiled, and nodded for another hour of Nancy-centric talk, all while my partnership papers remained undisturbed in my briefcase. My most significant professional success has been reduced to background noise. "Sure, Mom. Have a wonderful time," I typed back, my fingers steady despite the pain in my stomach. What they didn't realize was that their text had just cemented my decision regarding the surprise I'd planned. 8 months ago, I bought a lovely villa in the French Riviera, which I kept from my close family. The property's beautiful Mediterranean views and roomy rooms were ideal for my needs. The property was an impetuous buy that proved to be the best decision I'd ever made. I was in France for a legal conference in Nice, and on a weekend vacation, I took a drive along the coast. The real estate sign was hardly visible among the olive trees, yet something about the place appealed to me. A French entrepreneur built the mansion in the 1920s, and the same family tenderly kept it for decades before deciding to sell. The instant I stepped past the wrought iron gates, and saw the Mediterranean stretched eternally beyond the terrace gardens, I knew I had to have it. The house was an architectural beauty, with cream-colored stone walls, terracotta roof tiles, and floor-to-ceiling windows that let in plenty of natural light. Inside, the rooms flowed effortlessly from one to the next, with high ceilings, original marble floors, and meticulously kept historical decorations. The master suite took up the entire third level, with a private terrace overlooking the sea and a bathroom that felt more like a luxury spa. 8 more bedrooms, each with its own personality and outlook, could easily accommodate big parties. The kitchen was a chef's delight. Vintage appliances were restored with modern comforts, granite countertops, and windows that led into herb gardens with wild rosemary and lavender. But it was the outdoor places that really took my breath away. Several terraces fell to the river, connected by stone staircases and dotted with mature olive trees and beautiful vines. The infinity pool appeared to blend into the horizon, while private resting places were tucked throughout the gardens, ideal for quiet discussion or lonely thought. The acquisition process had been unexpectedly simple, both to my legal expertise and the fact that the sellers recognized my clear enthusiasm for the house. Within 6 weeks, I owned what could only be described as a Mediterranean paradise. I had slowly and painstakingly equipped it over the course of 8 months, working with local artisans and antiquarians to acquire pieces that acknowledged the villa's heritage while providing modern comfort. Every space had a narrative, from the ancient French furniture in the formal dining room to the vibrant ceramics on the kitchen shelves. What made the purchase even more rewarding was that I paid for it with my partnership bonus and investment gains, resulting in a reasonable mortgage. Years of cautious investing, paired with my legal salary, had made it feasible. It was more than just a holiday home, it was a declaration of independence. A home that was entirely mine, where I could create the memories and rituals I had always desired. The irony was not lost on me that my parents, who had continually underestimated my accomplishments, were unaware that their purportedly struggling daughter now possessed one of the most gorgeous villas on the French Riviera. My parents and sister lived in a little bubble, but I maintained tight contacts with our extended family. Aunt Celeste taught me to bake when my mother was preoccupied with Nancy's dance recital. Uncle Peregrine came to my law school graduation when my parents selected Nancy's baby shower instead. Cousins who remembered my birthday and acknowledged my accomplishments. They all knew about my accomplishments, promotions, and investments. Unlike my parents, they have taken an interest in my life, aspirations, and journey. And when I offered holding Thanksgiving in my new villa, they were overjoyed. My relationship with my extended family had grown in importance over the years, particularly as the difference between my parents' treatment of Nancy and me expanded. These relatives had observed the family dynamics at gatherings and subtly conveyed their disdain by paying more attention to me and my accomplishments. Aunt Celeste, my mother's older sister, had been especially supportive. She was the one who taught me to cook when I was 12, after my mother said she was too busy with Nancy's activities to engage me in meal preparation. Those Saturday afternoon baking sessions have become some of my favorite childhood memories. Measuring flour, learning to fold egg whites, and telling stories as cookies baked in the oven. Uncle Peregrine, my father's brother, had served as a surrogate parent figure in many key situations. Uncle Peregrine drove 4 hours to attend my law school graduation, which my parents had missed for Nancy's baby shower. He'd been the one who cheered the loudest when my name was called, and he'd treated me to an expensive meal afterwards to celebrate properly. "Your parents don't know what they're missing," he had stated that evening. "But I do, and I'm proud of you." The cousins had become like siblings to me. The ones I wanted I had as a child. They recalled my birthday with wonderful gifts, inquired about my cases, celebrated my wins, and commiserated over my disappointments. When I mentioned the villa purchase in a family group chat, their delight was immediate and real. "Are you serious?" Cousin Alara wrote. "You bought a house in France?" I answered, "Not just a house," and shared additional images. "A villa with room for everyone." The answers poured in. Heart emoticons, congrats, and fast requests for information about visiting. It was at this point that the concept of Thanksgiving became clear. Why not assemble the folks who truly appreciated me in a setting that would produce great memories? When I suggested holding Thanksgiving at the villa, the reaction was overwhelming. Aunts and uncles, who had previously spent the holiday listening to my parents' constant admiration of Nancy, were now making worldwide travel plans. Cousins were looking up flights and coordinating schedules. Even the family's teenagers were looking forward to a holiday that usually involved tedious adult chat. The scheme had taken on a life of its own. Family members were researching events, exchanging Pinterest boards with French Thanksgiving ideas, and organizing group conversations to coordinate clothing and photos. The joy was contagious, and for the first time in years, I was actually looking forward to a family vacation. I took up my phone again, this time to check the group chat with my extended family. The enthusiasm was palpable. "Aunt Celeste has just booked our flights. Leander cannot wait to experience French cuisine. Uncle Peregrine, Ilara, and the kids are already packed. I can't believe it is still 2 weeks away. Cousin Caspian has the wine trip booked for Friday. This is better than a boring Thanksgiving in your hometown." 19 family members confirmed, including aunts, uncles, cousins, spouses, and children. The extended family was huge and close-knit, spanning across several cities but bonded by a real love for one another. Everyone except for my parents and Nancy's family of 4. I had planned private tours, wine tastings, cooking instruction with a local chef, and a beautiful Thanksgiving feast that combined American tradition with French elegance. My phone vibrated again. "Ma, maybe you can come for Christmas instead if Nancy's schedule permits." I almost laughed aloud. Always conditional, always subject to Nancy's ideas. I did not bother answering. Instead, I concentrated on the final preparations. The villa staff had everything under control, but I wanted every aspect to be flawless. The guest rooms were allotted, the activities arranged, and the cuisines meticulously chosen. I even arranged for a professional photographer to capture our festivities. The logistics of hosting 23 guests in France were more complicated than I had anticipated, but it was also extremely fulfilling to organize. I had worked with a local concierge firm to arrange airport transfers, ensuring that each arriving family member was welcomed by a private driver and taken to the property in comfort. The thought of my relatives being chauffeured across the French countryside in fancy vehicles while my parents remained at home was especially pleasant. Each bedroom was assigned according to family dynamics and preferences. Aunt Celeste and Uncle Leander, the early risers, were assigned the east-facing room with a sunrise view. Families with young children were put on the second level to ensure easy access to the garden. The teenagers were put together in the restored carriage house, allowing them to be independent but being close enough for supervision. I'd hired extra staff for the week through a luxury concierge service, Chef Antoine, who had experience cooking both French and American cuisine, extra housekeeping to keep everything spotless, and a bilingual activities coordinator to help manage the large group and deal with any language barriers. The cost was hefty, but witnessing my family enjoy true luxury was well worth it. Activity planning had been a labor of love. I had booked private tours of surrounding vineyards, complete with wine samples and viticulture education. A renowned local chef would lead cooking workshops, teaching family members how to prepare traditional province foods. I reserved a private yacht for a sunset ride along the coast and scheduled guided visits of historical villages and art museums. For the kids, I planned treasure hunts through the villa's gardens, art sessions with a local painter, and beach excursions with all essential equipment provided. Even the youngsters had specialized activities: photography courses, taking advantage of the breathtaking scenery, and evening meetings with local musicians who could teach them classic French tunes. The dinner planning had been very elaborate. Working with Chef Antoine, we produced a fusion Thanksgiving feast that honored American customs while highlighting French Riviera culinary prowess. The turkey would be prepared with herbs from the villa's garden and served with both traditional stuffing and Mediterranean-style chestnut dressing. The meal would be complemented by fresh oysters, bouillabaisse, and grilled fish caught the same morning. The wine selection was chosen from local wineries, with tastings arranged throughout the week to let guests understand the region's terroir. I'd also arranged for French champagne to commemorate key occasions and imported some American favorites for individuals who favored familiar tastes. The photographer I hired specialized in shooting lifestyle events for high-end clients. She specialized on candid family photos that appeared natural while highlighting the villa's attractiveness. Every perspective of the property would be documented, resulting in a visual story that would spontaneously circulate on social media as family members shared their experiences. The timing was excellent. While my parents planned a nice supper with Nancy's family, I would throw an international event that would be remembered for years. The contrast could not have been sharper: their small exclusive gathering with my inclusive opulent celebration. My mother called about a week before Thanksgiving. "Elowen, honey, I hope you're not too disappointed about Thursday. It's just that Nancy's twins have been so fussy lately. And you know how your father gets when there's too much chaos." The irony of her anxiety about disorder, coming as I was orchestrating an international meeting of 23 individuals, did not escape me. If only she knew what I was doing while she was concerned about two tiny children ruining their calm supper. "Don't worry about me, Mom," I said, admiring the Mediterranean sunset from my villa patio. "I won't be alone." As I chatted, I was standing on the main terrace, watching the villa staff tidy up the outside dining areas. String lights were tested, cushions were placed on lounge furniture, and the infinity pool's lighting system was tuned to create the ideal atmosphere for evening photography. The vista was so stunning that it could have come straight from a luxury vacation brochure. "Oh, do you have plans with friends?" The disbelief in her voice was almost hilarious, as if I couldn't possibly live without them. Her condescending tone was familiar, yet it still stung. After 33 years, she still appeared startled that I could have important connections and exciting goals. In her eyes, I was still the secondary daughter, the one who should be grateful for whatever attention they chose to provide. "Something like that," I said faintly. "Actually, I should go. I have some arrangements to finalize." Through the French doors, I could see Aunt Celeste and Uncle Leander arrive early in the entrance hall, their delighted voices echoing as they took in the villa's splendor. Other family members would arrive over the next 2 days, and I wanted to be present at each reunion. Arrangements. "Elowen, you're not working through Thanksgiving, are you?" "You know how we feel about goodbye, Mom. Give my love to Nancy and the twins." As I hung up, my Aunt Celeste's automobile entered the villa's circular driveway. She and Uncle Leander arrived early to assist with the final preparations. Watching them enthuse about the villa's splendor made me feel a warmth that had nothing to do with the Mediterranean climate. Aunt Celeste grabbed me tightly. "This is incredible, Elowen. Your parents have no idea what they're missing, do they?" I shook my head and smiled. "They're about to find out." Uncle Leander whistled as he surveyed the view. "Their loss is our gain, though. I can't wait to see their faces when the photos hit social media. Neither can I confessed. Neither can I. The following few days were a blur of arrivals, cousins and their families, uncles and aunts. Each arrival adds to the delight and excitement in the villa. Every room was filled with laughing. Each meal is an unexpected celebration. This, I understood, is how family should feel. Each arrival had been a standalone event. The first to arrive were Aunt Celeste and Uncle Leander, who had flown down from Chicago. Their reaction to viewing the property for the first time was just what I hoped for. Aunt Celeste gasped when she stepped through the main door and saw the entrance hall with its soaring ceiling and crystal chandelier, whilst Uncle Leander dashed to the terrace to take in the Mediterranean view. "Elowen, this is incredible," Aunt Celeste exclaimed, squeezing me into a hug. "I can't believe you've been keeping this secret. No wonder you weren't worried about Thanksgiving plans." Uncle Peregrine and his family arrived next, having driven down from Paris, where they had spent several days sightseeing. His teenagers, who are usually hooked to their phones, put them away when they saw the villa grounds. "Aunt Elowen, this place is insane," his daughter Madison said, immediately planning Instagram postings that would make her friends back home envious. Cousin Alara arrived with her husband and 2 young children, who instantly claimed the area as their own playground. Watching children run through the olive trees and hide behind ancient stone walls reminded me of my own childhood fantasies of having freedom to roam and adventures to uncover. The New York contingent arrived in a group, 3 cousin families who had planned their flights and were going as a small delegation. Their joy was contagious. They'd spent the entire flight deciding which activities to prioritize and debating how this would be the best Thanksgiving they'd ever had. Even my great-aunt Lysandra had traveled from Florida for her first international vacation in 17 years. At 83 years old, she was the family matriarch, and her presence added historical significance to the gathering. "I've been to a lot of Thanksgivings," she said as I helped her move into her ground floor suite. "But this one is going to be special. I can feel it." What impressed me the most was how well everyone blended in. Despite coming from different cities and having varying levels of comfort with international travel, the family rapidly became a cohesive, joyful unit. Conversation spanned generations. Everyone was instinctively involved in the activities, and there was an underlying sense of gratitude for being a part of something amazing. The teenagers flocked toward each other while still interacting with the grown-ups. The small youngsters found playmates among their cousins and adopted each adult as a surrogate aunt or uncle. The middle generation collaborated on food preparation and activity planning, while the older family members shared stories and knowledge from comfortable seats with excellent views. It was a dramatic contrast to usual family gatherings back home, where talks felt forced and activities were tailored to Nancy's children's schedules and tastes. Here the dynamic seemed natural and inclusive. Everyone contributed something. Whether it was assisting with food, arranging games, exchanging travel stories, or simply adding to the festive atmosphere, the villa appeared to be ideal for this type of gathering. The numerous patios enabled both intimate chats and bigger group activities. The huge kitchen encouraged collaborative cooking, while the formal dining room could seat everyone for substantial dinners. The garden allowed children to play while adults supervised and engaged. Most importantly, I felt respected and valued in a way that had been lacking in family connections for years. My folks were not just grateful for the luxurious accommodations and exotic setting. They were really interested in my life, job, and viewpoints. Conversations were not continuously focused on Nancy's accomplishments or her children's milestones. Instead, I found myself at the center of talks about law, travel, investing, and personal experiences. The night before Thanksgiving, as everyone gathered on the patio for a welcome dinner, I lifted my glass. "To family," I said, staring at the faces of those who had chosen to love and support me unconditionally, the ones who came. The welcoming supper was probably the most emotional moment of the entire week. As I gazed around the table at the faces illuminated by candles and the warm glow of string lights, I knew I had been missing something my entire life. This was how family was meant to feel: supportive, inclusive, joyous, and authentic. The supper itself was a preview of what was to come. Chef Antoine has designed a menu of French and Mediterranean dishes with local ingredients and traditional cooking methods. The presentation was sophisticated but not arrogant, and the flavors were a revelation for family members who had never tried true French cuisine. More than the meal, the discussion and atmosphere made the evening memorable. Stories were shared, jokes were told, and plans for the next few days were established. There was none of the tension or caution around delicate topics that characterizes gatherings with my immediate family. Instead, there was easy laughter, real interest in one another's life, and a distinct sense of anticipation for the days ahead. When I raised my glass and proposed the toast, the response was quick and heartfelt. 23 glasses rose in unison, and the symphony of voices reacting to family and Alawan moved me to tears. They had journeyed hundreds of miles to be here, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. They treasured my presence in their lives and wished to make wonderful memories together. 23 glasses clinked in response, and I knew that tomorrow would be unforgettable. Not only for us, but also for others who had chosen to stay away from our meeting. My parents had no idea that their tranquil Thanksgiving was about to turn into something much less peaceful when they realized what they'd missed. Thanksgiving morning at the villa was everything I expected, and more. The perfume of freshly baked quiches blended with typical turkey aromas. As our private chef combined French food with American custom, children's laughter boomed through the marble corridors as my younger cousins played hide-and-seek among the antique furniture. My phone vibrated with a text message from Nancy. "Happy Thanksgiving. Mom wanted me to check if you're doing okay by yourself. We could FaceTime later if you're lonely." I looked around at my bustling villa. Aunt Celeste and cousin Alara were arranging flowers in the dining room. Their lively debate on table settings was punctuated by frequent laughing. Uncle Peregrine was teaching the adolescents how to play bull in the garden, while the rest of the family helped in the kitchen or explored the village. Lonely. I hadn't felt isolated for years. "Thanks, but I'm quite busy actually." "Enjoy your quiet celebration," I said, adding a smile for good measure. The photographer I had hired arrived about mid-morning, capturing candid images of true family joy. Every shot was flawless. The sunlight terrace overlooking the Mediterranean, cousins telling stories over wine, children playing in the groomed gardens, and the magnificent feast being prepared in the gourmet kitchen. "These photos are magazine-worthy," the photographer said, showing me some preliminary shots. The lighting, the location, the genuine happiness on everyone's faces. It's magical. Around midday, my phone rang. It was Mom. "Alawan, are you sure you don't want to join us for dessert later? Nancy is making her famous pumpkin pie." I strolled onto my own balcony and saw Uncle Peregrine instruct my youngest cousin how to properly toss a bull ball. "Actually, Mom, I'm in the middle of hosting lunch. Can I call you back?" "Hosting?" But I assumed the sound of children's laughter and enthusiastic talk had carried over the phone because she hesitated. "Where are you exactly?" "France," I answered simply. "The French Riviera, to be specific. I bought a villa here 13 months ago." The stillness at the other end was deafening. "You bought a villa in France?" Her voice had climbed one octave. "Why didn't you tell us?" "Why would I? You've made it clear that my life isn't a priority. Besides, I didn't want to disturb your peaceful Thanksgiving plans." More silence then. "Who are you hosting?" "Oh, just the family. Aunt Celeste and Uncle Leander, Uncle Peregrine and his crew, all the cousins and their kids. Everyone except you, Dad and Nancy. Actually, they've been here all week. We've done wine tastings, cooking classes, toured the villages. It's been wonderful." I could just hear her thoughts spinning as she calculated how many family members had chosen my gathering over their customary Thanksgiving preparations. "All week?" she exclaimed. "But they always come to our house for Thanksgiving." "Things change, Mom. Sometimes people prefer to be where they're genuinely wanted." "That's not fair, Alawan. We just wanted a quiet—" "I need to go, Mom. The photographer wants to get some group shots before lunch, and Chef Antoine is about to serve the first course." I ended the conversation and turned to see Aunt Celeste standing in the doorway, a knowing smile on her lips. "Let me guess," she asked. "Catherine finally realized what she's missing." I nodded and accepted her loving hug. "She did." "Good," Aunt Celeste replied firmly. "Maybe next time they'll think twice before excluding you." The remainder of the afternoon was a sensory feast. Chef Antoine outdid himself by creating a dinner that combined traditional Thanksgiving dishes with French Riviera cuisine. The turkey was cooked well and served with both traditional stuffing and Mediterranean specialties. The wine flowed freely, and each course was paired with wines from local vineyards. As we gathered around the large table on the balcony, the setting sun painted the sky in gorgeous oranges and pinks. I couldn't help but feel grateful, not for my parents' exclusion but for the reminder it provided about what true family entails. My phone had been constantly ringing with texts from Nancy, several calls from Mom, and even one from Dad. But I ignored all of them. Instead, I focused on the now. Uncle Peregrine is narrating embarrassing memories from his college days. Cousins plotting tomorrow's activities. Children were sneaking additional sweets when their parents weren't looking. The photographer caught everything. Each click of his camera captured recollections of what would become a new tradition, because I could tell from the pleasure around me that this would not be a one-time event. This was the beginning of something amazing. As the evening progressed, I eventually checked my phone. Among the missed calls and texts was a notification that Nancy had attempted to add me to her Instagram close friends list, which she had never done before. I smiled, knowing exactly what was coming. When the photographer's photos began to appear on social media, and the extended family began sharing their stories and photos of our lovely French Thanksgiving, my parents would fully comprehend how much their yearning for peace and quiet had cost them. But that was tomorrow's drama. Tonight I had a family to celebrate with. One who had chosen to be here, to include rather than exclude, and to make memories together in this lovely setting. And that was something to be sincerely grateful for. The day after Thanksgiving, I awoke to the sounds of waves and eager chatter in the garden. Through my balcony doors, I could see several cousins already eating breakfast on the terrace, while the kids chased each other around the fountain. My phone had exploded overnight. The photographer had produced the first round of images, and as expected, everyone began sharing them on social media. The photos were stunning. A sunset meal on the patio, children playing in the Mediterranean garden, magnificent table settings with the sea as a backdrop, and endless candid views of genuine family happiness. Aunt Celeste had shared an album called A Thanksgiving to Remember, with the comment, "When one door closes, another opens in the French Riviera." Thank you, Eloan, for showing us what family celebrations should feel like. The likes and comments poured in, including from my parents' social circle. Their country club friends, church group, and neighbors were all commenting on how nice everything looked, wondering why Catherine and Robert weren't present, and inquiring about the lovely property. Nancy made the initial call. "Why didn't you tell me?" she screamed, her voice angry and envious. "A villa in France, the whole family there. Mom's having a meltdown." "Tell you," I said calmly, watching the morning sun shimmer on the ocean. "Like you tell me about your family gatherings. Like you told me about the summer barbecue last month or the twins' birthday party. That's different. Those were small." "No, Nancy, it's not different. You and Mom and Dad created your little exclusive circle, and that's fine. I created something better." I heard one of the twins wailing in the background. Nancy's voice lowered to a whisper. "Mom's devastated. All her friends are asking questions. The Hendersons even canceled their Christmas dinner with us to accept your invitation to New Year's here." I hadn't even publicized my New Year's plans yet, but it appears that my family had done so for me. Good. "Well," I declared, "I guess Mom got the peaceful holiday she wanted." "How was it?" Nancy remained quiet for a minute. "Boring," she eventually conceded. "Dad fell asleep watching football. The twins were cranky, and Mom kept checking her phone every 5 minutes after your call. It wasn't like Thanksgiving should be." "No, I agree. It wasn't." After hanging up, I joined the family for breakfast. Uncle Peregrine was arranging a boat tour for the afternoon, while Aunt Celeste and Cousin Alara planned a trip to the local markets. The kids were deciding between the beach and the pool when someone suggested a picnic in the vineyard. Then my father called. "Princess," he began using his negotiation tone. The one he used when he asked me to abandon my plans for Nancy's sake. "Your mother and I have been talking. Dad, I'm actually heading out for a boat tour with the family. Can this wait? That's what we want to discuss. Family unity. Your mother is very upset about all this." I watched my real family prepare for the day, laughing and preparing together. "I'm sure she is, Dad. But you know what? I was upset too. Every time you excluded me. Every time my achievements were overlooked. Every time Nancy's needs came first. The difference is I did something positive with that feeling. But buying a villa, hosting Thanksgiving without telling us. Like you planned holidays without telling me. It doesn't feel good, does it?" He was silent for a moment. "No," he finally replied. "Enjoy your peaceful weekend, Dad. I need to go. Uncle Peregrine is waiting." The following days were a whirl of activities, laughter, and memory-making. More photographs were shared on social media, including our boat tour down the coast, wine tasting at a historic winery, cooking classes with Chef Antoine, and sunset meals in the hamlet. My parents' phones kept ringing with friends wondering about the French villa they'd never seen, the family event they'd missed, and the daughter they'd clearly underestimated. A week later, as the family was about to leave, Aunt Celeste held me tightly. "You know they'll try to invite themselves for Christmas," she told me. I nodded. I know, but Christmas is already planned. I'm taking everyone to my chalet in the Swiss Alps. She drew back, eyes wide. You have a chalet too? I bought it last spring, I said, grinning. I think it's time for a new holiday tradition, don't you? As I waved farewell to the last of the departing family members, my phone vibrated with a text from Mom. Honey, about Christmas. Your father and I have been thinking. I left it unread. Let them think. Let them ponder. Let them finally comprehend what it's like to be on the outside looking in. Because getting even isn't always the greatest way to exact payback. It's about building something so amazing that those who excluded you can only look back and regret their actions. And as I stood on my terrace, enjoying the Mediterranean sunset and planned Christmas in Switzerland, I knew I'd never have to go on another holiday feeling unloved or forgotten again. I created my own rituals with family members who choose to be present in breathtaking locations. And that was more valuable than any peaceful, quiet supper my parents could ever arrange without me. The memories of that Thanksgiving lingered long after everyone had returned home. My cousins texted often, exchanging images from the vacation, inside jokes produced in the villa's gardens, and Chef Antoine's recipes that they were trying in their own homes. We formed a long-lasting friendship there, which had never happened at any of my parents' gatherings. Even my great-aunt Lysandra, who rarely left her Florida home, told everyone she encountered about her magnificent excursion to France. She framed a portrait of herself on the terrace with the Mediterranean in the background and proudly exhibited it in her living room. For her, it demonstrated that life did not end simply because you were older. It proved to me that I had made the proper decision. The ripple effect was much larger than I had anticipated. Family members who had previously accepted my parents' invites began calling me personally, inquiring about my plans for Easter, summer vacations, and birthdays. The family's center of gravity gradually changed. Nancy was no longer the uncontested center around which everything swirled. For the first time, I was the one others looked to. I didn't pursue that role out of spite. I didn't want to replace Nancy, but I wanted to demonstrate that love, respect, and inclusion were more important than appearances or favoritism. And by opening my house and investing my time and money in making memories, I was demonstrating it in a manner that words alone could not. Of course, my parents didn't see things that way. To them, it was a betrayal. Catherine and Robert attempted to restore their reputation among their colleagues, but the photos portrayed a story they could not control. Neighbors questioned why they hadn't been to the lovely villa. Church members questioned why they had chosen to exclude their own daughter. Country club acquaintances remarked at the size of the crowd and spoke about the clear split. Meanwhile, Nancy became increasingly resentful. She contacted me several times in the weeks that followed, her voice filled with restrained rage. You made Mom cry, she alleged. She's embarrassed. I wanted to tell her that Mom had made me weep so many times over the years, but never in front of her dear friends. Instead, I remained quiet. Maybe she should think about why she's embarrassed, I told her. Maybe it's because she finally has to explain her choices. Nancy hung up on me, but not before I heard one of the twins in the background say, "Why weren't we invited to France, Mommy?" That question, more than anything I could have answered, would haunt her. Because kids notice. They observe who receives attention, who is included, and who is left behind, and they gradually begin to question why. Christmas in the Alps was everything I dreamed for. Snow-capped peaks, snug chalets, roaring fires, and days spent skiing, followed by evenings of hot chocolate and laughing. Once again, the extended family arrived. Again, my parents and Nancy did not. Once again, the photographs spoke the tale for me. As we stood in front of a large Christmas tree in the chalet's grand hall, I realized something deep. I wasn't only hosting holidays. I was reinventing family traditions. I was changing the narrative that had always portrayed me as secondary with one in which I was essential. Not for ego, but out of love. Because the truth was that I adored my family. Not the family my parents had envisioned, but the broader, messier, more authentic one that had always been, waiting for someone to bring it together. And when I looked around at the faces gleaming in the firelight, I realized I had done just that. By New Year's, the transformation was obvious. Friends of my cousins begged to be included on future vacations. My phone was always buzzing with group messages, planning, and laughing. The property in France became our summer home base, while the chalet served as our winter retreat. And I, Eloan, the afterthought, the forgotten daughter, was suddenly the center of it all. My folks, unsurprisingly, continued to stew. They tried invitations, guilt trips, and even financial offers to help me host so they could reclaim some power. But I gently declined each time, because this was no longer about them. It was all about us. The ones who showed up, cared, and wanted to create something beautiful together. So with each holiday, gathering, and shared memory, I felt the weight of years of isolation ease off. I was no longer the overlooked daughter. I was the host, the connector, and the one who demonstrated that family isn't about favoritism or appearances. It's about being present, loving, and inclusive. And while I stood on balconies overlooking oceans and mountains, surrounded by laughter and warmth, I realized one thing was certain. Mom demanded $18,000 for my sister's wedding. When I refused, she stole it. Weeks later, both faced fraud charges and lost a $250,000 trust fund. Look, as a 27-year-old boy, I've always understood that my mother played favorites. Growing up, you just accept certain things. Some children receive the spotlight, while others get the bill. I was usually the latter. My younger sister Isabel was the golden child from the start, with private school paid for, a car given to her at the age of 18, and college tuition covered without her doing a single shift. Meanwhile, I was trudging through community college and working nights at a warehouse to pay textbooks for character development or whatever. But this was a completely new level of chutzpah. It was a Thursday evening around 7. I had just returned home from my job at the engineering firm, still dressed in my work clothes, and was ready to take a drink and unwind. That's when my mother entered my apartment. Yes, she still had the key. With that expression on her face, I was about to make another mistake I would later regret. She did not even sit down. I stood there in my living room, arms crossed, and dropped it like a bomb. Lucas and Isabel's wedding is in 3 months. She needs $18,000. You're going to give it to her. Not, can you help? Or, would you consider? But a straight-up demand for $18,000. I sat down slowly with my drink, attempting to digest what I had just heard. Mom, there is my entire savings account. I've been working on that for 4 years. Her expression did not change. That cold, calculated gaze she'd honed over decades. You do not need it right now. Isabel is getting married. Today is her big day. Lucas, family comes first. Or did I raise you to be selfish? There it was. She has been using guilt and manipulation since I was a child. Paint me as the bad person for wanting to keep the money I earned from working 60-hour weeks and skipping vacations. I took a breath and remained cool. Mom, I worked my butt off for that money. Isabel is 26. Her fiancé, Mark, has a job. They make twice as much as I do. If they can't afford their dream wedding, should they tone it back or save up? The wrong answer. Her face stiffened like concrete. So you plan to disgrace your sister? Allow her to walk down the aisle in a low-cost venue because her brother is too rich to support the family. Everyone will know that you declined. Your uncles, cousins, and everyone. The threat was evident. She would make me the villain of every family gathering for the rest of my life. Consider me the selfish son who let his sister's wedding fall apart. Never mind that I'd helped them before. I covered my mother's car payment twice last year. Paid for Isabel's emergency dental work, which included cosmetic veneers. But, yes, I'm the greedy one here. I'm not paying for Isabel's wedding, I stated firmly, looking her dead in the eyes. That's it. The temperature in the room dropped by roughly 20 degrees. Mom's lips tightened into a narrow line and her eyes became dark. You are making a mistake, Lucas. A large one. Do not say I didn't warn you. She turned and stormed out, slamming the apartment door so hard that it rattled the frame. I sat in the silence that followed. That sickening feeling in my belly told me that this was not over. I should have changed my locks that night. Should have frozen my credit. I should have done a number of things. But I figured even she wouldn't break certain boundaries. Yes, I was mistaken about that. My phone was vibrating like crazy when I got up on Friday morning. My bank's fraud department missed 3 calls and sent 2 text alerts. My stomach fell before I opened them. I logged onto my banking app, and my worst suspicions were true. My available credit has plummeted. Nearly $18,000 in pending charges were posted overnight. My checking balance was unaffected. This was all on my credit card. The transaction history made me want to punch through the wall. Wedding venue deposit, $6,000. The catering down payment is $5,200. Photography package costs $3,400. Florist charges $1,800. Dress adjustments cost $1,200. Reception decorations cost $600. The charges kept coming. All within an 8-hour time frame. I kept my credit card secured in my desk drawer. My hands were so shaky that I couldn't even dial the bank. I spent 20 minutes on the phone confirming information I already knew. Someone had used my card for a shopping spree, and they got my complete card information, including the CVV code. The fraud representative inquired whether anyone had access to my residence. My mother has a key, I explained, and she wanted the exact amount yesterday. The rep fell silent for a moment. Sir, I apologize, but you will need to submit a police report for fraud. We can begin the dispute process, but with family involvement, things could become problematic. I hung up and sat on my couch, trying to get my brain around it. My mother had broken into my apartment, found my credit card, and used it to pay for my sister's wedding, which cost nearly $18,000. Not asked, borrowed, or stolen. My friend Jonas, with whom I'd worked for 5 years, contacted right away to arrange our customary Friday coffee run. I heard something in my voice as I responded. You sound like someone pissed in your cereal. What happened, dude? I told him everything. He paused for a time before saying, Bro, you need to handle this now, or they'll keep doing it forever. He was correct. It wasn't simply about money anymore. This was about my mother thinking she could rob me and not face any consequences. I called my mother. She answered the third ring, sounded pleasant, as if she hadn't just committed felony fraud 14 hours before. Morning, Lucas. I hope you've had time to think about. You stole my credit card. I cut her off, my voice hard. You stole $18,000. Silence, followed by her trademark patronizing tone. Oh, don't be too dramatic. I did not steal anything. I just handled things. Isabel needed assistance, and you were being stubborn. You'll thank me later once you see how lovely the wedding is. This woman has some nerve. She did not even refute it. Did not apologize. She acted like she was doing me a favor. I need my card back now. And you are going to cancel all of those charges. She laughed. Lucas, honey, it's already finished. The deposits are non-refundable. Simply accept it and move on. Besides, what are you going to do? Call the cops on your own mother? There it was. The actual power play. She assumed I wouldn't press charges because of family loyalty and the way it would look, because she'd taught me never to generate a scene. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated. She had laughed too, but there was no humor about it. So much for it. You have 72 hours to repay all of the money, or I will file a police report. You would not dare. I hung up. Then I called the bank again and officially reported the stolen card and all charges as fraudulent. The representative directed me through the next procedures, including submitting a police report, which I booked for the following morning. Then I did something that will eventually pay off. I called my father. My parents divorced when I was 21, around 7 years ago. Dad had relocated 2 states over, remarried, and started a new life. The divorce had been messy. Dad found Mom had been siphoning funds from their joint accounts for years. This is why he left. He picked up on the second ring. Lucas, is everything fine? Dad, I need to ask you about the will you mentioned before. The one Grandpa left. Saturday morning, I arrived at the police station with printed bank statements, transaction logs, text message screenshots, and a timeline of events. Inspector Elena Rossi, the officer who collected my report, was competent but first dubious. You're filing charges against your mother for credit card fraud? She inquired, studying the documents. Yeah. She stole my card from my flat and spent all of my savings without my consent. I have evidence that she was in my apartment. That caught her interest. I accessed the CCTV footage on my phone, which I had obtained from my building management that morning. My mother sneaks into my apartment in the middle of the night and leaves 55 minutes later with a tiny purse. Inspector Rossi's expression changed from dubious to really concerned. Mr. Moreau, this is considerable proof. With this film and the financial documents, we can surely proceed. Are you sure you want to file charges? I am certain. She nodded and began the papers. They told me it would take a few days to process, that they would need to question my mother and Isabel, and that I should be prepared for any backlash. I was expecting the wrath. This was part of the plan. Meanwhile, Mom had presumably told Isabel about what had transpired, as my phone began to fill up with texts from my sister. Angry ones. How could you do this to me? My wedding is in 10 weeks. Everyone will know you're a selfish jerk. I hope you're enjoying spoiling my wonderful day. Actually, I was. I did not respond to any of them. I just screenshotted everything and saved it to my evidence folder. My uncle Stefan, Mom's brother, called me on Sunday evening. He'd always been more sensible than her, but he avoided family conflict. Emphasis on typically. Lucas, your mother called me in hysterics. Says you're attempting to have her arrested due to a misunderstanding. Uncle Stefan. She stole my credit card and spent $18,000 without my authorization. That is not a misunderstanding. He exhaled. I'm not saying what she did was right, but is it truly worth breaking the family apart? Can't you simply figure it out? Ah, yes. I believe he meant that you just let her rob you in peace. She had an opportunity to put things right. She refused. This isn't about money anymore. It is about their believing that they can do whatever they want without consequences. There was a prolonged pause. Your mother stated something about combating this. She said she had resources. This made my blood run cold. Resources meant lawyers, which is why my discussion with Dad the other day was so crucial. After I hung up, I opened the folder Dad had sent me overnight. Inside was documents about my grandfather's inheritance, specifically the trust fund he established before his death 5 years ago. Grandpa had been a successful small business entrepreneur who sold his company for a fair sum of money. Divide the money among his children and grandchildren, according to the trust's strict terms. The key clause is hidden in legalese. Any beneficiary convicted of fraud, theft, embezzlement, or financial crimes against another family member forfeits their whole portion in the trust, which will be redistributed to the remaining beneficiaries. Mom's part of $200,000 is now held in a managed trust, which she will not be able to touch until she is 62 next year. Isabel had a smaller share, $50,000, that would be unlocked when she was 28. The finest thing was that Grandpa had appointed me as the secondary trustee after Dad. If Mom was convicted of fraud, I would have the ability to implement the forfeiture clause. Every cent would be allocated to me and my cousins. Dad had warned me about this clause years ago when the will was read. Grandpa said he included it expressly because he had witnessed Mom's manipulative tendencies and wanted to shield the family from them. At the time, I assumed it was paranoid. Now I had the nuclear option. Monday morning, I received a call from Inspector Rossi. Mr. Moreau, we have reviewed your case. Given the evidence, we are proceeding with charges. Your mother will be contacted this week for questioning. How about my sister? She intentionally profited from the fraud. That is difficult. If she truly did not know the money had been taken, we cannot charge her, but we will question her. After we hung up, I texted Isabel. One basic message: every charge made with my stolen card must be returned immediately. You have 72 hours. Her reaction arrived within minutes. Are you insane? The deposits are non-refundable. The wedding is in 9 weeks. I am not canceling anything. I responded, then you'll be getting married while Mom is facing with fraud charges. Your choice. You're bluffing. You will not do this. I did not answer. Wednesday morning, the bomb went off. Inspector Rossi and another police arrived to Mom's residence to question her over the fraud charges. My aunt, who lived close, sent me a play-by-play in within an hour. They claimed the cops were there for 100 minutes. That mother came out pale and scared. Isabel screamed at them from the driveway. That afternoon my phone rang. Mom's attorney, Laurent Dubois, appears to have specialized in family law and white-collar defense. Wonderful. Mr. Moreau, I represent Claudia Moreau in connection with the claims you have made. I am phoning to discuss a resolution. My customer confesses that there was a misunderstanding over the use of your credit card. She's willing to set up a payment plan to repay the $18,000 over the course of 14 months. In exchange, you waive the charges. I nearly laughed. 14 months? A repayment plan? What about stolen money? Your client stole my card and committed fraud. There is video evidence. This is not a misunderstanding. It is a crime. The answer is no. His tone hardened. Mr. Moreau, I would advise you to reconsider. Bringing criminal charges against your mother will be costly, time-consuming, and irreversibly harm your family relationships. Is it actually worth $18,000? Yes, I replied bluntly. Very good. But I should tell you that we will mount a strong defense. This will turn ugly. Waiting for it. I hung up. After I hung up, my phone began to vibrate with texts from various family members. My Aunt Margot, Uncle Stefan, and even some cousins I seldom spoke with. Everyone was trying to get me to drop the accusations, to be the bigger person, to think of Isabel's wedding. None of them labeled Mom's actions wrong. It was all about protecting her and making sure Isabel's special day was not wrecked. Funny how family comes first, only when they require anything from me. Everyone knew Mom favored certain people, controlled others, and spoilt Isabel, but they all agreed because it was simpler than confronting them. So I was done making things simple. That evening Jonas arrived with pizza and drinks. Since the theft, he had been checking in on me every day to see how I was doing. So they hired lawyers, he claimed. Does this suggest you're in trouble? Nah, I have surveillance footage, bank records, and her own admission from a recorded call. She's screwed and she knows it. The lawyer is simply attempting to limit the harm. How about the wedding? I opened Isabel's Instagram on my phone. She'd shared a long dramatic story about how her toxic brother was attempting to spoil her special day and how families should support one another. The comments were largely positive. Her buddies did not know the whole tale. I told her she was playing the victim card too aggressively. Jonas shakes his head. Your family is just extraordinary. What's your overall goal here? I told him about the trust fund, Grandpa's forfeiture provision, and the $200,000 Mom may lose if convicted. He let out a low whistle. Wow, that's tactical. It is justice. She has spent my entire life taking from me money, time, and peace of mind. Now she is about to learn a lesson. And Isabel is collateral damage. She could have done the right thing by refunding the expenses. Instead, she is playing the victim. Jonas raised his drink. I have to say, man, I really admire this. Most people would have surrendered by now. The following few days were a flurry of legal preparation. Inspector Rossi called with updates. The probe was moving forward. They had confiscated Mom's financial papers and discovered evidence of other suspicious activities. Mom has apparently borrowed money from family members without asking for it before. Friday afternoon, exactly 1 week after the incident, I received a call from Isabel's fiancé, Mark. I scarcely knew him, but he sounded stressed. Lucas, man, we need to chat. Can we meet for coffee? It's just us. Interesting. I promised to meet him Saturday morning. Saturday morning, I arrived early at the coffee shop and settled into a back corner table where we could converse privately. Mark came 10 minutes later, looking worried and as if he had not slept in days. He sat across from me. Thank you for meeting me. I realize things are a disaster right now. That's one way to phrase it. He took a breath. Listen, I need you to grasp something. I didn't realize your mother stole that money. Isabel informed me you had agreed to contribute to the wedding and were eager to help. I leaned back and studied him. He appeared real, and you trusted him despite the fact that I had never discussed the wedding with you. Isabel mentioned that you two had a complex connection, and that you were more comfortable communicating through your mother. I thought that was strange, but... He trailed off and ran a hand through his hair. I wanted to believe her. We're getting married in 9 weeks. So, what has changed? The cops stopped up at her flat on Thursday to ask inquiries. I was there and overheard everything. When they went, I asked her directly if she knew the money had been stolen. She broke down and confessed everything. That caught my interest. Everything? Mark nodded, appearing unwell. Your mother did not only steal your card that night. She had been planning it for weeks. Isabel scouted your place during a visit 3 months ago to find out where you kept your wallet, paperwork, and everything else. Isabel suggested hitting the account at night, when you'd be sleeping and less likely to notice immediately away. My palms tightened into fists beneath the table. So Isabel was more than simply a passive recipient. She actively participated. The whole surprise sister act was just that. An act. She worked out the details with her mother. I inquired, keeping my voice level. Yes, it appears that your mother has been attempting to figure out how to access your money for months. Isabel is the one who pointed out that if you were asked directly, you would probably say no, therefore they should just accept it. I thought my trust difficulties couldn't get much worse. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Mark stared me in the eyes. Because I am not going to marry someone who helps rob their own brother. I called the wedding off this morning. The words remained in the air between us. I had not expected that. Did you call it off? I gave her the ring back an hour before I arrived. I told her I couldn't establish a life with someone capable of such dishonesty. She has been phoning and texting non-stop, but I banned her. He brought out his phone and showed me a series of increasingly anxious messages from Isabel. Mark, please. And that was Mom's idea, and I'll make things right. Finally, you're going to regret it. She also stated that she would tell everyone that I abandoned her at the altar, cheated, or did whatever else to make her appear like the victim. I'm ready for it though. I've already informed my family the truth. I respected that. Guy had a backbone. What do you need from me? Nothing really. Nothing. I just wanted you to know that not everyone in this scenario is against you, and I felt you should understand the entire scope of their plans. There is more. Of course there was. Mark took out his phone again, opened his photographs, and showed me copies of text communications between Isabel and Mom, plans for accessing my flat, and discussions about which vendors to book. Isabel even sent a message stating that Lucas is too passive to truly press accusations. He'll fold as the wedding date approaches. That one stings. Can I get copies of these? I inquired. I've already emailed them to you. I figured the cops might want them for their case. We talked for another 30 minutes. Mark shook my hand as we parted ways. For what it's worth, I'm sorry you're going through this. Your family has been making you believe you are the problem. You are not. Yes, they are. I drove home in a haze. My Isabel had actively collaborated with Mom to rob me, while mind whirling. Simultaneously posting on social media about how eager she was for her wedding, how grateful she felt, and how much she loved her family. The manipulation was astounding. That afternoon I sent Mark's screenshots to Inspector Rossi. She called me 20 minutes later. Mr. Moreau, these messages have a tremendous impact. If Isabel consciously helped plot the fraud, we can accuse her as an accomplice. Are you ready for that? I recalled all the times Isabel had gotten away with stuff when she was younger. The lies, the stolen money from when we were youngsters, the times she destroyed my car and blamed it on me. Mom had always shielded her and made excuses. Yes, I answered. Charge her. The following week was chaotic. On Monday morning, Inspector Rossi brought Isabel in for interrogation. Based on the texts Mark gave, they had enough evidence to charge her as an accomplice to fraud. She was arrested on Tuesday afternoon. My phone burst with messages from family members. Again, they were all incensed that I had allowed the police to arrest Isabel as if I had personally arrived with handcuffs. The best part. Mom's lawyer phoned me on Wednesday. His tone was drastically different than previously. Professional panic. Mr. Moreau, considering the current developments with your sister's incarceration, my client would like to suggest a settlement. She will return the entire $18,000 instantly and reimburse all of your legal fees. In exchange, no. Mr. Moreau, please listen. I said no. Your client has several chances to put things right. Now she must face the consequences. The prosecution is threatening jail term, possibly 3 to 6 years, for fraud and identity theft. Is this truly what you want for your mother? What I want is for her to be held accountable only once in her life. And, honestly, all I wanted was to stop receiving phone calls from pricey lawyers who charge by the minute. He attempted some additional angles. Family healing, fresh starts, and focusing about the big picture. I shut it all down. Finally he sighed deeply. Mr. Moreau, you're making a terrible mistake. This will haunt you. Nah, I can deal with it. Friday afternoon brought the moment I had been waiting for. Inspector Rossi called to provide an update. Mr. Moreau, your mother has been officially charged with credit card fraud, identity theft, and felony theft. Your sister has been charged as an accomplice. If convicted, they will both face lengthy jail terms. However, the prosecutor's office has stated that they are willing to consider a plea offer provided both defendants demonstrate regret and make full reparation. What kind of plea agreement? Probation, community service, criminal record, and no jail time if they comply and repay everything right away. But there is a catch. They'd have to plead guilty in court and publicly disclose their actions. Allocution entailed standing before a judge and confessing their misdeeds on the record, public humiliation, legal penalties, and a lasting criminal record. When might this occur? The hearing is planned for Monday. Both your mother and sister would have to agree to the terms by the end of today, otherwise, this will go to trial. I thanked her before hanging up. Then I waited. I wondered if Mom would swallow her pride and accept the agreement, or if her ego would demand a trial. My phone rang 2 hours later. Mom's number. I let it go to voicemail. She called 3 more times and left a message. Her voice shook. Lucas, please pick up. We need to discuss Monday. The lawyer suggests we should accept the plea deal. We don't have a choice but to admit everything in court. Everyone will know. Please, there must be another way. Call me back. I did not respond. Saturday morning, Isabel attempted to call from a new phone number, most likely a friend's, because I had blocked her. I did not pick up. She also left a voicemail. Lucas, this is me. I understand your anger, but please do not take this to court. Mark left me. The wedding is canceled. All of my friends are aware of what transpired. I have lost everything. I ask you to drop the charges. I'll repay you myself. I promise. I will obtain a job. I will do whatever it takes. Please don't make us go through with this. Her voice cracked at the end. Then she sobbed. I felt a twinge of something. Not really sympathy, but perhaps pity. Then I remembered the text she sent to Mom. Lucas is too passive to follow through. I did not respond. It turns out I am quite passive. I'm sitting on my couch, passively watching everything unfold. Monday morning, I arrived at the courthouse. Inspector Rossi had informed me I didn't have to be present, but I wanted to see everything through. I wanted to see them confront what they had done. Call it closure or petty. I'll call it both. The courtroom was small, with the usual mix of defendants, attorneys, and family members. I sat in the back row. Mom and Isabel were in the front with their lawyer, dressed as if they were attending a funeral. Isabel's eyes were red from crying, and she was attempting to convey sympathy for the defendant. Cute. Mary Ann Keller, an older woman, presided over the case. Mom and Isabel stood while the charges were read out. Judge Keller inspected them over her glasses. How are you pleading? The attorney cleared his throat. Your Honor. Both defendants seek to enter guilty pleas and accept the prosecution's plea arrangement. All right, Mrs. Moreau. Miss Moreau, do you understand that pleading guilty means admitting to these charges on the record? Are you going to have a criminal history? Mom's voice was hardly audible. Yes, Your Honor. Isabel only nodded, unable to respond. Then allocute and tell me what you did. This was it. It is now or never. Mom took a hesitant breath and started talking, her voice hollow. I went into my son's apartment without permission in the middle of the night. I took his credit card from the counter. I used it to charge $18,000 towards my daughter's wedding expenditures. I did this knowing he was refusing to give me the money. I did this purposefully, and without his permission. Judge Keller turned to face Isabel. And you, Miss Moreau? Isabel's voice crackled. I helped plan it. I told my mother where my brother stored his credit card. I realized the money was being stolen without permission. I spent that money on my wedding, knowing it had been stolen. The courtroom remained silent. Judge Keller stared at them for a long time. Beautiful. The court accepts your guilty plea. You will each serve 4 years of probation, complete 250 hours of community service, and pay $18,000 in restitution, with an initial payment due in 45 days, and the remainder on a probation plan. You will also attend court-ordered therapy. Any breach of probationary conditions will result in immediate jail sentence. They both nodded in humiliation. As everyone poured out of the courtroom, Mom noticed me in the back row. Our gazes met. Hers were filled with tears of defeat and possibly sorrow. I thought, well, dandy. Outside the courthouse, Isabel attempted to approach me. Her lawyer drew her back, most likely out of fear that she might exacerbate the situation. She called out nevertheless. Lucas, may we please talk? I walked to my car without reacting, got inside, and drove away. 3 days after the court hearing, my phone began to ring again. Mom comes first, followed by Isabel and other family members. All of them wanted to communicate, work things out, and get past this. I ignored each of them for 72 hours. Allow them to simmer in the repercussions of their conduct. Allow them to wonder if I will ever speak to them again. Then, on Friday morning, I received a call from an unfamiliar phone number. I answered it out of curiosity. Is it Lucas Moreau? A female voice, professional and clipped. Yeah. Who is this? I'm Anna Vogel with Cornerstone Bank. I'm phoning about Claudia and Isabel Moreau. They've designated you as the point of contact for a loan application. My blood became chilly. Which loan application? They are seeking for an $18,000 joint personal loan to make the reparation payment to you as mandated by the court. However, due to their recent criminal convictions, the application has been flagged. We need to confirm some details with you, so they were attempting to obtain a loan to repay me, most likely at a high interest rate, which they would then blame on me in some way. I could almost hear it. Lucas had us take out a predatory loan. I'm not involved in their financial decisions, I stated firmly. Whatever they decide to do is their business. Understood. I merely needed to confirm that you are the victim in their fraud case. We validated using public records, so that was all I needed. I appreciate your time. She hung up. I sat there thinking that the 45-day restitution period was coming, and they didn't have the money. Mom probably couldn't use her trust fund yet, and Isabel didn't have any income. Good. That afternoon, I finally called my father. Lucas, I've been trying to reach you. I saw the court records. Wow, what a week. You could say that. Listen, I need to know how to execute the forfeiture clause in Grandpa's trust. My mother was convicted of fraud against me. That triggers the clause, correct? He was silent for a moment. Yes, it does. Do you want to go through with it? Yes, I want to enforce it. I will email you the trustee documents. You will need to notify both the court and the trust administrator. It takes around 75 days to process, but once done, her part is redistributed. You will receive the largest portion because you are the victim. And Isabel's portion is subject to the same clause. If she is convicted of fraud against her family, she will also lose it. Both of them forfeit a total of $250,000. I let it sink in. 250 grand. More than enough to cover what they had stolen from me 14 times. Do it, I instructed. File the paperwork. That evening, I returned to my mother's house for the first time since the theft. Did not go inside, Just sat in my car across the street watching. The lights were on. I saw shadows moving around within. I wondered what they were saying, if they were arguing or crying, and who they were going to guilt trip next. My phone vibrated. A text from Mom. I know you are outside. Please come inside. We need to talk. Of course she had seen me. Woman had hawk-like eyes. I got out of the car and went to the front door. It opened before I could knock. Mom stood there, appearing as if she had aged 12 years in 2 weeks. I stepped inside. Isabel sat on the couch, looking equally devastated. Mom gestured to the dining room table, which was covered in paperwork, saying, "We need to discuss the restitution payment. Loan applications, budget spreadsheets, and bank statements. We do not have $18,000 in liquid cash. The bank offers a loan, but the interest rate is 23%. It will take us 7 years to pay it off." "Not my problem," I replied flatly. Isabel's head snapped upward. "What do you mean by, not your problem? You are the one who filed charges. You are the one who put us in this predicament. No. You are the ones who have stolen from me. How could you be so heartless?" Isabel stood forward, her voice rising. "Family forgives one another. You are supposed to." "I am supposed to what?" I cut her off. "Let you rob me and then thank you. That is not how families function, Isabel. This is how abuse works. Also, I'm quite sure the family doesn't treat your residence like a heist movie, but maybe I missed the Hallmark special." Mom raised a hand. "Everyone should calm down. Lucas, please. There must be a way to work this out. What if we arrange a payment plan with you directly, smaller amounts over time?" "You mean the 14-month plan your lawyer proposed, which I already rejected?" "We're desperate," Mom explained. For once her voice was free of manipulation. "If we accept this loan we will be in debt for years. Isabel cannot find work because of her criminal background. I might lose my job if they do a background check for my renewed certification. We are drowning here." I glanced at both of them and saw the wrecks of their lives. Part of me was satisfied, but another part of me, the part that recalled family meals and birthday celebrations and Mom teaching me to ride a bike, felt a flash of something. Not forgiveness, not yet. Perhaps never, but something gentler than pure wrath. "This is what's going to happen," I explained softly. "You're going to take the loan. You will pay me back in full within 45 days, as mandated by the court. And then you'll both go to therapy. Real treatment, not court-ordered counseling. You're going to figure out why you thought it was acceptable to treat me as your personal ATM for 28 years. Isabel opened her lips to argue, but I raised a hand. "And if you genuinely do the work, change, and demonstrate genuine contrition over the course of several years, maybe we can rebuild something. However, it will not be the same as before. It will never be the same as before. Because that version of our family was built on you two taking advantage of me, and I'm tired of being exploited." Mom's eyes flooded with tears. "Lucas, please. There is something else. The trust fund. Your father said that you are executing the forfeiture clause. That is our future. That is our security." So Dad had already contacted them. "Good. Yes, you committed fraud against me. Grandpa's trust is clear about what happens if you do that." Isabel yelled. "That's $200,000. That is my inheritance. You cannot just take it." "I'm not taking it. You are giving it up. There is a big difference. Grandpa saw it coming. He knew what you were capable of, and included safeguards for the family. Now that protection is activated because you've proven him correct." Mom fell into a chair, face buried in her hands. "We will have nothing. There are no funds, nest eggs or anything. You'll have what everyone else has, which you earned through your own efforts. Welcome to the way the rest of us live." The resulting silence was profound, broken only by Isabel's silent sobs. I felt no triumph, only a strange emptiness, as if I were closing the door on a chapter of my life that I had never wanted to write in the first place. "I'm leaving now," I said, walking toward the door. "You have 40 days to make the restitution payment. Following that, we'll see." "Lucas, please wait." Mom's voice halted me on the threshold. "Do you dislike us?" I turned back. Instead of the manipulative mother who had stolen from me, I saw a damaged lady who had ruined her own family out of greed and partiality. "No," I replied honestly. "I do not detest you. I just don't trust you. And I'm not sure I ever will again. That is up to you to fix, not me." I stepped outside, got into my car, and drove away. 5 weeks later, the initial restitution payment arrived in my account on the last possible day before they were in violation of probation. I deposited it, watched my savings amount return to normal, and felt a weight lifted from my shoulders. 3 months later, the trust forfeiture was finalized. I received a check for $155,000 as my part of the reallocated funds. I deposited it in a high-yield savings account and did not touch it. That money represented my future, my emergency fund, and a security blanket that no one could steal. They could try, but we've seen how that works out. Mom texted me occasionally. Updates on her therapy sessions and apologies that seemed more real each time. Small efforts to rebuild a bridge between us. I responded occasionally, brief, courteous but distant. Isabel ceased contacting me when I didn't answer to her 5th or 6th apologies SMS. I learned from family that Mark had relocated to another state and was working at a call center to rebuild her life. Good. She needed to experience what true work felt like. They attempted to drown me with their entitlement and manipulation. Instead, they drowned themselves. I learned to swim. My sister framed me, cried to my parents, and got me thrown out. Barefoot at 15. Weeks later, she bragged about it, and Mom overheard everything. Kyle, an 18-year-old guy, was 15 when all of this occurred, and if you asked my family to characterize me back then, they would most likely mention the problem. My father was among those who believed that respect was a one-way path. You either give it to him without question, or you receive the belt of his voice and, on sometimes, his actual belt. My mother followed his lead as if it were gospel. Then there was Becca, my sister, who was 2 years younger and yet the perfect child. She could set the kitchen on fire while making popcorn, and my dad would call it a learning experience. I forgot to mow the grass once, and I'm irresponsible and heading nowhere in life. That is how it has always been. Everything she did was forgiven. Every action I took demonstrated that I was doomed to make mistakes. If she passed an exam, it was because she was diligent and intelligent. If I passed a test, it was due of luck. She was the golden child, and I was the one that brought the family down. I'd always thought it was unjust, but I never imagined she'd take it to that level that night. It started normally. I was in my room with my ancient laptop, fiddling with some music downloads and half-assing homework. It was late, possibly past 11. My door swung open so hard that it struck the wall, and both my parents stormed in as if I had set off an alarm. My mother's face was flushed, and my father's veins were visible on his forehead. Behind them, Becca pretended to cry so hard that she should have received a medal. He stole it. I saw him take it from Dad's wallet. She wailed, pointing directly at me. What? I sat up straight, perplexed as heck. Dad is already storming across the room, looking around like he's on an investigation show. Then he grabbed my pillow, lifted it, and there it was. Crumpled bills, possibly worth $300 to $400, were pushed behind it. I swear my stomach sank through the floor. I told you, Becca exclaimed, crocodile tears streaming down her cheeks. My head couldn't even process. I had not touched his wallet. I hadn't even gone near it. But before I could say anything, Dad was in my face, jabbing his finger at my chest. You embarrassed this family for the last damn time. You think we didn't notice things missing before? You think we're stupid? I jumped up abruptly, shaking my head. That isn't mine. She planted it. She's lying. Why would I take money when I've been saving every penny I could from babysitting and mowing lawns? Ask Mrs. Novak next door. Enough. He barked so loudly that it rattled my glass. A liar and a thief. You've made this house a joke. I turned at my mother for support, but she didn't even look me in the eye. She repeated what Dad said. There were no questions, as if it were the law. Meanwhile, Becca stood behind them, head lowered, like a saint. But I noticed the sneer, that little flicker of joy on her lips as Dad began tearing up my room, tossing my belongings into a trash bag as if I were some stray they were discarding. Dad, please. It isn't true, I exclaimed, my voice breaking. But it didn't matter. He snatched my rucksack from the corner, dumped it onto the bed, and began filling it with odd clothes. Mom began to say something, but a frown from Dad silenced her. Becca let out a big sniffle. I'm terrified to even share a house with him because he gets so angry. What if he hurts me? That cut worse than anything. I spun toward her, my heart hammering. What are you talking about? I've never laid a hand on you. But the harm had already been done. Dad clenched his jaw. That's it. Out now. They thrust the bags into my arms and dragged me down the hallway, with Becca trailing behind, whispering, I told you they'd believe me. When we reached the front door, Dad jerked it open. The night air struck me like ice. I was barefoot and still wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. Dad shoved me onto the porch so forcefully that I stumbled. My sneakers were still at the door, so I grabbed them before he could close it completely. "You don't come back here until you're ready to admit what you did and apologize to your sister," he said quietly and definitively. "I didn't do anything," I exclaimed, my throat raw. "She's lying to you. She set me up." "Don't you dare talk about her like that," my dad said. "She's been nothing but good to this family." "You're jealous, Kyle. Jealous and bitter." The door slammed shut, shaking the glass panes. For a few moments, I stood there, garbage bag dropping from my arms, waiting for it to swing open again. To discover they just kicked out their own child over some tears and planted cash. It never did. I sat down on the porch steps, shivering, and looked out at the peaceful street. I wasn't only grounded. I wasn't only in trouble. I was out. Exiled. I'm 15 years old and standing outside my own house with nothing but a trash bag of clothes and a backpack. I knew my sister had won. She had their trust, affection, and unwavering commitment. And I was disposable. I recall gripping the trash bag as if it were a lifeline, my chest so tight I could hardly breathe. Part of me wanted to rush back inside and pound on the door until they listened. Another portion realized it wouldn't matter. They had made their choice. And as I eventually stepped off that porch and began heading into the night, one idea burned brighter than the rest. They'd choose to trust her lies than my truth. That's when I understood I wasn't the only black sheep. I had already been cut out of the herd. The first night, I went around the block till my legs hurt. I wasn't even sure where I was headed. It was late and freezing, and I was clutching a garbage bag like a runaway. I considered crashing at the park, but the benches were soaked from sprinklers. Then it struck me. Lindsay lived a few blocks over. She'd been my best friend since middle school, so I believed maybe her folks would let me spend the night. Her eyes widened as she noticed me standing there in sweatpants, carrying a garbage bag. She let me in quickly, whispered inquiries, and I informed her that they had kicked me out. She didn't seem astonished, just sad. She gave me a blanket on the floor and some leftover pizza, and I slept more soundly than I had in weeks. Her mother was not as forgiving. The next morning she approached me privately. She wasn't nasty, just straightforward with me. "Kyle, you can stay for a few nights, but I can't afford another mouth. You'll have to figure something out." I nodded, pretending everything was okay, but my stomach wrenched. Lindsay's mother drove me to school early on the third night and told me I couldn't return. That was it. I placed my garbage bag inside my locker and pretended I had somewhere else to go. From then on, I began couch surfing. A classmate let me crash on their sofa for the night. Another let me remain in their basement, but only for tonight. People did not want to cope with the drama in my family. After approximately a week, I was out of alternatives. That was when I began sleeping wherever I could. Behind the gas station, in a nook near the dumpsters, where the light did not shine. I used to be able to hide until closing time at the library, but the security guy found me after a couple of nights and kicked me out. I tried the school bathroom once, shutting myself in a stall, but someone came in, noticed my bag, and word traveled quickly. Hunger was terrible than cold. I had maybe $40 saved from cutting lawns and babysitting. That money was quickly spent on cheap hamburgers and vending machine munchies. Following that, I either missed meals or drank from water fountains. My stomach grumbled loudly in class. I would receive looks. School didn't make things simpler. Becca worked quickly. At the end of the first week, everyone had heard the story. How I stole money from my father. How I was booted out. She made it sound like I was a junkie in training. When I sat down next to them, the kids brought their backpacks closer. Teachers gave me long stares that indicated they'd already been warned about me. As I sat down in arithmetic class, a female moved her notepad. "Sorry, I don't want my stuff stolen," she whispered under her breath, just loud enough for everyone to hear. The entire row snickered. I wanted to yell, but I knew it wouldn't. Help. One day in the hallway, Evan, a basketball player, shoulder-checked me and yelled, "Watch your hands, thief!" I shoved him back out of reflex, and for a brief moment, I believed we were about to swing. A teacher broke it up, but I received the warning, not him. "One more incident, Kyle, and you're suspended." I heard this everywhere I went. Becca shines, I sink. She made it loud enough so that everyone knew she was responsible with money, unlike some others. I believe she'd catch my glance across the cafeteria, give me a slight smirk, and then resume her lovely demeanor in front of her buddies. She relished every second of it. By the second week, I was a ghost at my own school. Nobody wanted me around. I sat alone, ate alone when I had food and pretended I didn't care. But internally, it was eating me alive. Nights were the worst. I'd curl up with my backpack and sweatshirt over my face, hoping cops wouldn't bother me or a drunk wouldn't walk by. The chilly concrete caused my back to ache. My shoes were stinky from walking miles every day merely to waste time, and all I could think about was, my own family did this to me, not strangers, not enemies, my sister. One night, I attempted to sneak into the library again. I figured if I concealed better, maybe they wouldn't notice. I curled myself behind a row of shelves and used my bag as a pillow. Around midnight, the guard's flashlight struck me directly in the eyes. He shakes his head. "You can't stay here, kid." He ushered me out the side door as if I were a trespasser. I wasn't sure where to go. And for the first time the concept struck me. Perhaps this is precisely what they wanted. Perhaps they didn't want me alive anymore. I ended myself curled up behind the petrol station, among the garbage. I closed my eyes, but all I saw was Becca's smug little face, pretending to cry as my parents shoved me out the door. She had won, at least for now. I kept telling myself that someone, anyone, would eventually listen. Perhaps the adults at school weren't completely blind. Perhaps one of my family would truly have a backbone. I was mistaken. It all started with my father finding me. I'm not sure how he knew where I was. Perhaps Becca told him. Perhaps he just drove around till he saw me. I was seated on a park bench with my hoodie drawn tight, when his car's headlights struck me. He came up so fast I feared he was going to run me over. "Get in the car," he demanded, slamming the door behind him. I stayed firmly rooted on the bench. I felt my gut tighten just hearing his voice. "Now," he demanded. I shake my head. "Not unless you're ready to admit Becca lied." His face contorted like if I'd spit in it. "Don't you dare talk about your sister like that. She's been through enough because of you." "Through enough," was my reply. "She planted the money. She framed me, and you just believed her." His jaw tightened. He took a step closer, pointing his finger at me as if it were a weapon. "You're going to come home. You're going to admit what you did and you're going to apologize, or I'll call the police and tell them you've been stealing from stores, begging for money on the street. Do you understand me?" I clenched my purse's latch. "I am not coming home to be treated like garbage again. You can call anybody you want, but I'm not going to admit to something I didn't do." For a brief moment, I believed he was going to swing at me, his fists curled and his face hot. But then he swung around, went back to the car, and took off, leaving me shaking. That was the moment it hit home. He did not want the truth. He only wanted control. The next day at school, I approached the counselor. I thought, hey, maybe they'll believe me if I just lay it all out. I sat in that office, my heart racing. I told her everything. How Becca placed the money, how she brags about it, and how my parents kicked me out. She listened, nodding with that blank expression counselors have. When I finished, she sighed. "Kyle, I understand you're under a lot of stress, but accusing your sister without evidence isn't going to help. Your parents already spoke to us. They're concerned about your behavior. They claimed you were unstable." Unstable? That word affected me the most, as if I were a ticking bomb rather than a youngster camping outside gas stations. "I'm telling the truth," I explained, my voice quivering. She simply shook her head. "Focus on your schoolwork. The best way to show your family you're trustworthy is through your actions. So, basically, suck it up." That's what she intended. I attempted one more angle. I contacted my aunt from a payphone outside the supermarket. She picked up cheerfully until she heard me speak. Her tone changed as soon as I told what had transpired. "Kyle, this isn't something I can get involved in. Your parents are doing what they think is best. Maybe if you just said, sorry." I hung up before she could finish. My own blood did not want to touch this trash. Everyone wanted the easy version of the story. Kyle is incompetent. Becca is perfect. Case closed. That night, I sat outside the petrol station, back against the wall, sipping water I'd filled in the bathroom sink, hoping to feel something in my gut. A neon sign buzzed overhead. Cars drove in and out, and I sat there, unseen. Then I heard the voice that I despised the most. "Wow. Didn't think you'd last this long out here." I looked up, and there she was. Becca was holding a Pepsi, casual as heck, as if she were simply passing by to say hello. I glared. "Why are you here?" she asked, smirking. "Curious, I guess. I wanted to see how long it would be before you crawled back." My fists clenched. "Why are you doing this to me? You think you had it rough?" Try being me. Mom and Dad never let me slip. Not once. Every grade, every chore, every little thing I did was compared to you. If I messed up, it was, "Don't be like your brother." That's all I ever heard. I frowned, but she continued, her voice low and steady. Now, for once, I don't have to be perfect. I don't have to prove anything. All I have to do is not screw up like you. And honestly, that's easy. I'm not giving that up. You're sick, I mumbled. Her grin broadened. What's really sick is how easy it was. Everyone already thought you were the screw-up. I just gave them proof. I wanted to shout, shove her, or something, but she leaned in, her voice lowering. And if you keep pushing it, if you keep running your mouth about me, I'll make up something even worse. And then you won't just be homeless, you'll be locked up. She stated it calmly and confidently, which made my skin crawl. She wasn't lying. She was already planning her next move. She strolled away, as if she hadn't just threatened to destroy what little I had left. And as I sat there in the warmth of that gas station sign, it dawned on me. She was not simply attempting to make me appear terrible. She wanted to utterly erase me. That thought lingered in my mind for days. Every time I tried to sleep behind the gas station or strolled around to waste daylight, it played back in my mind like an echo. Becca wasn't simply glad I was gone. She wanted to eliminate me like if I never existed. By the third week, I had sunk lower than I had imagined imaginable. My cash was gone. My phone died. And I hadn't had a real meal in 2 days. I lugged the garbage bag everywhere, school, bus stops and parking lots. It wasn't even closed anymore. It was like a sign around my neck. Homeless loser. One night, I attempted to hide again in the school library. I reasoned that if I hid deeper behind the shelves, I might be able to avoid detection. Around midnight, a flashlight beam struck me directly in the face. Security grabbed my arm and marched me outside. "I already told you, you can't sleep here, kid. Try this one more time and I'll report you. Then you'll be suspended," he stated with a smirk. It began to rain shortly after. I walked for miles, rain pouring through my hoodie, my shoes squishing with each step. My trash bag became so wet that the plastic tore, and half of my garments spilled on the sidewalk. I grabbed them up anyhow, clutching the sack tightly. Even though everything smelled of mildew, I ended up under the awning of a closed laundry. My stomach clenched with hunger, the type that made you lightheaded. That was my breaking point. I sat there shivering, thinking, maybe this is it. Maybe I'll just disappear out here and nobody will notice. That's when Lindsay arrived. She came rushing up with an umbrella, hair stuck to her forehead, out of breath as if she had been seeking. "Kyle, why didn't you answer your phone? I've been looking for you everywhere." "My phone's dead," I murmured. The truth was, I hadn't had a charger in weeks. She crouched next to me, disregarding the puddles that soaked her jeans. "You look awful." "Thanks," I replied, attempting to laugh, but my voice cracked. She placed a crumpled envelope into my hands. "Here, take it." I frowned. "What is it?" "Just open it." Inside was about $60, largely in little banknotes. My throat clenched. "Lindsay, I can't." "You can." She cut me off. "It's my allowance." "I don't need it." "You do." I could not even speak. I simply nodded, hugging it as if it were the most precious thing in the world. She looked around and lowered her voice. "There's something else. Becca bragged at a party. I heard her. She told people she planted the money, that she set you up." My head snapped toward her. She admitted it. Yeah, but nobody believed her. They thought she was showing off. Some even said, "Even if it was true, you probably deserved it." It was like being kicked in the chest. Deserved it. That's what people thought of me. I rose up and paced under the awning. "If I can get someone to back me up, they won't," Lindsay remarked quietly. "She's too popular. Nobody wants to cross her. They all think you're already a lost cause." The quiet between us said everything. It wasn't only my parents. Everyone had written me off. That night, I sat in the laundry doorway, dripping wet, my clothes stinking, and my stomach churning. As I glanced at the street, something within me hardened. If no one was going to stand up for me, I would have to do it myself. That evening, after cleaning up in a gas station bathroom, I took my damp garbage bag and began walking. I was not nervous. I was not scared. I was just finished. When I turned down our street, my chest clenched. The house looked the same as before, white siding, flower pots on the porch, the place I grew up in, but it wasn't mine anymore. I waited there for a long time, rain dripping down my hood, before heading up the driveway. I was going to walk through that door and make them hear me. Whether they liked it or not, my fist struck the door 3 times, loud enough to sting my knuckles. For a little moment, nothing happened. Then footsteps. The door creaked open, and there was Becca, as if she had been waiting. Her brows rose and twisted into a sneer. "Well, look who crawled back," she explained. I shoved past her before she could stop me. My wet shoes creaked across the hardwood. "I'm not here to stay. I'm here to talk." My mother's voice echoed through the main room. "Kyle." A second later she appeared, drying her hands with a dish towel. Dad followed, arms folded and his face already red. "Out now." "No," I replied, chest heaving. "You're going to hear me this time. You've believed her lies long enough. Tonight, you're going to hear mine." Dad took a step forward, looming above me. "Watch your tone. You don't get to barge into this house." "And watch my tone?" I said, louder than I intended. "You threw me out with a trash bag because Becca cried and waved a couple bills around. You didn't even ask for my side." "Not once." "Because we know you," Dad replied sharply. "You've always been reckless, Kyle. Always jealous." Dad's face stiffened, but I continued on, fire building in my chest. "Jealous? Let's talk about that. Remember when she copied my science project? Teacher called home and you punished me for making her cheat. She cried and you believed her, always the same story. She's the angel, I'm the screw-up. Doesn't matter what actually happened." Dad clenched his jaw. For a fleeting second, I seen something spark in his eyes. He knew I was correct. He knew it. But rather than admitting it, he doubled down. He took a step closer, the smell of aftershave and wrath reaching me. "Don't you stand here and disgrace your family. You've done nothing but pull this house down since you were a teenager. You want me to acknowledge we favored her? Fine, we did. But she earned it. She keeps her grades up, helps your mother, and stays out of trouble. You can't even keep a roof over your head." The words landed harder than a fist. My fists curled, but I forced myself to remain upright. "I can't keep a roof because you threw me out, because she framed me, and you believed her without a second thought." Behind him Becca leaned against the wall, sipping from a glass of water as if watching TV, a sneer on her face. I turned toward her. "Go on. Swear right now you didn't plant that money, look me in the eye and swear it." She tilted her head, lips twitching as if she was about to laugh. "Sure, I swear," she responded, her voice full of sarcasm. I pointed at her, my voice breaking. "You hear that? You can't even take her seriously. She's lying to your faces, and you're still falling for it." Dad's face turned hot, and his hands curled again. Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed a glass from the table and threw it at me. His aim was off, but it blasted on the wall directly close to my head. Shards came down, cutting my arm and cheek. Blood dripped down, but he only pointed at the door, his voice low and quivering with wrath. "Get out before I call the cops and tell them you broke in. You want to keep making scenes? Fine, you can do it from a jail cell." I steadied myself, my breath ragged, my chest thumping, my throat burning, but I refused to cry. "You've made your choice," I remarked quietly. "You picked her. You always pick her. One day you're going to see her for what she is. And when that happens, don't come looking for me." The room fell silent, except for Becca's gentle chuckle. "Wow," she said under her breath, shaking her head. "Drama much." I retrieved my luggage from the floor and turned toward the door. Every step felt heavy, as if I were dragging chains, but I did not stop. At the threshold I swung around one more, staring at everyone, my parents transfixed, Becca smirking. "You think I'm the problem? Fine. But when the truth blows up in your faces, remember this moment. Remember I warned you." Then I wrenched the door open, went into the darkness, and slammed it behind me. The cool air hit me in the face, combining with the sting of the shallow wounds down my arm. I walked quickly, mouth hard, as if putting enough distance between myself and the home would allow me to breathe again. I got halfway down the block before I heard footsteps. Quick and irregular, as if someone were jogging to catch up. "Wait up, bro." I spun around, heart pounding. And there she was. Becca, jogging behind me, calm as usual, her face shining in the dark light of the street lamp. She was smiling as if this were a game for her, as if Dad hadn't just tried to shatter me with a glass seconds before. As Becca stepped onto the porch, I thought I heard the screen door squeak behind her, but I was too preoccupied with her smug smirk to notice. My stomach flipped. "What do you want now?" I demanded, my tone sharper than intended. She slowed to a walk, slipping her hands into her hoodie pocket with a relaxed posture as if she were going for a late stroll. "Relax. I just wanted to see how far you'd actually take this." I glared at her, my fists tightening tight as my arms ached from the cuts. "Farther than you think. I'm done letting you run the show." Her grin grew, her teeth catching in the streetlight's radiance. "You still don't get it, do you? Nobody's ever going to believe you. You can scream, cry, bleed all over the sidewalk, it won't matter. To them, you'll always be the screw-up. And I'll always be the one they're proud of." "Proud?" I sneered, shaking my head. "You destroyed me." "Destroyed you?" she repeated, twisting her head as if I had uttered something amusing. Then her voice lowered, crueler. "I didn't destroy you. I just gave them proof of what they already believed. That was the smartest thing I've ever done." My stomach turned. My chest tightened. "Say it again," I said, moving closer. She leaned in, her voice a whisper, as if she wanted to enjoy every word. "I framed you. I planted the money. And I'd do it again. Watching you beg while I win. That's the best part." The words sliced through me like a razor. I could almost hear the blood gushing through my ears and feel every drop dripping down my arm from where the glass shards had ripped into me. Then another voice pierced the silence. "Excuse me." We froze like statues. Mom stood on the edge of the porch step. Her face was pale, and her arms were crossed tightly across her chest. She must have followed Becca out without us noticing. For once, her eyes were not filled with rage toward me. They were focused on Becca. "What did you just say?" Mom said, her tone stern, as if she didn't recognize the daughter in front of them. Becca stiffened, the smirk slipping straight off her face. "Mom, it was nothing. He's twisting it." "Don't lie to me," Mom said, walking down onto the sidewalk. Her voice shook, but her expression was dead serious. "I heard you. You admitted it. You said you planted the money." For the first time in weeks, I felt something crack open inside me, a glimmer of hope. My chest clenched, and words tumbled out before I could control them. "You heard her, Mom. You finally heard her." Becca's mouth opened, and then closed again. There are no excuses, phony tears, or quick spins on the story. She was rattled. The screen door smashed against the frame, and Dad stormed onto the porch, his words echoing around the yard. "What's going on?" Mom turned to face him, her hands shaking. "She admitted it, Martin. She just admitted she framed Kyle." Dad blinked, his face losing color. His pace slowed as he approached the bottom of the porch, as if he wasn't sure he wanted to hear the response. He looked at Becca, his jaw set. "Is that true?" Becca's lip twitched. She looked between me, Mom, and Dad, panic flashing through her eyes. Her fingers fidgeted within her hoodie pocket, clawing at the fabric. She opened her mouth as if to deny it again, but her expression twisted, and the words came out like venom. "So what if I did?" "I had to. You two always leaned on me to be the perfect one, the example. I couldn't risk him screwing that up, so I took care of it. I made sure he was the one you gave up on." Her voice cracked with the final words, but the harm had already been done. The hush that followed made the air feel dense. Mom staggered back, her hand reaching for her mouth. "Oh my God." Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her body shook as if she had just been sucker punched. Dad's jaw tightened, and his hands curled again, this time at her rather than me. His face was flushed, his eyes steely, as if he were looking at a stranger in his own home. "You ruined your brother's life," Mom murmured, her voice hoarse. "You threw me out," I exclaimed, my throat hurting. "You believed her over me. You tossed me in the street with nothing because she cried and pointed her finger. And now you hear the truth, and it's too late." Becca crossed her arms, attempting to hide the cracks in her voice with a false assurance. "Don't act like you're some victim. You were always the mistake. I just made sure everyone else finally saw it." Her words hit me like another piece of glass shattered against my skin. I clenched my fist tighter, not to hit her, but to keep myself from collapsing. The silence extended. Mom sobbed openly. Dad simply gazed, gutted, as if the ground had been pulled out from beneath him. And I stood there in the street, bleeding and exhausted, but ultimately vindicated. Now they knew the truth. But it didn't erase the fact that they'd picked her over me when it counted the most. It was too late to repair the harm. The yard fell silent following Becca's confession. Mom froze, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dad seems to have lost his composure. Becca attempted to cross her arms and appear tough, but her hands shook. For once, her little act did not work. I walked forward, drying blood streaking on my arm from the glass pieces that had cut me. My voice was rough and steady. You don't just get to stand here and act shocked. You ruined me. You tossed me out with nothing. Let the whole neighborhood think I was a thief because it was easier to believe her fake tears than your own son. You don't fix that with a couple words. You're going to fix it the right way. Dad snapped his head toward me, as if he couldn't believe I was still speaking. Watch your tone. No, I replied firmly. You don't get to tell me how to talk anymore. You lost that when you threw me out. If you want me to even think about stepping back in that house, you're going to clear my name publicly. Mom blinked back tears. Publicly? I nodded. You're going to write a post on Facebook, on the church page, in the family group chat. I don't care where. You're going to tell everyone the truth, that I never stole, that you spoiled Becca and let her lies destroy me. You're going to admit it for everyone to see. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. And trust me, I'll include everything, including how Dad threw a glass at me tonight. Dad's cheeks turned red. We don't air family business online. I laughed bitterly. You already did when you threw me in the street with a trash bag. You let Becca's story run wild at school, at church, with neighbors. You were fine letting everyone whisper about me. Now you're going to be fine undoing it. Mom's weeping intensified. She turned to Dad, her voice breaking. Martin, he's right. We did this. We let it happen. She waited for him to respond as she always did. But he remained stiff, fists tight, and no words came out. For the first time, his silence did not protect her. It dragged her down with him. Mom had always been obedient to Dad's instructions. She repeated every penalty, rule, and phrase he had spoken. But tonight, his silence wasn't sufficient. He was losing control, and she recognized it. Her hands shook as she took out her phone. If you won't say it, Martin, she muttered, then I will. Dad's look pierced through her, as if she had betrayed him. But she did not stop. Her fingers trembled as they lingered over the screen. Tell me what to write, she asked me. Becca's head jerked towards her. What? Mom. You can't. Quiet. Mom snapped, her voice shrill. You did this. You brought us here. I walked closer, heart racing, and dictated slowly. We need to apologize publicly. Our son Kyle was wrongly accused of stealing. The truth is our daughter Becca framed him and we believed her. We spoiled her, protected her, and let her lies destroy his reputation. We failed as parents. And Kyle deserves to be seen for who he really is, not the scapegoat we made him. Mom typed every letter with her hands trembling. Dad stood straight, his face hard as stone. But he did not stop her. She hit the post. The words were out there. The damage could not be undone. Within minutes her phone was buzzing with notifications. Comments poured in from relatives, church members, and even neighbors. We did not know. I'm really sorry, Kyle. It takes guts to admit this. Dad's face became pale as more and more piled up. He was aware that his iron control had been lost. Becca snapped. You just ruined my life, she exclaimed. Everyone's going to hate me now. Dad rounded on her, his voice low and threatening. No, Becca. You ruined your own life. Her face collapsed for the first time. There was no grin or phony tears, only panic. I stood there, bleeding and drained, yet lighter than I had felt in months. You wanted me gone, Becca. You wanted me erased. Now it's your mask that's erased. Everyone knows who you are. She stared at me, yet her voice was shaky. You think they'll ever forgive you? You'll always be the one who caused drama. I came closer, my gaze fixed on hers. No. I'll be the one who survived it. You'll be the liar who got caught. The silence was profound, broken only by Mom's muted tears and the continual pinging of her phone. Dad appeared 10 years older in that moment. And Becca, she finally appeared small. I put my backpack over my shoulder and walked toward the porch. I'm taking back my bed. You're not doing me a favor. You owe me. You threw me out. Now you're going to feed me, give me a roof, and live with what you did. Nobody argued. Mom and Dad just stood there, hollow. They did not attempt to block me this time. Not after the confession, not after the post got public, and not after their precious control fell away. For once, no one dared to oppose me. Inside the house felt strange, like if I was entering someone else's home. But I was not a guest. Not anymore. I'd brought the truth to light. I had recovered what they had stolen. As I dropped my garbage bag down beside the stairs, I noticed them all waiting there. Mom's eyes were hollow, Dad's expression stern, and Becca was furious. "You wanted a perfect daughter so badly, you turned me into the villain," I murmured, my voice low but steady. "Tonight, you told the world the truth. Don't think that fixes it. But at least now everyone knows what kind of family you really are." And so I marched upward, each step heavy yet steady. For the first time in weeks, I was going to sleep in a proper bed. Not because they allowed it, but because I demanded it. They had cast me away once. I was the one who chose to stay. At dinner, Mom boasted about my sister's 4-bedroom mansion, so I finally spoke. "I make more than both of them combined." Silence fell. What followed was an ear-splitting stillness. Halfway to her mouth, my mom's fork halted. Perched dangerously on the tines was a slice of grilled salmon. My stepfather Richard finally looked up from his phone, and my sister Amelia's wine glass lingered on her lips. It was the first time he had done so all evening. It took me 3 years to finally say it. Over the course of 3 years, I endured subtle insults, passive-aggressive comments, and the stigma of being the family disappointment. Now I was having my moment, sitting at this pricey cafe that Mom had picked out because it was near Amelia's new house. I must digress, however, for the story does not begin with supper. I was 13 years old and Amelia was 15 when the pattern started. It wasn't until I was 33 years old that I was able to finally overcome it. Amelia had the best childhood ever. She possessed an air of natural charisma that grown-ups couldn't help but admire. She was 2 years older, athletically gifted, and academically gifted. I was the introvert who preferred to stay home and read than mingle with my friends. The relationship between my parents further worsened once my mother remarried Martin 2 years after our divorce, which occurred when I was 9 years old. From his first marriage, Martin inherited a daughter, but she and her mother lived in a different nation. His surrogate daughter, Amelia, became someone he could like and be proud of in no time. Well, I basically vanished into thin air. A full scholarship allowed Amelia to attend college. To help cover the costs of my community college education, I worked part-time in a bookshop. After finishing college, Amelia landed a well-paying marketing position. While I sought to define my life's purpose, I labored through a number of administrative and retail jobs. Daniel, Amelia's college sweetheart, was married in a grandiose ceremony that was mostly covered by Mom and Martin. Family dinner chats suggested that I was still single and focused on my profession, which they took as a sign that I couldn't maintain a relationship. The problem is, I wasn't having quite as much trouble as they anticipated. I was stealthily constructing my own life while Amelia had the idyllic existence everyone had imagined. I'd always had an innate talent for math and a firm grasp of how the financial markets worked. Before transitioning into financial consulting, I worked as a freelance bookkeeper for local companies. Even though I was making a respectable living, I chose to live frugally and not flaunt my prosperity. In the meanwhile, Amelia's picture-perfect life began to crumble. Daniel was more happy with his middle management job and weekend golf games than she had anticipated. He lacked ambition. Their marriage devolved into a string of pricey acquisitions and passive-aggressive social media posts meant to portray an unauthentic joy. To Mom and Martin, though, it was all irrelevant. The one with the spouse, the beautiful home, and the Instagram-worthy life was still Amelia, the successful one. At family reunions, they still had to find an excuse to explain myself because I was the one who let them down. 3 years ago, things finally broke down. Ethan, an amazing architect, and I had been in a committed relationship for the first time in years. I was truly happy after 9 months of being with him. At last, I hoped I'd have something that would change my family's perception of me. I took Ethan to celebrate Amelia's birthday with her. It was a major event. Everyone from her inner circle as well as our extended relatives showed up because she reserved a private room at a fancy restaurant. Despite my nerves, I couldn't wait to meet everyone and introduce Ethan. It was evident that Amelia had her sights set on him within the hour. She spoke over him, had him laugh a little too much, and used his arm as an excuse to make her point. I tried to jump in on their chat, but she always managed to change the subject to something I didn't understand, or bring up memories that only Daniel and I had. The most upsetting part was seeing the expression of joy on Ethan's face whenever she spoke to him. He would inevitably be captivated by Amelia's irresistible charm. She had always had that kind of charisma. She was chatting about an architecture project that her marketing agency was working on, and by the end of the night, he had exchanged business cards with her. After a fortnight, Ethan ended our relationship. He told me we wouldn't be a good fit in the long run, despite his admiration for my character, and that he couldn't see us being together. Some 3 months later, I came across pictures on Amelia's Instagram where she and Daniel were seated at a dining table with Ethan and his new fiancée. From what I can tell, that business link was the catalyst for their friendship. It was irrelevant that I was never told whether Amelia and Ethan had an illicit relationship. The fact that Amelia had appropriated something from me, and turned it into something about her, was what was important. My loved ones pretended like nothing had happened again. I got down to brass tacks then. I had had enough of attempting to get their respect or approval. Creating the life I want would take precedence, and I would not let anyone in on the secret if they failed to recognize my value. With renewed vigor, I dove headfirst into my task. I went into business for myself as a financial consultant, specializing in helping small and medium-sized companies, SMEs, that larger companies disregarded. For some reason I excelled at it. Helping business owners maximize earnings while reducing risks was my specialty, and I had a gift for identifying opportunities that others missed. I was generating more money in a year than I ever imagined imaginable. I out-earned Amelia and Daniel put together in just over 2 years. Just across town, I purchased a stunning home in a hip neighborhood. A renovated Craftsman from the 1930s with original hardwood flooring, a beautiful garden, and enough character to make design magazines green with envy, not a McMansion like Amelia's. Oh, and I also crossed paths with Samuel. Samuel again, but this one is very different from my stepfather. A pediatric surgeon, he had gentle eyes and a sharp wit. Pretending or making an impression on anyone was something he couldn't care less about. In his spare time, he volunteered at a clinic for low-income families while working long hours at the children's hospital. 6 months after we moved in together, he proposed. Our relationship lasted a year. The proposal was understated. On a peaceful Sunday morning, as we sipped our coffee in the garden and perused the newspaper, he asked me. It was a basic ring, yet it was gorgeous. After I confirmed his proposal, he kissed me passionately, like if I were his most prized possession. I was hesitant to immediately inform my family about our engagement. I was relishing in the joy, shielding it from their boundless criticism and lack of excitement. It was clear to Samuel. Protecting positive things from harmful family dynamics was second nature to him because of his upbringing by a narcissistic mother. Rather, I let my mind wander to the future I envisioned for myself. My husband Samuel and I chose to have a modest, close-knit wedding with only our closest friends and the relatives who were there to celebrate with us. An old inn with gardens that looked out over the lake was the perfect location we found. We worked with a florist, a photographer, and a caterer that focused on serving food straight from the farm. We also planned to host a housewarming party to celebrate the occasion. We didn't want to brag because we had worked so hard to create this lovely place and wanted to share it with those important to us. Our closest friends, Samuel's hospital co-workers, some of my business clients who became friends, and, most importantly, Samuel's family, wonderful people who welcomed me with open arms, were all invited. Not inviting Amelia, Richard or my mom was an intentional decision on my part. There was no animosity behind it. The primary motivation was safeguarding my happiness, while vengeance played a little role. They had spent decades lowering my self-esteem and making me feel unimportant. That kind of vibe wasn't going to be welcome in my lovely new house. A mystical celebration was held. On the back patio, we arranged tables and placed lights throughout the yard. I had a fantastic spread of food prepared with the help of Samuel's chef sister-in-law. Guests greeted our home with laughter and mingling. The parents of Samuel rounded me out to express their gratitude for the impact I had on their son. In her toast, my best friend Leah expressed her admiration for the life I had created. There were so many kind, supportive people there, and the atmosphere was perfect for a housewarming party. Seeing all those joyful faces brought a feeling of kinship that I had never had with my own family before. Eventually my mom found out, of course. Everyone knew each other in this little town, and there were even some friends who didn't know about the family conflict who posted about it online. Mom gave me a call around 1 month following the celebration. I could hear the hurt and uncertainty beneath her bland tone as she said, "Leah, I heard you had some kind of party at your house." "Yes," I responded plainly. "A housewarming party." "Oh." This was followed by a lengthy silence. "That sounds nice. I wish I'd known about it." "It was lovely," I responded, avoiding the underhandedness. "Here we go again. Well, maybe next time you could let us know. We would have loved to see your new place." My response was a simple, maybe, even though I and my companion were well aware that there would be no another opportunity. Until then, that was about all. Mom would mention wanting to see the house every once in a while, and I would respond with vagueness. Taking a different tack, Amelia asked me pointed questions about my new life and proposed that we all meet together for dinner soon. My deflection was courteous, but forceful. At the same time, my real life was going swimmingly. The expansion of my company was outpacing my ability to manage it. Samuel and I tied the knot in a beautiful little ceremony. There were members of his family, my best friend Leah, a handful of close friends, and a celebrant who had known Samuel from his youth. While on our honeymoon in Italy, we slept in quaint towns, indulged in delicious cuisine, and felt our love deepen with each passing day. Everyone, including ourselves, was amazed by how easily we adjusted to married life upon our return. I would consult with clients and grow my business from the comfort of my home office, while Samuel would wake up early to make rounds at the hospital. Every night after work, we'd get in the kitchen and catch up on each other's days. On weekends, we would tend to the garden, try out local eateries, or host friends for informal dinners. It was a life of peace and contentment. Additionally, I experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. However, my family couldn't stand the quiet for very long, as I was about to discover. A Tuesday afternoon was the time of the phone call. My phone rang as I was going over a new client's financial statements. I didn't want to let it go to voicemail when I saw Mom's name on the screen, so I answered. My mom's voice seemed noticeably louder than normal when she said, "Leah, honey, I have some exciting news." I was suddenly on high alert. "Oh, Amelia and Daniel bought a new house. It's absolutely gorgeous. 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a gourmet kitchen, and a 3-car garage. It's in that new development on the north side of town, you know, where all the young professionals are moving." As she went into depth about the house, I made the right noises to indicate that I was listening. The description sounded just like the kind of mansion Amelia would pick. Grand, pricey, and built to impress rather than to accommodate everyday life. "Next month she's organizing a housewarming celebration," Mom went on to say. "The whole family's invited, of course. I'm so excited to see everyone together. It's been too long since we've all been in the same place." It wasn't subtle that the emphasis was on all. This was Mom's method of making sure I knew I was to be the responsible, encouraging younger sister. "That sounds pleasant," I remarked. "You'll come, won't you? Amelia specifically asked me to make sure you'd be there. She's so excited to show off the house." Without a doubt, she was. As the less accomplished sibling whose presence accentuated Amelia's achievements, I had always provided the ideal audience for her successes. "I'll have to check my schedule," I informed myself. "Oh, come on, Nora. It's family, whatever you have going on can wait." I was on the verge of laughing at how casually they disregarded my time and obligations. Even though my job was much more profitable than Amelia's, Mom still considered it a hobby that I could put aside whenever my family needed me. A resolute, "I will inform you," came out of my lips. "Well, don't wait too long. Amelia needs a headcount for catering." Long after the call ended, I remained seated in my office, gazing out onto the landscape that Samuel and I had collaborated on. A part of me considered just turning down the invitation and staying home. Still, I couldn't help but be intrigued. I was curious to see the house that had necessitated such a show. I was curious to witness whether Amelia and Daniel were truly happy or just acting it out. Perhaps I was curious to see how my loved ones would respond to the changed me. That evening, upon returning home from the hospital, Samuel discovered me standing there. His words, "You look thoughtful," were accompanied by a kiss on my head. He was informed about the invitation and the phone call by me. As usual, he listened without passing judgment. He then asked, "Do you want to go?" once I had finished. "I'm not sure. Part of me thinks it would be masochistic, but part of me is curious about the house, about whether they've changed at all, about whether they can see who I am now, or if they'll still treat me like the disappointing little sister who can't get her life together." For an instant, Samuel remained silent. "You know that their opinion of you doesn't change who you are, right? You've built an amazing life. You're successful, you're happy, you're loved. Whether they can see that or not is their problem, not yours." Saying, "I know," I continued, "but I spent so many years trying to earn their approval. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be completely free of that. Maybe going would help you find out." Obviously, he was correct. The day after that, I contacted Mom to let her know that Samuel and I would be going. Everything about the housewarming party met my expectations. The mansion was massive and clinical, furnished with pricey pieces that gave the impression of having been handpicked by an interior designer rather than a loving family. Roughly 50 individuals showed up, and I didn't recognize the majority of them. Amelia extended an invitation to her co-workers, gym buddies, book club members, and a number of strangers who lived in her neighborhood. It was less of a party and more of a networking gathering. As usual, Amelia appeared stunning. She looked stunning in a designer gown that would have put most people's mortgage payments in the red, and her hair and cosmetics were also impeccable. Still, her smile was fragile, and her flitting from group to group to make sure everyone was gawking at her stunning house spoke of desperation. Daniel was regaling the crowd by the bar with tales of his college football heyday, just like he had done for years. He looked weak and defeated, and I couldn't help but feel sorry for him because of his weight increase and hair loss. Playing the role of the jubilant parents and bragging about their daughter's achievements to anyone who would listen, was Richard and Mom, at their most comfortable. Without ever stating my name or occupation, they introduced Samuel and me to a handful of individuals as Amelia's sister and her husband. Samuel felt my hand tighten as soon as he realized. A soft whisper of, "How are you doing?" came from him. More pleasant than I had anticipated, I thought to myself. Rather of being upset, I felt disconnected while seeing this performance. I no longer cared about the characters in this story, and these individuals were complete strangers to me. I hated the house tour. As she guided groups of guests through the house, Amelia pointed out the pricey furnishings and elaborate details. The walk-in closet in the master bedroom was larger than the one in my previous apartment. The kitchen was equipped with all new, high-quality appliances. The 12-person table in the formal dining room seemed uninviting and chilly. We were briefly alone in the kitchen, and Amelia asked, "What do you think?" afterwards. "I must say, it's truly remarkable," I remarked in actuality. "I realize it's bigger than what you're used to," she continued, flashing that usual condescending smile. "But Daniel and I are planning for the future. We want to have kids, and we want them to have space to grow. It was obvious, my house was too cramped and unfit for somebody with lofty goals." That remark would have hurt more 3 years ago. Now all I could do was feel bad for her. She seemed taken aback by my tone, as she studied me intently as I said, "It's beautiful, Amelia. I hope you'll be very happy here," saying, "You seem different," she continued. "Do I?" More confident. "I guess it suits you." It was a compliment she'd never really offered me before, and I was truly moved. "I am grateful," I murmured. "I'm happy." She said, "Good." And for an instant it appeared as though she truly meant it. As for the remainder of the gathering, nothing went wrong. Even my parents, who were clearly amazed by Samuel's achievements and his evident dedication to me, were captivated by him. We departed early the following day, stating that he had an early procedure. As we made our way home, Samuel inquired, "Was it precisely what you were hoping for? Expensive, impressive, and devoid of any genuine character? And what are your thoughts on that?" I reflected on it, feeling a sense of relief. That life, the mansion, the ideal marriage, the acceptance of one's family, was something I used to aspire to. Despite the admiration it would receive from my family, I knew it would only bring me misery after viewing it in person. Particularly at that moment, because it would imply that I had to change into someone else to get something that ought to have been offered to me for free. Quietness enveloped us as we continued our journey home. Gratitude washed over me as I gazed at our house. Beautiful, humble, character-filled, as we pulled into our driveway. Home was here. That was sufficient. This was the pinnacle. For some reason, I assumed that was going to be all. By witnessing Amelia's new existence, I was able to affirm my desire for none of it, and demonstrate to myself that I had progressed beyond relying on my family's approval. Everything is resolved. However, it is not easy for families, particularly dysfunctional ones, to let go. The remarks began a few weeks subsequent to the celebration. In her inoffensive phone calls, Mom would drop hints about Amelia's impending house decorating or Daniel's plans to get a boat to complement his 3-car garage. Samuel and I were asked when we were planned to upgrade, and there were subtle jabs about my modest abode. Amelia began sharing more photos and videos on social media, chronicling her splurges and DIY endeavors. A redesign of the picture-perfect kitchen, new furnishings, and expert landscaping. Their ever-increasingly lavish and, to be honest, unaffordable lifestyle was on full display in every post. The source of the funds began to elude me. Although Amelia's marketing earnings were respectable, they were insufficient to cover such extravagant expenditure. Although not particularly remarkable, Daniel's pay was adequate. They appeared to be adding costs to their budget on a weekly basis, and the house alone must have put a strain on their budget. When Samuel and I encountered Daniel at the supermarket on a Saturday morning, it validated my concerns. He seemed anxious and exhausted. A strained smile spread across Daniel's face as Samuel spoke of the lovely new home. "Oh, it's fantastic," he exclaimed. "A little more than we bargained for financially speaking, but Amelia has her heart set on making it perfect." "These things have a way of working out," Samuel replied with an air of tact. "I hope so," he said. "Between us, the mortgage payments are significant. I'm considering taking a weekend job and picking up extra shifts at work." I felt a twinge of sorrow for him. I could tell that the pressure was taking a toll on Daniel, who wasn't exactly the most driven person on the planet, but was basically good at heart. "If you ever need any financial advice, I do consulting work. I might be able to help you figure out a budget that works," I remarked. A look of true appreciation spread across Daniel's face. I gave him my number and urged him to call me if he wanted to talk. He said, "Really? That would be amazing. Amelia keeps saying, we just need to make more money, but I think we might need to spend less instead." And so we exchanged numbers. Samuel shook his head as we drove home. "You realize Amelia's going to hate that, right? Her little sister helping her husband with money problems." "Probably," I responded. "But Daniel seems like he's drowning, and I can't just watch that happen. Even after everything, Daniel never did anything to me. His only crime was marrying my sister." He chuckled. "You're a better person than I am. I'd probably let him sink just to spite her." "No, you wouldn't. You would do what I'm doing because it's the right thing to do." He extended his hand and squeezed mine briefly. Daniel never contacted, saying, "This is why I love you." It didn't totally shock me. Either he independently decided against it, or Amelia discovered our communication and ended it. In any case, it was likely for the best. Financial counseling was just the latest drama in my already troubled extended family. The spending, however, and the social media posts detailing it, persisted. I couldn't tell who Amelia was competing with, but it seemed like she was. The posts started coming more often and with increasing detail. Videos showing her exercising in their new home gym, images of pricey meals and weekend retreats, and expertly set rooms. The situation reached a peak 6 months later when Mom called with news that was expected but nevertheless caught everyone off guard. "Nora, I need to tell you something, and I don't want you to hear it from someone else." I felt sick. This is how most talks begin, and trust me, they seldom end well. "What's wrong?" "Amelia and Daniel are getting divorced." My workplace chair gave apart under my weight. "What happened?" "I don't know all the details. Amelia says they grew apart, wanted different things. Daniel apparently wasn't supportive of her ambitions. That was Amelia's version anyway. I wonder what Daniel's side of the story would be." Saying, "I'm sorry to hear that," was my sincere intention. No matter how much I disliked Amelia, I never intended for her to be unhappy. "She's definitely struggling," Mom went on to say. "The house is too expensive for her to manage on her own, and Daniel's being difficult about the divorce settlement. She might have to sell." That was it. What the call was actually about. Saying, "That's tough," I began. "I was hoping, well, I know you're doing well financially now. Maybe you could help her out, just temporarily, until she gets back on her feet." I was taken aback by its audacity. They wanted me to help Amelia get out of the financial jam she got herself into after years of treating me like a failure, ignoring my achievements, and excluding me from family gatherings. "Mom, I know it's a lot to ask. But she's your sister, Nora. Family helps family. Close relatives support one another. When Amelia breezed through community college and I struggled, where was that philosophy? Where was it when I was getting patronizing comments about my decisions in life while working retail jobs? In all the 30 years that I had spent attempting to gain acceptance into this family, where had it gone?" I said, "I'll think about it," since I was not prepared to argue with her over the phone. "Thank you, sweetheart. I knew you'd understand. Amelia will be so relieved." I remained in my office for quite some time after the call ended, gazing at the financial documents scattered around my desk. I was excelling, above and beyond. There would be no noticeable effect on my finances if I helped Amelia. I wasn't asked if I could lend a hand, the question was, if I ought to. When Samuel returned home, he discovered me there, my gaze fixed on the papers. He then inquired, "Bad day?" He was informed about the phone call by me. I could feel his jaw clenching as I spoke, yet his attentive listening was unwavering. "Now that I've finished, I need to clarify this," he continued. Your sister spent herself into debt trying to maintain a lifestyle she couldn't afford, is getting divorced partly because of the financial stress she created, and now your mother wants you to pay for her mistakes. That's about the size of it. And what did your mother say about all the times you could have used help? All the times Amelia got support that you didn't? Nothing, because that's different apparently. Nora, you know I'll support whatever decision you make, Samuel said, taking a seat opposite from me. But I have to ask. What do you think would happen if you said no? They'd be angry, disappointed. They'd probably stop speaking to me altogether. And would that be a loss? The question was reasonable. In what ways might I be penalized? Infrequent phone conversations in which I was made to feel inferior. I received invitations to events where my presence was utterly neglected. Being a scapegoat for one's family is a luxury. I am unsure, I admitted truthfully. Part of me thinks it would be a relief, but they're still my family. Being related to someone doesn't give them the right to treat you badly, and it doesn't obligate you to enable their poor decisions. Obviously he was correct, but it's one thing to know something intellectually, and quite another to experience it emotionally. I mulled over the choice for several days afterward. My best friend Leah, who is always honest, was the one I spoke to. She asked, "Are you insane?" in response to my explanation of Mom's request. These people have treated you like garbage for decades, and now they want you to pay for the privilege. Tell them to pound sand. Still, I couldn't help but reflect on Daniel, who appeared so frazzled and anxious while we were in the grocery store. Even though it was difficult, I couldn't help but feel bad for Amelia. No one is immune to the emotional toll that a divorce may take, even the ones who cause it. Ultimately, I gained clarity after speaking with Claire, Samuel's sister. Claire had a gift for sifting through people's feelings and getting to the core of issues. She was a family dynamics specialist therapist. The question isn't whether you can afford to help, she stated one night over dinner. The question is whether helping would actually be helpful. What do you mean? If you bail Amelia out, what does she learn? That her choices don't have consequences? That she can always count on other people to fix her problems? Is that really helping her? Or is it just enabling her to continue making poor decisions? But if I don't help, she could lose her house. She could lose the house she bought with money she didn't have to impress people she doesn't even like. Would that really be the worst thing in the world? Claire had a point. Assisting Amelia in evading the repercussions of her decisions would not impart any wisdom or influence her conduct. Putting it off would just make things worse when the time came for reckoning. A day later, I contacted Mom to inform her that I would not be providing Amelia with any funds. Intimacy, wrath, charges of self-centeredness, and betrayal were the typical responses. My mother sobbed as she expressed her disappointment in me. On the phone, Richard gave me a lecture about my responsibilities to my family. Even worse than before, Amelia herself called later in the week, and our chat was... Her voice was heavy with emotion as she cried out, "I can't believe you would leave me in this state. I'm your sister, Nora. How can you watch me lose everything and not care?" "I do care," I informed you. "But giving you money won't solve the real problem." "What real problem?" "The problem is that you're living beyond your means and have been for years. Giving you money now would just enable you to keep making the same mistakes." "So you're going to let me lose my house to teach me a lesson? What kind of person does that?" She abruptly ended our conversation, describing herself as the kind of person who's learned that sometimes love means saying no. What followed was a challenging few months. Unfortunately, Amelia did not win the house. Daniel would not continue making mortgage payments for a home he did not occupy, and she was unable to do so on her own. She had to sell most of her pricey furnishings since it wouldn't fit into her new, smaller apartment across town. Richard and Mom were upset with me. They cut me out of all future family get-togethers and made it plain that they blamed me for Amelia's problems. I didn't miss the irony. They had always rewarded me and Amelia for doing what was right for myself, and now I was being penalized for it. As the months went by, though, an unforeseen event occurred. Amelia began to appear lighter without the burden of upholding her lavish lifestyle. Her posts on social media started to be less frequent but more authentic. She shared photos of herself reading, going for walks, and preparing meals in her tiny apartment kitchen rather than boasting about her luxury items. She switched to a smaller company that allowed her more flexibility in her schedule and lower pay. She began treatment in an effort to manage the emotional and financial fallout of her divorce. Max, an unkempt little mongrel she got from a shelter, was in nearly every photo she shared, and he always seemed so happy to be alive. I unexpectedly crossed paths with her at the downtown farmers market 6 months after the divorce was finalized. For the first time in years, she appeared truly delighted as she bought vegetables. "Nora," she murmured, her voice betraying just astonishment rather than wrath. "Hey, Amelia, how are you doing?" She pointed to her basket overflowing with fresh fruit and vegetables and said, "Good, actually. Really good. I'm learning to cook. Turns out it's kind of therapeutic." "That's great. You look peaceful." Laughter escaped her lips. "That's not a word anyone's ever used to describe me before, but yeah, I think I am. Losing the house was awful at the time, but it forced me to figure out what I actually wanted instead of what I thought I was supposed to want." "And what do you want?" "Simplicity. I think a life that fits me instead of one that looks good from the outside." We continued our conversation for a short while longer, and it was the most sincere exchange we had experienced in a long time. They hugged as we said our goodbyes. "I was really furious with you for not helping me," she admitted. While there wasn't an outright apology, I was surprised to receive more of an acknowledgement. "But I think you were right. I needed to figure this out on my own." Mom called again 3 weeks ago with an invitation. "I'm taking Amelia out for her birthday dinner," she informed me. We both realized it was an olive branch when she said, "Just a small celebration at that new place downtown. Would you like to join us?" Now that the crisis had passed and I had been right to not enable Amelia's bad choices, Mom was prepared to welcome me back into the family. "I will give it some thought," I replied. "Please do. It would mean a lot to Amelia and to me." Ultimately, I made the decision to go. I wasn't so much looking forward to getting back into the family dynamic as I was intrigued to see how things had changed and, perhaps, to see if I could sit at that table and still maintain the boundaries I'd put so much effort into establishing. Last night, while enjoying a meal at that pricey cafe, Mom gushed over Amelia's housewarming celebration from the previous year. "Your sister's housewarming party was absolutely delightful," Mom gushed as she sliced her fish. "When are you going to catch up?" I felt smacked in the face by the question. Mom just had to poke fun at me, even though we were supposed to be celebrating Amelia's birthday and a new chapter in her life. Despite all that had transpired, even after Amelia had admitted that her previous lifestyle couldn't continue, Mom continued to hold it up as an example for me to follow. At that moment, it hit me. Absolutely nothing had changed. Even if Mom would welcome me back to the table, I'll always be her failing daughter who couldn't keep up with her accomplished sister. It made little difference that Amelia's prosperity had been based on debt and delusion. Nobody paid attention to the fact that my life had become really solid and fulfilling. I realized I had finished apologizing when I looked at her sitting there with her fork raised, waiting for me to explain my smaller house, quieter life, and different choices. "Last year, I hosted mine," I declared in a composed manner. "Because you weren't invited." Her fork froze in midair. There was a great stillness afterward. The wine glass meant for Amelia's lips came to a halt. Incredulous, Richard raised his head from his phone. It seemed like everyone in the restaurant could feel that something major had transpired. Many emotions passed across Mom's face, including perplexion, pain, wrath, and finally a wounded dignity. At long last, she spoke up. "I don't understand. I bought a house 2 years ago. Samuel and I had a housewarming party last year. It was lovely. About 40 people, all of whom actually care about us. You weren't invited because you've spent the last 30 years making it clear that you don't care about my life unless it reflects well on you." "Nora," Amelia whispered softly. "Maybe we should—" "No," I replied, maintaining my gaze fixed on Mom. "I'm tired of pretending this is a normal family dynamic. I'm tired of being treated like a consolation prize and then expected to be grateful for scraps of attention." A tear or two formed in Mom's eye. "How can you say that? You're my daughter. I love you." "Do you?" "Because love isn't just a feeling, Mom. It's actions. It's showing up. It's being proud of someone for who they are, not disappointed in them for who they're not." She mentioned, "I am proud of you," but her voice didn't carry any significance. "When have you ever been proud of me? When I graduated from college working 2 jobs, when I started my own business, when I got married to a wonderful man who loves me? Because I don't remember any celebrations for those things." The tears were freely flowing at this point. "I didn't know you felt this way." "That's because you never asked. You were too busy comparing me to Amelia and finding me lacking." Amelia, who was fixed on her plate, seemed to be going along with it since being the favorite made her feel special. I glanced across at her. When Amelia raised her eyes to gaze at me, I thought I saw shame. "Nora, I refuse to hold you responsible for that, I went on to say. We were kids, and kids take love wherever they can get it. But we're adults now, and I'm done playing this game. Getting to my feet, I placed my napkin on the tabletop. I have a beautiful house with a husband who adores me, a successful business that I built myself. I have friends who value me, and a life that makes me happy. I don't need to catch up to anyone, because I'm not in a race. I withdrew the necessary funds from my wallet to pay for my supper plus a substantial gratuity. Saying, "Happy birthday, Amelia," I continued. "I genuinely hope you find what you're looking for." After that, I left. When I refused to be my sister's servant, my mom threw a plate at me. That night I walked out for good. Now they're begging me to return. I don't normally post, but I thought I'd relate my experience because it still seems insane to me. I was the one who kept everything together at home, while Isabella was pampered like queen. I put up with it for years, but things got worse in unexpected ways. Let's just say I stopped playing the servant role, and what occurred next turned everything upside down. So I'm 24 now. But at the time I was 22. So, in order to understand how all of this happened, I had to go back a little bit. My family. Imagine a sitcom with no laugh track, only ranting, guilt trips, and me running around like the household's unpaid intern. That was essentially my childhood. I have one sister. She is 20 years old. 2 years younger than me. And let me tell you, she was raised as if she were the universe's crown gem. I'm spoiled to the bone. If she sneezed, Claudia would reach for Kleenex. Victor pretended it was cute. And I'd be the one tasked with throwing away the Kleenex. Meanwhile, I could get all A's or win a tournament. And the reaction would be, "That is nice. Now, take out the trash." I've always been the natural handyman. Lawn mowing me. I'm hauling groceries. Heavy furniture moves me. I drove little princess to her friend's house because she didn't want to walk. Always me. The weird part is that I wasn't merely expected to do it. It seemed like it was my life's purpose. Isabella could literally stand next to me, watching me sweat while hauling 3 bags of mulch, and cheer like she was the supervisor. Claudia ate it up. She's the type who sees me lugging 12 grocery bags at once and cries, "Be careful. Don't drop the eggs. Your sister dislikes scrambled eggs." Victor, forget him. He was always the quiet sort, doing whatever it took to keep the peace. Peace of course meant injuring my back while Isabella sat on the couch scrolling. It wasn't only the tasks though, even at school partiality was so blatant that it was humiliating. When I received good scores, Victor scarcely looked up from his paper. Claudia would remark, "That's understandable. You're smart." Translation, nobody cares. But Isabella only got a D in math, and you'd think she cured cancer. Ice cream excursion, Facebook updates, and hugs in the living room. "We're very proud of you, honey. You're doing your best." She didn't always bring her assignments home. The toughest part was not even what I had to do. It was the way they complimented her on doing nothing. For example, she once vacuumed 1/3 of the living room and left the cord tangled everywhere. Claudia walked in like, "Oh, look how responsible she is helping the house." Meanwhile, I was sweating outdoors, mending a burst sprinkler line since Victor said, "You have strong arms. Handle it." No thank you, no appreciation, I just assumed I'd do it. By the time I was 20, I felt like a live-in worker. I worked part-time at a hardware store while also attending school. But when I went home, I found a list of duties waiting for me. Isabella was too stressed to help. "What is the source of your stress?" Posting selfies on Instagram. The car stuff was another level. I gathered money and purchased my first beater, a 2003 Peugeot. I paid for it using my own money. Within 3 weeks, Isabella was demanding rides everywhere. Whether I had plans or employment, she would reply, "You're my brother. You are supposed to drive me." Of course, if I refused, she would cry to Claudia, "Begin the talk. Why are you so selfish? She's your sister. Family helps family." It's funny because no one ever asked her to help me. And Victor, he was simply invisible. He would only intervene if things got heated. Even then he took Claudia's side. "Just do it, son. It's not worth the fight." Classic. He acted as if keeping Isabella pleased was a national security job and I was the soldier sent to carry it out. Looking back, it felt like I was a supporting character in a play, with Isabella as the star. Every scene swirled around her. All of the applause went to her. My duty was to raise props, clean the stage, and then disappear while she received all of the attention. By the time I got to college, I figured I'd finally break out of it. I had scholarships lined up and a decent chance of establishing anything. But the family found a way to entice me back in every break and vacation. It created a chip on my shoulder. as if I wasn't just bringing their groceries. I was carrying the entire circus. And if I did speak out, I was resentful. That was Claudia's favorite term. We have given you everything. How dare you talk back? You assigned me duties. There are endless duties. And a front row seat for Isabella's parade. So, growing up, I quickly realized that I wasn't their son. I was their mule. And she was more than simply the golden child. She was impenetrable. Claudia would defend her in any situation. Victor would remain mute, leaving me to take the blame. But here's the thing. You can only push someone so far before they begin pushing back. And at 22, I was no longer the kid who shut up and drove Isabella to the mall. I had learned to play smarter. I wasn't just a mule anymore. I was the mule with a plan. Growing raised in a house where you are required to bend down at all times teaches you to anticipate moves. I knew Isabella was going to pull a stunt eventually. She always did, and I knew Claudia would back her up without hesitation, while Victor sat there pretending nothing was happening. So it didn't surprise me that everything went wrong during supper. What surprised me was how far they went. There were only 4 of us that night. No visitors, no neighbors, just family. Claudia prepared one of her signature buffets: pasta, salad, and garlic bread. I sat down, preparing myself for the spectacle. Isabella sat in her chair across from me, swiping through her phone like the queen she imagined she was. Victor mumbled something about hotel reservations. Claudia was worrying over napkins as if the world relied on their being folded properly. Dinner begins, and for 7 lovely minutes, everything is normal. Chewing, little chat, and silverware clinking. Then it happens. Isabella dropped her fork. Not in a big fashion, just a slight slip, and it falls next to her chair. She doesn't blink or bow down. She merely stares at me and says, "Pick that up." I laugh out. Not a nervous laugh, nor a courteous chuckle. I burst out laughing because I believe she was joking. But, nah. Her expression was dead serious. She even cocked her chin upwards like a movie villain. I said, "Pick it up." Claudia's head sprang up. "You overheard your sister. Don't be tough." I reclined back in my chair, fork in hand, spaghetti almost in my mouth. She has 2 hands. Gravity affects her in the same way that it affects me. If she dropped it, she can retrieve it. Claudia responded as if I had cursed out the Pope. She slams her hand upon the table. "Do not start tonight. Just do it." I point to the fork on the floor. It is right there. It's not like it dropped into a sewer grate. She is not impaired. She can bend over and grab it herself. Victor clears his throat as if he is about to speak, but he does not say anything. He just gives me that disappointed dad expression, which he saves exclusively for me. Isabella smirks with that smug little twist of her lip that she's perfected since middle school. Wow, do you really believe you're too good to help your family? Servants should understand their responsibilities. That word servant triggered something in me. Not wrath or despair, just a cold switch flipped because she meant it. She was not joking. She wasn't teasing. That's exactly how she saw me. Not her brother, but her servant. I set down my fork on my plate. The clink resonated, making the entire table stiff. "I'm not your servant," I said. I spoke in a calm, bland tone that made it plain I wasn't lying. Claudia exclaims louder now. "Please stop embarrassing us. Do you realize how ungrateful you sound? Your sister has had a long day. The least you can do is assist her." I glance across the table at Isabella, who is sitting back in her chair, arms folded like if she is watching a show. A long day spent doing what? Taking selfies? Scrolling over Instagram? Yeah, sounds exhausting. Claudia snapped. She grabbed the nearest object, her plate, and threw it at me. No warning, no hesitancy, simply full-fledged fury mode. The plate smashed against my cheek, and for a split second, I felt no pain, only shock. Lettuce and vinaigrette went everywhere. The sting was acute and burning, and I could feel blood streaming down the side of my face. I stood up, hand on my cheek, staring at her. Claudia was standing now, chest thumping and eyes flaming as if I had just committed treason. Victor finally pushed his chair back, but he did not approach me, just sat there, frozen. Isabella did not even flinch, she just leaned closer, smirking and said, "I told you. Servants don't talk back." I did not yell, cuss, or give them any gratification. I just turned and left the dining room. The sound of my chair scraping across the tile was the only response I gave them. Upstairs, I locked my door and finally breathed. My cheek throbbed, and blood mixed with vinaigrette. I took my phone, opened the camera and began taking photos. The 2 cuts, the swelling, and the pile of food remaining on my shirt. Every click reassured me. Proof. That's all I needed. No screaming matches, no needless arguments, just cold, indisputable evidence. And while I sat there, rubbing a towel against my face, I knew something. This wasn't only about a fork on the ground. This was years of being viewed as a helper. Years spent being invisible until someone needed anything. Tonight was not a random event, it was the outcome of every time I allowed them to treat me as a servant. But those days were numbered, as the mule with a plan had just gathered his first piece of proof. After dinner, things became strange in the house. Claudia pretended nothing had happened, as if she hadn't thrown a plate at my face like she was trying out for the MLB. Victor remained glued to his laptop, as if his resort emails were life or death. Isabella just went around with that sneer, as if she had finally put me in my place. But, here's the deal. You can't get away from the idea of freedom once you've tasted it. I was not going to sit back and let them reset everything like it was any other Tuesday. So I started being more aware, gathering evidence, keeping my lips shut when necessary, and refining my responses. A few days later, I was outside in the driveway, working on my car. Hood up, grease on my hands, sun beating down. One of those calm afternoons when you truly feel at peace. That is, until she shows up. Isabella walked out as if she owned the property. She walked smugly, phone in hand, as if she were about to give a regal order. She leaned against the car next to me and said, "You know, whatever you believe, you'll always be my little servant. That is all you are." I washed my hands with a rag and looked at her. A part of me wanted to laugh. Another part of me wanted to tell her to shove it. Instead, I leaned against the car, smirked at her and muttered, "Funny. I don't recall staff keeping this mansion from falling apart. Without me, the entire circus falls." Her grin faded for a half second. Then she leaned in closer, as if she were preparing for a battle. "Don't speak back. Everyone knows you're just bitter because Claudia and Victor adore me more." I tilted my head. "Yes, congratulations. You are the MVP of doing nothing. You've earned an impressive title there." And that's when Mom performed her hallmark maneuver, which usually worked when we were younger. She took a step back, flung her phone to the ground for dramatic effect, and screamed at the top of her voice. "He hit me. He shoved me," and I froze. Not because I felt bad, but because I knew what was coming. Claudia and Victor stormed out of the home, as if they had been waiting backstage for their cue. Claudia's eyes widened as she saw her beloved daughter fake cry. Victor clenched his jaw, as if he were preparing to deliver a courtroom speech. Claudia dashed up to Isabella, hugging her as if she had just survived a battle. "What have you done to her?" she snapped at me. "How could you place your hands on your sister?" I opened my mouth to explain, but Victor heaped on. "You are a monster, son. She's your sister, and you dare to hurt her? What is wrong with you?" I just stood there, hands smeared in oil, staring at them as if I were in some bizarre prank show. I had not touched her, not even near. However, in their view, her word was law. And that's when salvation came in. Mr. Henrik Dahl, our neighbor, walked up the walkway with his dog. He's an older retired Navy guy with a no-nonsense attitude. He saw it all from across the street. He came to a halt at the edge of our driveway, pulled his cap down and stated, "That boy did not touch her. I watched the whole darn thing. She is lying through her teeth." There was silence. Complete silence. Claudia's jaw literally fell. Victor began to murmur something about misunderstanding, but Mr. Dahl interrupted him. "Don't dare. I have been watching this garbage for years. You folks treat him like dirt, yet that female walks about like she owns the world. You should be ashamed." Isabella's phony tears ended abruptly. She merely stood there, caught red-handed, eyes flashing as if she may melt into the pavement. Claudia muttered something about family issues. Mr. Dahl shook his head. "No. This is not family. It's bullying, and everyone here notices it." Then he walked away, leaving the bomb he had dropped hanging in the air. I swear I almost laughed out loud. For the first time in years, someone outside the house spoke it aloud. And my parents had no response. They just stood there, like someone had pulled the rug out from under them. That night, I sat in my room, still contemplating it. Mr. Henrik Dahl did not simply call them out. He validated me, proved I wasn't insane, that it wasn't all in my head. Outsiders noticed it too. While sorting through some old boxes in my closet, I discovered something else that sparked a fire within me. Letters from my late grandfather, Victor's father. I'd seen them before, but never read them carefully. This time I did, and they landed hard. One line remained with me. "Don't let anyone turn you into a mule, son. Man creates his own life. Carrying everyone else will just break you down." I must have read that statement a dozen times. Because that was just what I had been doing. Carrying them. Their emotions, tasks, and junk. And for what? Nothing. That's when the plan began to solidify in my mind. I wasn't simply daydreaming about leaving anymore. I was going to try it for real. I started tiny. I opened a secret bank account and saved whatever money I could scrounge together from side jobs. I sneaked into Victor's office at night to copy my birth certificate and social security card. Every small step felt like breaking a chain. And I did not stop there. I contacted Mr. Matteo Rossi, a family friend I'd always looked up to, a retired guy who was stern but fair, who gave counsel without sugarcoating. I told him what was going on, and rather than dismissing me, he responded, "It's about time you cut loose. You have brains, kid. Use them. Don't let them guilt you into wasting your 20s. That stung me the most, because he was correct. I was no longer merely planning. I was nearly halfway out the door. The difference was that they didn't realize it yet. To them, I was still the obedient son, the built-in handyman who did whatever was necessary. So I wore the mask, fixed the leaky faucet, carried the heavy groceries, nodded when Claudia gave instructions, and laughed when Isabella tried her little power plays. On the outside, it appeared that I was still their mule. On the inside, every errand meant another day closer to my departure. However, one of the drawbacks of playing the game is that the opposite side may occasionally sniff about. And Isabella was always the curious sort, snooping through your backpack because she was bored. I should have expected it. One afternoon, I was shaving upstairs in the bathroom when I heard her door bang open, followed by mine. My stomach constricted. She was inside my room. I walked out and caught the tail end of it as she rifled through my belongings. My duffel bag, the decoy one, was half unzipped on the floor. I had planted it many weeks ago, complete with exercise clothing, old sneakers, and printed resumes for nearby jobs. Everything is a forgery, designed to be detected. A trap. And she ate the bait like a fish. Her eyes brightened up when she spotted the papers. Oh my God. Claudia. Victor, come here. I leaned against the door frame, towel over my shoulder, and seemed to be bored. Have you found anything you like? Claudia rushed in, drying her hands with a dish towel. Victor followed with a frown. Isabella pushed the papers at them. Look, he's preparing to depart. He has 2 suitcases packed. Claudia's face contorted as if she had discovered a criminal. Is this true? Are you snooping around? I shrugged. What? That's gym stuff. I thought I'd finally stopped skipping leg day. Victor grabbed the resumes and scanned them like they were FBI files. These are job applications. Yeah, I answered casually. For local locations. I figured I would toss some out there. You can't exactly live here forever, right? That line irritated Claudia. I could see it. She began pacing, muttering about loyalty and familial obligation. Isabella was practically glowing, waiting for me to get nailed, but I just leaned back, arms folded, and watched them spiral. I finally said, "Relax. It's called planning. You want me to freeload indefinitely? You complain when I do not contribute. You criticize when I try to give elsewhere. Make up your mind." Victor looked at me, then at the bag, and finally back at me. He exhaled. The classic. I do not want to deal with this transfer. Okay. But no secrets. If you're looking for work, please notify us, understand? Crystal clear, I responded, concealing a smirk. They left the room, Isabella trailing behind, still upset that her big discovery had failed. As soon as the door closed, I zipped up the duffel, tossed it into the corner, and sat on my bed. Inside, I was grinning. They had no idea that the original paperwork, bank information, copied IDs, and bus timetable to the city were hidden in a shoebox under the floorboard. That was the moment I realized I had them. They thought they had caught me. They believed they were in control. But I was running 2 games at once. They could see one, but not the other. Nonetheless, the scare reminded me that I was walking a fine line. If they slipped, they would tighten their grip even more. So I tightened everything. I began to treat every move as if it were a game of chess. The truth is, I know some people reading this will think, you're 22. Why not just leave already? And theoretically, I could have walked out the front door at that moment, but going broke with no paperwork, backup, or job lined up would have played right into their hands, and I had no one to help. I was on my own. So they'd make it seem like I was unstable, or worse, I'd crawl back when things got bad. And it was not going to happen. I didn't merely plan to depart. I planned to leave so clean that they'd never be able to bring me back. Every money I saved, Every document I copied, and every step of this escape strategy, was designed to sever all of their strings at once. When Claudia asked me to run errands, I volunteered, which provided me an excuse to go to the library, send out actual applications, and check emails on public computers. When Victor requested me to move boxes to the attic, I did so, then utilized the opportunity to hide extra cash where no one would look. When Isabella teased me for still living at home, I smiled since I knew I wouldn't be there long. But the tension was rising. Every dinner seemed like a challenge. Claudia's glances became sharper, as if she was waiting to catch me lying. Isabella began throwing little jabs at me, wanting to upset me so she could retreat and play the victim again. Despite the stillness, my heart would still race. Because if they ever discovered the real stash, the true plan, it would be over. They'd lock me down tighter than ever. The danger was not losing. The threat was identified too quickly. That made every day feel like walking a tightrope. But I wasn't afraid. I was as sharp as I had ever been. One night, while everyone was sleeping, I took out my notebook and began listing steps. Bus to downtown. Train tickets to Seattle. Please contact Mr. Rossi to confirm the job lead. Only bring what you really need. 2 duffel bags were hidden under my car's seat the night before. Every move was meticulously planned. I sat back and looked over the list, my cheek still slightly wounded from the plate. I smiled. They assumed I was confined. They believed they still owned me. But they were mistaken, since the mule with a plan was almost halfway gone. And this time, there was no turning him back. I knew it. But the trouble with crazy individuals is that they do not give up easily. They sense you pull away, and instead of backing away, they dig in deeper, grabbing at whatever they can grip. That is what my family did. It was after dinner, late enough that the house was silent save for the hum of the ceiling fan. I had just finished clearing my plate when Claudia's voice pierced through the air. Family meeting now. The tone was not optional. She used the same one when she found Isabella stealing beer at the age of 17, and when I forgot to maintain the lawn for a week. I sat back down at the table, and Victor and Isabella were already there, waiting as if it were a trial. Claudia stood at the head, as if she were the judge, jury, and executioner all in one. I did not even flinch. I reclined back in my chair, arms crossed, ready for the performance. Claudia began first. Your attitude has been unacceptable. You've been distant, belligerent, and downright ungrateful. After everything we've done for you, this is how you thank us. I tilted my head. Given to me, or taken from me? Her eyes narrowed. Victor cleared his throat. This family only works when everyone understands their roles. You're upsetting the balance. Translation, I replied, smirking. You mean when I act like the unpaid butler and she... I jerked my head at Isabella. Acts like royalty. Isabella gasped, as if I had spit on the Holy Grail. You are pathetic. You will always be the servant. That is your place. I did not raise my voice. Did not need to. I simply reached into my pocket, pulled out my phone, and slid it across the table. The screen popped up with a photo of my cheek. 2 plate incisions, swelling, and blood. Funny, I responded gently. Since where I come from, maids are rarely harmed for refusing to pick up something. That isn't discipline. That's abuse. The room fell silent for a moment. Claudia's face drained and then turned red. Victor's jaw stiffened. Isabella's smirk appeared for the first time in months. Delete that, Claudia said, her voice loud. You are distorting things. You pushed me first. You provoked me. I laughed sharply and quickly. Yes, certainly. Everyone can see I triggered a flying plate with my face. This is when Victor lost his cool. He grabbed his glass of water, slammed it down, and yelled, "Enough." Then, in one dumb split second, he tossed the glass directly at me. Time slowed. I noticed it spinning, with fluids trailing behind like a slow-motion commercial. It smashed against the table's edge, spraying pieces everywhere. A few nicked my arm and stung. But here's the kicker. Some rebounded back upon them. Victor's hand was riddled with tiny cuts, a piece of Isabella's naked leg. And the masters of the mansion appeared less like kings and queens and more like clowns suffering from their own mess. I rose up slowly, wiping shards from my clothing. My voice came out calmly. There is no movement. You've just proven my argument. You're not just toxic, you're dangerous. Claudia scrambled, hands flailing. There was an accident. He didn't mean... I held up my phone, already photographing the shards, cuts and mess. It doesn't matter. This isn't just a family drama anymore. It's evidence, Isabella said quietly for a change. There was no grin or swift insult, only startled eyes as they realized the game had changed. I took my bag from beneath the chair, slung it over my shoulder, and stared each of them dead in the eye. You thought you could keep me trapped here forever, but now you've given me every reason to make it official. Claudia's voice was raspy. What do you mean? I said, stepping toward the door. I'm going to file charges. Do you think I'll allow you keep hurling things at me until one day it becomes worse? Nah. This is over now. Victor pushed forward as if he wanted to stop me, but a glance at the phone in my hand stopped him mid-step. He knew. They all knew. The power dynamic had flipped. I strolled out of the room as if I owned it. Their voices lingered behind me, a combination of panic, fury, and phony pleading. But I didn't stop because I recognized the plan wasn't only to leave silently. It was about destroying the bridge behind me so that they could never bring me back. Nothing lights a bridge faster than the truth, backed up by cold, indisputable proof. That night I did not sleep. Couldn't. However, my thoughts was not racing in panic. It was steady and clear, as if someone had finally removed the fog from a windshield. Every bruise, fragment, and photo on my phone served as more than just proof. It was fuel. By morning, I had my duffel in the trunk, my documentation in a folder, and my departure planned out to the minute. I didn't say goodbye or leave a note. I strolled out the door with the same calm I'd maintained since the glass cracked. First stop. The police station. Walking in with a bandaged cheek and fresh cuts on my arm made me stand out quickly. I asked for an officer, placed my phone on the desk, and let the pictures speak for themselves. The cop glanced through the photos, his brow furrowing with each swipe, the plate cut, bruises, and broken glass littering the dining room floor. You're saying both events included your parents? He asked. Yep. Claudia threw the plate first, and Victor tossed the glass second. I have timestamps, 2 neighbors who witnessed sections of it, and a phone full of evidence. Tell me what that looks like. He didn't debate or belittle it. He simply nodded and started typing. Looks like assault to me. Hearing it labeled out loud seemed like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. It was not a family drama. It was not discipline. It was an assault. Period. They submitted the report, gave me copies, and promised to follow up with Mr. Henrik Dahl regarding his witness statement. And just like that, the narrative I'd been stuck in for years flipped. It did not happen overnight. A few weeks later the charges were officially filed. And that's when the dominoes fell. By the afternoon I was at Mr. Rossi's house, the mentor I had trusted. He had left a spare room free for me and said I may stay as long as I needed. We sat at his kitchen table and I sipped coffee, and he gave me the approving nod that only old men with military haircuts can give. I told you it had come to this, he said. Don't waste this opportunity. Build your own life. So I did. I stayed at Mr. Rossi's for a while, assisting around the house while arranging the job offer. 3 weeks later, I packed my duffel, took the bus to the station, and purchased an Amtrak ticket to Seattle. Watching the miles pass by out the window, I realized I wasn't just leaving a house, I was leaving the entire cage behind. Within 3 weeks I obtained a job offer from one of the companies I'd been applying to. The moment I walked out of that house, college was paused. I didn't have enough time to attend classes while also reconstructing my life. So work came first. Nothing fancy, but it was mine. My paycheck. My independence. No more being instructed when to take out the garbage or who to serve. Seattle became home base. First a friend's couch, then a cramped studio with creaky floors and a view of a brick wall. But here was my brick wall. I cooked my own food, had my own schedule, and lived by my own rules. Every time I dropped a fork on the floor and bent down to pick it up, I giggled. Stupid, yet symbolic. My fork, my hand, my preference. Meanwhile, back home, the consequences were severe. Claudia and Victor were surprised that the cops did not brush it under the rug. They followed through. Claudia and Victor face assault accusations. Nothing felony level at first, but enough to tarnish their records and have their neighbors talking, and gossip spreads faster than hurricanes in that neighborhood. Claudia suddenly ceased to be the queen of block parties. She was the mom who flung a dish at her son. Invitations ceased up. Her friends, to whom she used to gloat, began to avoid her. Victor did not escape either. The resort industry lives on reputation. Word spread that he was having family troubles. And just like that, his managers stopped trusting him with major accounts. The man who formerly strode through hotel lobbies was now reduced to managing regional bookings, imprisoned in a cubicle with peeling wallpaper. His pride, which he treasured the most, was crushed. Isabella has misplaced her beloved weapon. After Henrik Dahl vouched for me and the cops accepted my side, her word was meaningless. People stopped trusting her stories. Without me to fetch and carry, she was forced to live like the rest of us. Work, bend, and sweat. According to what I've heard, she ended up serving lattes at a coffee shop and posting sad Instagram captions about grinding. Reality check, served boiling hot. I didn't gloat publicly, but internally, watching them crumble from a distance was the most satisfying feeling I'd ever had. Not because I want vengeance for its own sake, but because the world finally recognized them for who they truly were. And I wasn't their mule anymore. I was not their scapegoat or servant. I was just a guy, finally free and living. Every paycheck I received, every late-night brainstorming session at work, and every calm evening in my apartment proved I had made it out. They could bleed, whine, and crumble all they wanted inside that mansion. That wasn't my burden to bear anymore. The finest thing was knowing I created it smartly. I did not just run away. I designed an escape so tight and calculated that they couldn't use it against me. I have evidence in my pocket, a job lined up, and my life is waiting. And now that I look back, I don't see a kid confined. I see the guy who played the long game, loaded the deck, and walked away with what they said I'd never have: control. And while I was establishing something real in Seattle, their entire enterprise back home began to collapse from every perspective. It wasn't even me pulling the cords, they were pulling themselves apart. Mr. Rossi was the first to provide me the updates. He informed me he had run into Victor at the hardware shop. He said the man resembled a ghost. Claudia and Victor fought every day. Claudia yelled that Victor had let me go away. Victor snapped back, claiming Claudia was the one who transformed the house into a circus. Isabella was yelling at both of them, stating they had ruined her life because she now had to do everything on her own. The lovely little familial unit that previously stood against me was now eating each other up. The weird thing was that I wasn't even angry anymore, just detached, as if I'd left a cage of wild animals and was watching them battle from the outside. Then the financial issues struck. Without me carrying all of the weight, mending things, paying for minor crises, and saving them time and money on every duty, their finances began to deteriorate. Victor's compensation was reduced due to his demotion at work. Claudia's small social gatherings dwindled, leaving no side benefits. Bills heaped, credit cards maxed out. Word spread that the house was under pre-foreclosure. Henrik Dahl told me he saw the note on the front door one morning. There is no hiding it, it is as obvious as day. Victor had to sell his automobile. Claudia pawned jewelry that she used to wear like it was her crown. When people saw them shopping at inexpensive stores, they looked away as if they didn't recognize them. People who relied on bragging rights couldn't recover from such a setback. Then came the trivial stuff, which made me chuckle the most. Isabella attempted to move out on her own, gloating publicly that she was finally independent. She barely lasted 4 months before going back home because rent was eating her alive. Claudia sent me an email attempting to guilt trip me. Your sister is crying herself to sleep, and it's your fault. I read it twice, laughed, and erased. For once, her tears were not my fault. The scar on my cheek has faded to a faint line. I never covered it up. If someone asked, I'd just shrug and say, family stuff. Because the truth was not in the scar itself. The truth was that I had walked away from those who had given it to me and never looked back. 5 years later, I received 2 last emails. There's no subject line. Just desperation seeping into the text. Claudia stated that they were breaking apart, with expenses crushing them. Victor is stuck at a dead-end job, while Isabella drifts. You're doing so well. Please help us, she wrote. I sat there reading it and felt nothing, not angry or smug. I pressed delete without hesitation, and I knew I had truly won. Not because their lives fell apart, but because I stopped caring. So, if you're stuck in a family that treats you like a mule, hear this. You don't owe them your entire life simply because you have blood. Play the long game. Document everything. Save the proof. Build your exit in silence. And when the day arrives, walk away cold. Do not wait for their apologies. Do not beg for their blessing. Leave so clean that they will never be able to draw you back. Because throwing their comments back in their face isn't the best way to exact revenge. The best form of vengeance is living a life so much beyond their means that they are forced to choke on the reality. The servant was the only person who figured it out. New stepmother chose me as maid of honor, but her daughter humiliated me at the wedding. So I pressed charges to take back my dignity. Ahead of the ceremony, I planned to surprise my new stepmother by getting to the hotel early carrying her something blue. She chose me to be her maid of honor rather than her own daughter Alicia, whom I had never met, and our friendship had grown since she and my dad started dating. Even with her unkempt extensions and artificial tan, I knew her the second she stepped through the door. I was unaware that I was going to become her new sister because I had shed 60 pounds and gone blonde instead of brunette since my dad had shared our last family photo. "Excuse me, what on earth are you doing in here?" she demanded, her distaste evident as she surveyed me from head to toe. She yelled out, "Girls, we have a problem." Some strange woman had broken into the suite, and I was about to explain how she had gotten past security. I was about to add, when she abruptly interrupted me. To be honest, I was curious to observe my new stepsister's character before she found out who I was. "Oh my God, check out your dress," Alicia exclaimed as she stalked me with a predatory stride. "Did you get that at Goodwill?" It's so pathetic when poor people try to sneak into nice events. You probably saw the wedding announcement online and thought you could pretend to belong here. 2 additional bridesmaids arrived, and she said, "Look at this tragic woman trying to blend in with that awful dress and those Payless shoes. It's actually sad." Upon learning that I was indeed attending the wedding, she exclaimed with a mischievous grin, "You're not on the guest list. I'm the bride's daughter, and I know every single person invited. You're probably one of those psycho wedding crashers who tries to steal gifts or food. What's your scam? Pretending to be someone's plus one?" Alicia's entourage began filming me with their phones, and I quickly realized that this video documenting my humiliation would remain online in perpetuity if I revealed my identity. The pearl necklace that belonged to my late mother clattered across the floor when she snatched my purse from the table and threw it out. "Let's see what you're trying to steal." "Oh look. Cheap drugstore makeup and a phone with a cracked screen. Definitely not someone who belongs at a $100,000 wedding." She proceeded to kick my mother's jewelry while muttering, "Fake pearls too. How embarrassing." As I knelt down to retrieve them, she crushed my palm. She proclaimed, "Security is on their way," without having contacted anybody else. "But first, tell us who you really are. My new stepsister Iris is supposed to be here, and you're taking up space meant for actually important people. Are you obsessed with the groom? Did you see my mom with her rich fiancé and decide to ruin their day?" I tripped over the champagne table after she shoved me backward. I wanted to say, "I'm Iris." But the thought of saying it lodged in my throat as I saw her cruelly summon my name. Even if my friend mentioned that maybe I was just confused, Alicia's anger just grew. "Don't defend her. She's probably mentally ill. Look at her. She's not even denying it. She's just standing there like a creep." She stepped in front of me and said, "Iris is the maid of honor. And when she gets here, we're going to laugh about the crazy woman who tried to infiltrate the wedding." She proceeded to shake a bottle of champagne that she had picked up. She popped it and sprayed it all over me, soaking my dress and hair completely. "You know what? You need to learn what happens to wedding crashers," she said. "Oops, now you really look like trash, street trash covered in alcohol. Perfect." The other girls giggled and snapped pictures as I stood there, wet, and worried about my dad's reaction if I made a fuss just before his ceremony. After I still hadn't left, she rang the hotel's security. "We have an intruder in the penthouse bridal suite. She's unstable and refusing to leave. She's probably dangerous, might be on drugs. Please hurry." She gave me a smirk and added, "They're going to arrest you. This is a felony. Trespassing and attempted theft. Your life is about to be ruined." She approached me with scissors in hand and said, "Actually, let's make sure you can never crash another wedding." With a firm grip on my hair, she severed a portion of it. "There. Now you appear just as insane on the outside as you are on the inside. I will inform Iris, the real maid of honor, about my ordeal of rescuing the wedding from a disturbed individual who threatened to harm someone, when she arrives." I couldn't even begin to describe how shocked I was at this point. Just then, the door to the next room swung open, and my stepmother, all dolled up in her robe and with her makeup and hair done to perfection, stepped out. "Iris, look who it is. I was wondering when my maid of honor would show up. My darling, what happened to your hair?" Alicia stood between us, her expression turning pale as she realized she had just attacked her future stepsister. Her hands remained gripping the scissors and my chopped hair. My stepmother's body tensed up as her gaze shifted from the scissors to the clump of blonde hair on the floor, and then back to my severed skull. Rushing across the room, she snatched my face and turned my head to examine my scalp for cuts, leaving Alicia still with my hair entangled in her fingers. My every step was accompanied by the sound of tiny splashes as the champagne that had been dripping down my dress collected on the white carpet. At first, I couldn't hear my stepmother's murmur as she trembled her fingers over the hard spots where Alicia had chopped my hair. Then she raised her voice and asked, "What did you do to Iris?" My name was uttered in a cracking voice. Alicia's jaw clenched and clenched again, but no sound from her lips. At that moment, I was afraid she could lose control of the scissors in her hand. With their phones still in their hands, but no longer recording, Rachel and Sophia both retreated toward the door. My dad must have heard the commotion because he stepped out of his tuxedo, bow tie undone, and sporting a broad grin that quickly faded as soon as he laid eyes on me. All of a sudden, he took it all in, my drenched hair, Alicia's scissors, and his wife, who was beginning to cry, all of it. He began to approach me and inquired, "Iris, my darling, are you hurt?" Nevertheless, my stepmother had already begun to examine my scalp once more. She turned to face Alicia before I could react, and her voice became unusually harsh. When she said, "Explain yourself right now," Alicia found her voice and began speaking so rapidly that her sentences ran together. While Nina kept looking around as if she wanted to vanish, Rachel stealthily reached into her purse and placed her phone inside. She kept saying she didn't know it was me, that she thought I was breaking in, that I looked different and wouldn't say who I was. I watched as David, the wedding planner, arrived in his immaculate gray suit, and I could see that his professional grin froze as he took everything in. Quickly retrieving his phone, he began messaging someone as he cautiously made his way farther into the room to evaluate the damage. He whispered, "We need to push the ceremony back," before screaming it out when nobody listened. David was instructed by my stepmother to contact hotel security immediately after my stepmother gently removed the scissors from Alicia's hand and placed them on the cosmetics table. With her fingers returning to my hair to assess the extent of the damage, she led me to the couch and seated me down. I could see her attempting to hold back tears as her shaking fingertips brushed against the incisions. Alicia regained consciousness and began to pace frantically as she explained that everything had been a total misunderstanding. Everyone would have acted similarly if they believed someone was trying to break into their mom's wedding, she said, and I should have told her my identity. She also said that I was acting strangely. Even though Alicia had taken her hands off the scissors, my dad's expression grew increasingly menacing as he stepped in front of us, shielding me from harm. The hotel security guard, Albert, showed up sooner than I had anticipated. This towering figure in the black uniform surveyed the room and promptly assumed command. After he reassured everyone to remain calm, he began rearranging furniture in the suite, placing Alicia by the window while I remained on the couch with my stepmother and dad. With his arrival, the atmosphere in the room shifted. What had been a simple family dispute now transformed into a potential police matter. When Albert wanted to know what had transpired, I found the courage to speak up. I hadn't since my stepmother entered. Saying, "I want to file a complaint for assault." I observed Alicia's face turn white. Without hesitation, she began to weep. "I couldn't do this. Not today. Not on her mom's wedding day." My stepmother closed her eyes as if in physical anguish, stuck between doing what was right and protecting her daughter from the consequences of her dreadful actions. Rachel and Emma gave Albert a slow nod as he asked if they had seen what had happened. Not only did he want to know whether anyone had filmed anything, but he also asked them not to leave since he would need their statements. It slipped my mind that Emma was reaching for her handbag, but Albert was also aware of the movement. Coming closer to Albert, David began to murmur something about the urgent necessity to handle the vendor calls. I could see that his phone was already beeping constantly, and that he had a growing number of messages. He approached the window and began to make a series of calls, explaining that the sound system was experiencing technical difficulties in a calm and professional manner. Turning to me, Albert wanted to know if I had any injuries that needed to be recorded. I extended my hand, revealing the spot where Alicia had trodden, and demonstrated the crimson bruises that covered my knuckles to him. Next, I retrieved my mother's pearl necklace from its previous resting place on the floor and brought attention to the scratches that had not been present earlier. Using his phone, Albert snapped pictures of my hand from various perspectives, zooming in on the broken pearls. He inquired about the necklace's value and made notes in a little notebook regarding the property damage. It belonged to my late mother, so I told him it was valuable, but the insurance company only gave it about $3,000 worth. I overheard David mentioning that guests were already making their way downstairs as he continued on the phone informing someone that the ceremony would begin 90 minutes later than scheduled. Gently inquiring as to my well-being and whether I required medical assistance, my father drew nearer to me and rested his hand on my shoulder. After I shook my head, my stepmother approached David and politely requested some privacy for us. She escorted me to a secluded area of the room close to the restroom door as the others continued with their work. She continued delicately caressing my damaged hair while her eyes welled up with tears. She wanted to know what I needed from her right now, so I told her the truth. Alicia shouldn't get away with assault on a wedding day, she should face serious consequences. I could sense my stepmother's pain as she nodded slowly. Still, she comprehended. Albert moved directly in front of Alicia and raised his hand as she began to approach us from across the room. He informed her that she couldn't approach the victim because she needed to keep her distance while the inquiry was underway. Alicia's cheeks flushed as she began to scream that I was intentionally hurting her mother by destroying everything, and that this was absurd. Evidently avoiding any association with the tantrum, Rachel drew away from her companion and shifted uneasily. In a low voice, Emma approached Albert and gently tapped his arm to get his attention. After telling him she needed to show him something essential, she took out her phone. She showed him the screen after unlocking it, and I watched as she explained that she had taped the entire event from the moment I entered. Regardless of their friendship, she was prepared to publish the footage as proof that Alicia had done something wrong. As if unable to comprehend the treachery, Alicia gazed at Emma with her jaw agape. With perspiration beading on his forehead, David returned to the group after ending yet another call. According to his announcement, we had a maximum of 1 hour to postpone the ceremony before we would permanently lose our venue slot. The reception hall was already booked for another wedding after hours, so there was no room for further postponement. As my stepmother considered whether to cancel or delay the wedding, her worried expression betrayed her inner turmoil. Her trembling hands betrayed the immense burden of having to choose between her daughter's actions and her wedding day. I could no longer stand by and watch as everyone dealt with Alicia's disaster. Consequently, I went to the restroom on my own. My eyes welled up with tears the second I slammed the door behind me and caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. Someone had clearly used a chainsaw on my hair. It was unkempt and uneven, and a large chunk was missing. As I sobbed into my hands, I released all the shock that had been building up inside of me, sitting on the locked toilet seat. A woman's voice inquired whether she had arrived at the correct location as a soft rap on the door rang. According to her, David had summoned her as a hair emergency stylist, and her name was Megan Hicks. I lost all self-control, and sobbed more at her mercy, and the gentle way she spoke through the door. As she beheld the destruction, I opened the door and welcomed her inside, observing her professional grin waver. Right away, she began to run her fingers through my hair to assess its condition. She pulled out a set of scissors and other styling equipment from her case, and assured me that she could make it work, saying that she had fixed worse. As she began to smooth out the corners, I could make out the rising volume of conversations in the main room. As my dad's voice echoed through the door, he informed Alicia that her actions were totally unacceptable, and that she had revealed her true character to everyone. Then came Alicia's dramatic tears, which seemed more like acting than genuine grief. Without mentioning the unfolding events outside, Megan continued to work diligently, molding the remnants of my hair into a purposeful rather than an aggressive style. When I was ready, Albert came knocking on the door of the restroom to tell me he needed to talk to me. After Megan informed him that we required an additional 10 minutes, he decided to wait outside with his supervisor, who had just shown up. Her short pixie cut turned out really well, especially considering her starting point, because she worked quickly but meticulously. Once again, the door swung wide, and an elderly guy dressed similarly to the security guard escorted Albert inside, introducing himself as his boss. Albert informed me that I needed to sign the documents now in order to press charges, and they had papers in their hands. There was a strict policy of zero tolerance for violence on the premises, he added, and the hotel treated assault extremely seriously. According to the supervisor, Alicia might be arrested today since the evidence they have is sure to stick. Even though I knew it would take place at my dad's wedding, I nevertheless grabbed up the pen anyhow. The decision felt monumental. My stepmother's voice, which was both clear and powerful and full of emotion, resounded through the bathroom door. She made the announcement that the ceremony, which would be limited to immediate family only, would go ahead in 45 minutes. They needed more time to reschedule everything, so the reception was put off forever. She became increasingly angry as she informed Alicia that she would not be serving in any capacity during the ceremony, including as a bridesmaid. The subsequent hush was heavy with the imminent arrival of repercussions. Rachel politely requested to use the restroom for a moment by tapping on the door. With a nod from me, she quietly made her way inside to observe Megan smoothing down the rough patches in my hair. She paused, toying with her phone, before apologizing for her role in allowing Alicia to continue when things escalated. She did concede that everyone was aware of Alicia's cruel side, but none had anticipated her to resort to such extreme measures with the scissors and champagne. I could tell she was really distressed by the events since her hands quivered while she spoke. With her thinning shears, Megan continued to progressively combine the shorter bits into something that appeared purposeful. The family attorney's voice came through when my dad's phone began buzzing, so he answered it and placed it on speaker. While everything is still vivid in my mind, the attorney advised me to capture everything immediately. He suggested I document the red mark on my palm from when Elysia stomped on me, as well as the scuffed dress and my mother's tarnished pearls, in photographs. As the lawyer emphasized the urgent need for written testimonies from all witnesses, my dad whipped out his phone and began snapping photos of my hand and the champagne stains. We could make out Elysia's rising voice as she spoke to her mom through the door. "I failed to immediately identify myself to her," she claimed, "and now she blames me for everything. She said I wanted her to look awful at the wedding, so I let her humiliate herself on purpose." Her accusation that I was deceptive and plotting to destroy her bond with her mother caused her voice to grow increasingly strident. Telling Elysia to quit making excuses for assault, my stepmother's voice was icy and piercing. David, clutching his tablet, stood anxiously at the door to the restroom. He mentioned that a number of people on the lower level had observed the security detail and were inquiring about the holdup. He wanted to know what to say to the individuals who were becoming afraid that something catastrophic had happened so he could contain the situation. The manager of the hotel came over to see how we were doing and to make sure we had all the necessities. The manager's worries regarding the hotel's image were voiced by David. Albert returned with additional details regarding the charges in the event that word spread about an attack in the penthouse suite. In his view, the use of scissors as a weapon constituted an attack with a lethal weapon, significantly more dangerous than a mere battery. A conviction could result in a prison sentence rather than merely community service or probation. When Elysia's sobbing abruptly ceased, the main room fell still, as if she had heard him. With her phone in one hand, Emma approached Albert and began copying the footage she had captured to his tablet. To observe it, we were all crowded around. The film showed every humiliating moment, from Elysia spilling my bag to spraying me with champagne to chopping my hair with the scissors, even though I truly didn't want to see it again. With her hand covering her mouth, my stepmother observed for almost 30 seconds before she was compelled to exit the room. Compared to hearing about it, seeing her daughter assault me on film was a whole new ballgame. Following our viewing of the footage, the attorney's voice resurfaced on the phone's speaker. His reasoning was as follows. With this kind of evidence, plus multiple witnesses, criminal charges would definitely stick if we pursued them. He went on to say that we could file a civil claim for emotional anguish and property damage in addition to the criminal case. Everyone around Elysia thought she needed to sit down because her breathing became so rapid that she would pass out. No matter what I decided regarding pressing charges, Elysia was no longer welcome in our home, my dad told me as he turned to me. She had proven she couldn't be trusted in my presence, and he said that true family members don't behave in this manner. He had an incredibly aggressive and forceful voice that I had never heard before. Even though my stepmother returned to the room with tears streaming down her cheeks, she refrained from challenging his choice. After David cleared his throat, he announced that he had successfully rescheduled the event to include just his closest relatives and friends. There would be no way to go ahead with the lavish reception that was supposed to include 200 people. The total amount of almost $30,000 was lost due to the catering, the band and the flowers for 200 people, as shown on his tablet. By this point, it was too late to get a refund on anything. Despite her pale complexion caused by the financial loss, my stepmother only nodded to indicate that she understood. Megan took a step back and gave me a mirror so I could check her work on my hair. She had given the hack job a short pixie cut which, although not exactly what I had envisioned for the wedding, turned out really cute. She styled the remaining length with product to provide texture, even though the sides were extremely short. Using the remnants of Elysia's attack, she had performed real magic. After everything that had happened, this simple gesture of kindness hit me so hard that I began to cry as I thanked her. She gave me a shoulder rub and then began to gather her equipment, expressing her gratitude for being able to turn a negative into a positive. Albert began to show me my choices on his iPad as everyone looked on. Elysia might be detained before the ceremony if I press charges now. A warrant would not be necessary for my filing of a report for documentation purposes. The hotel could preserve their proof, and I could treat it as a family problem. He was very clear that the hotel had sufficient proof notwithstanding my choice. Multiple angles of view were captured by the security cameras, and there was Sophia's video as well. As Albert spoke, Elysia sat on the couch, her hands covering her head. I overheard Rachel speaking as she drew nearer to Emma. "They should depart immediately," she remarked. "This wasn't their problem, and they didn't need to get involved. They were witnesses. Ciara shook her head and remarked, and they had an obligation to act morally. Rachel snatched her pocketbook and refused to be sent to court over this, she insisted. Thinking about what Alicia did to me with those scissors should be her motivation, Ciara informed her. As we watched, their bond was crumbling. My stepmother re-entered the room, appearing calmer this time, but with crimson eyes. Without hesitation, she approached me and firmly grasped my hands. She assured me that she would stand by my decision to bring charges. Alicia, she said, had never before been held accountable for her actions. When she suggested that this could be just what her kid needed, her voice quivered. Somehow, she appeared older, as if the burden of her motherhood shortcomings had accelerated her aging process. I inquired as to whether Alicia may remain at the hotel before informing Albert that I intended to submit a police report. Before the ceremony, I preferred not to have her apprehended and removed. Albert phoned his boss and confirmed that they could work things out. It would be necessary for Alicia to remain in a separate room under the observation of the hotel security. It was more generous than the tenderness she displayed while she was trimming my hair. My face was covered in tears as the makeup artist arrived and began applying the finishing touches. In order to retrieve my alternate dress, my dad retrieved it from his vehicle in the parking garage. The one that had been soaked in champagne was utterly spoiled and had an alcoholic odor to it. I was essentially beginning all over, but no one seemed to notice. Megan wasted little time repairing my cosmetics while David continued to field calls. Alicia nodded without raising an eyebrow as Albert walked her through the definitions. In lieu of an immediate trip to the station, she consented to the monitored isolation. She was escorted by 2 security officers to a second-floor, smaller office. Gradually she rose to her feet and cast a final glance at her mother. Although my stepmother's expression was one of desperation and pleading, she only nodded. Quietly, Alicia trailed behind the guards as they departed. David brought over his phone and showed me the most recent timeline. The downstairs guests were becoming increasingly impatient and wanted to know why there had been a delay. A small medical issue had been reported, but he assured them that everything was under control. He claimed that at this moment, nobody needed further drama caused by the truth. Already some of the attendees were taking to social media to express their confusion. At David's direction, his helper kept an eye on the posts to prevent any leaks. Sitting down beside me, my stepmother waited for Megan to apply my final coat of cosmetics. After everything, she wanted to know if I still desired the role of maid of honor. Because Alicia also couldn't take that away from me, I told her yes. In a tight embrace, she mumbled an apology for her daughter's actions as she embraced me. According to her, she ought to have anticipated this and taken action earlier. Because I was at a loss for words, I simply returned her embrace. The 30-minute ceremony, which had been altered, was about to begin. Assisting my stepmother with the finishing touches to her bridal gown and veil was my honor. Alicia and our plans for the future were not discussed. Following all the mayhem, the relative quiet felt both strange and essential. My dad returned with a simpler dress to replace the one that got ruined. Rather than the purple one that had been bathed in champagne, it was navy blue. As I changed behind a screen in the corner, everyone else turned their backs on me. Even though it wasn't my original intention, the new garment fit perfectly. At the desk, Rachel and Emma were handing Albert their written statements. From beginning to end, they recorded what they witnessed. In order to have the documents officially recorded, Albert had them sign and date them. After Rachel finished first, she departed without bidding farewell to anyone. Just before she departed, Sophia walked over to me and gave me a firm squeeze. She expressed her utmost regret for all that had transpired in a hushed tone. While Alicia had always been cruel, she said it had never been this severe. Alicia felt like she had forgotten about yet another consequence when they left. After checking his watch, David announced that we must immediately descend to the ceremony site, lest we lose the venue altogether. David made a few last-minute modifications to my stepmother's veil as we made our way downstairs, and my dad held my arm the whole way. Instead of the 200 seats they had prepared, the room for the event appeared enormous, with only 20 people spread out in the front rows. As I stood holding the bouquet for his bride, my dad couldn't help but glance across at me every few seconds. The strange and silent atmosphere was intensified by the vacant spaces where Alicia and the bridesmaids ought to have stood. My stepmother's voice quivered and she had to pause as she vowed to mix our families with love and respect as the officiant began the ceremony. Even though she was unaware of what had transpired upstairs, I witnessed my aunt using a tissue to dab her eyes. Without the readings and special music that had been scheduled, the event came to a swift end. Everyone seemed awkward and uncomfortable as we snapped a few shots. Albert discreetly informed us that Alicia had been escorted to the police station for processing as the photographer was finishing up. Without more inquiry, my stepmother only nodded and averted her gaze. Due to the cancellation of the large reception, we had dinner at the hotel restaurant with the relatives who had stayed. As they took their plates, the group engaged in idle chatter over the day's weather and traffic. My dad held onto my hand the entire time we were eating and squeezed it whenever anyone inquired about Alicia. My stepmother summoned me to the hallway for a little moment after supper. She gave me a check and said it would pay for everything: the dress, treatment, my mom's necklace that needed fixing, and any medical fees I could incur. Another thing she mentioned was that she should have known her daughter's actions would lead to this, and that she was sorry for everything. We both knew that wasn't entirely accurate, but I still took the money and told her it wasn't her fault. A prosecutor reviewed all of the evidence Albert had gathered 2 days later as I sat in a cramped downtown office. She played a video that had been recorded on Olivia's phone and displayed images of my hand and freshly chopped hair. She detailed how assault and battery charges would appear on Alicia's permanent record. The prosecution stated that, given the presence of witnesses and video evidence, Alicia would likely be sentenced to probation and community service, considering this was her initial violation. If I wanted to pursue more severe charges, she wanted to know if I was fine with that. I wanted this to end, so I said probation would be good. In a plea deal, Alicia agreed to take anger management courses and avoid me for 2 years. Her lawyer contacted me the following week to discuss the details. She was unable to attend any family gatherings I attended or get in touch with me because of the restraining order. It would be more cumbersome to cope with a trial, so I consented. After some time had passed, my stepmother contacted me to inform me that she and Alicia had enrolled in family therapy. According to her, they required professional assistance once she realized she had allowed Alicia to get away with too much for too long. According to what she told me, Alicia's cruel behavior didn't emerge out of nowhere, and she blamed herself for not intervening sooner. My hair had grown out to a point where the stylist could style it into a more natural style 3 weeks following the wedding. Despite the jeweler fixing my mom's pearl necklace, I could still make out tiny scratches when the light hit them in certain angles. Even though my hand had fully healed, there were moments when I could still feel the ghostly pressure of Alicia's sneaker. Even if my physical health was improving, I couldn't stop dreaming about being a prisoner in that suite, as onlookers made fun of me. On Tuesdays, my dad began treating me to a romantic meal out by myself. When we went out to eat, he would choose spots far from any potential acquaintances. Apart from the wedding, we would discuss anything and everything. He assured me one night that he was pleased with my handling of the situation, and that Alicia would never set foot in my presence again. He assured his wife that he would see to it, even if it meant skipping a few vacations together. He said that he should have recognized something was off when Alicia refused to meet with me before the wedding, and that he should have done a better job of protecting me. The feeling of having my dad around again, free from the strife in my step-family, made these dinners the highlight of my week. I received frequent reports from my stepmother regarding Alicia's progress in therapy and her community service at a homeless shelter. According to her, Alicia was beginning to grasp the concept of consequences and realize how foolish she had been. Even though I didn't answer any of her texts, I also didn't block her phone. I wished Alicia would change for the better, but more, I wished she would vanish from my life. It had only been a few weeks since the wedding, yet it felt like ages had passed. Our entire family has changed their behavior recently. We are all much more reserved and watchful now. There was never any true formation of the family we were meant to become at that wedding. What happened instead was that we transformed into a fractured entity that each of us was attempting to reconcile with. Notifications began flooding my phone, which was the first indicator that things were getting worse. Someone uploaded the security tape of the wedding disaster, despite David's best efforts to keep it under wraps. In a few hours, footage of Alicia snipping my hair with scissors had gone viral. Sending links and checking in to see how I was doing were people I hadn't spoken to in years. Every possible name was thrown at Alicia in the comments section of the videos. The expression on her face when my stepmother said my name was so startled that it became a meme. Outside of communicating with close relatives, I disabled all of my social media accounts and reduced my phone use. Until I began having lunch at my desk, my coworkers would bring it up during lunch. A warning about the dangers of wedding violence was broadcasted by the local news after they took up the tale. As the teenager who brutally assaulted her stepsister with scissors, Alicia's visage became a household name. Without my asking, my stepmother began texting me updates every few days. According to her, Alicia was volunteering at a downtown shelter for the homeless. According to her, the judge ordered her to work there for 6 months, 3 days a week. Images of Alicia preparing meals and clearing tables were included in her message. Alicia was learning the face of actual problems, she stated in her lengthy notes. Upon witnessing homeless families with children for the first time, Alicia reportedly broke down in tears. Despite reading each and every message, I never responded. I was curious if there were real repercussions for her. I wanted to deny her existence for a while. A substantial package came from Alicia's attorney 6 weeks subsequent to the nuptials. There was a 3-page letter written by Alicia within. She detailed her childhood feelings of envy, as she detailed how her mom showered attention on others. She confessed that she had been cruel to many others prior to me. I told her she should never have to see me again since she was ashamed of her behavior, and she replied she understood. She refused to assign responsibility or make excuses. She merely expressed remorse and stated her intention to improve herself. After giving it 2 readings, I tossed it into a drawer. Even though I wasn't prepared to forgive, I did see that she had made an effort. A month down the road, my stepmother kindly requested that we have lunch together. We sought for a secluded area outside of town, away from prying eyes. She appeared weary and older, yet her face lit up with a smile upon seeing me. At first, we stuck to safe subjects, like the weather and our jobs. Subsequently, she informed me that she had also been attending therapy, in order to comprehend how she had brought up as someone capable of such brutality. It dawned on her that instead of educating Alicia the repercussions of her actions, she had always found a reason to shield her. Neither did she ever once suggest we speak to, or ask me to forgive Alicia. One lunch at a time, she worked on regaining my trust. As our meeting frequency increased to every 2 weeks, things began to settle down. Dad made arrangements to have his birthday meal at his preferred steakhouse 3 months subsequent to the wedding. Sitting alone at a corner table were only he, my stepmother and I. Neither Alicia nor her absence were brought up by anyone. After sharing dessert, we cracked up at Dad's terrible jokes. In exchange for his concert tickets, my stepmother gave him a watch. For the first time since the wedding, it felt like a genuine family supper. We all got in the shots, and it was clear that everyone was having a great time. It seemed like that night proved we could manage without Alicia. My stepmother contacted me a few weeks later to inform me that Alicia had completed the therapy program. According to her, Alicia wanted to personally apologize and make amends. Following a day of contemplation, I returned the call. I expressed my gratitude that Alicia was receiving assistance, but I said that I was not yet prepared to meet with her. Apologies won't solve everything. According to my stepmother, she got it and promised not to bring it up again. She never pressured me or broke her promise. In a formal letter, the hotel expressed its regret for the security lapse and the distress it caused. They also offered to foot the bill for a whole year of therapy. A personal phone call from Albert inquired about my well-being. According to him, the hotel's procedures were revised in light of the incident. On my birthday, he gave me flowers and a card wishing me a speedy recovery. Our whole wedding bill was covered by the management as a gesture of apology. More people benefited than these random acts of generosity would have them believe. I felt completely normal again 6 months after that terrible day. It appeared like Dad and my stepmother emerged from the conflict stronger than before. Their communication had improved, and they had established healthy limits. I had become accustomed to taking precautions and no longer felt bad about it. From afar, Alicia continued to get assistance. After that wedding, we were all much better off. Our intended family never materialized, but the one we created was genuine and authentic. My stepbrother got $85,000 of my college fund for Broadway dreams. 10 years later, he was broke, and when my parents begged for him, I shut the door. I am a 33-year-old female family medicine physician who has my own practice in Portland. But 10 years ago, I was a 17-year-old who had just been cheated out of her entire future by parents who believed musical theater was more important than medical school. Here's how things went down. My mother, Marianne, married my stepfather, Roland, when I was 13. He arrived with his 16-year-old son, Adrian, who quickly became the golden child of our household. Adrian was a wannabe Broadway star who spent his waking hours singing show tunes and practicing jazz hands in the mirror. I must admit that the kid has decent pipes. However, he possessed the work ethic of a sloth and the ego of Kanye West. Roland was one of those divorced dads who tried too hard to be the cool parent. He was constantly bragging about Adrian's artistic abilities and how he was going to be the next big thing on Broadway. Every topic eventually came back to Adrian's most recent audition or performance. Meanwhile, I was getting straight A's in AP chemistry and biology, volunteering at the hospital, and plotting my path to medical school. The bias was so evident that it was nearly laughable. Roland's reaction to my acceptance into the National Honor Society was, That's nice, honey. Did you hear Adrian got the lead in the school musical? When I scored in the 95th percentile on my Pats, Marianne clapped politely and then immediately shifted the conversation to how Adrian needed new headshots for his portfolio. Adrian milked the spotlight for all it was worth. This child would break into song during dinner chats. Not kidding. We'd be talking about grocery lists when he'd suddenly start singing Defying Gravity from Wicked like we were his personal audience. Roland would beam with pride as I sat there, wondering if this was how a stroke felt. The real stinger was how they handled our various activities. My science fair projects received, "Very nice, dear." Adrian's community theater performances were attended by the entire family, with flowers and a celebratory luncheon following. I once won first place in the regional scientific Olympiad, and Roland's only comment was that we could leave early because Adrian had rehearsal. I recall one particular incident during my junior year that completely captured the familial dynamics. I'd been working on an antibiotic-resistant study in local water sources for months. I spent weekends at the university lab, conducted fieldwork to collect materials, and presented discoveries that impressed my AP biology teacher sufficiently to recommend me for a state-level science competition. Adrian auditioned for the lead in the community theater's performance of Guys and Dolls. The same week I learned I had won second place at state, a major accomplishment that would look well on college applications. He received a callback. Not the part, but a callback. Guess which accomplishment dominated family dinner discussions for the next month? Roland actually printed the callback notice and placed it on the refrigerator. My state-level science medal went into a drawer someplace, but I assumed college would be my escape. I'd been saving every penny from my part-time job at the drugstore, 3 shifts each week after school and 8-hour weekend stints. The labor was quite tedious, stocking shelves, running the register, and assisting customers who couldn't understand why their insurance wouldn't pay their pet's medication. But each paycheck went directly into my college savings account. More importantly, Marianne had always assured me that my college fund would cover the rest. This was not some hazy parental commitment. This was a real account begun by my biological father, Martin Reinhardt, who died in a vehicle accident when I was 8. Martin had been a sensible and forward-thinking engineer who established an education fund that increased steadily over time through careful investments. By my senior year, it had risen to almost $85,000. Perhaps not enough for Harvard Medical School, but more than enough to get me through undergraduate school debt-free and provide a solid platform for medical school applications. My entire path was planned. 4 years of pre-med at Oregon State, maintaining a good GPA, performing well on the MCATs, being accepted to Oregon Health and Science University, completing residency, and eventually becoming Dr. Clara Reinhardt. That is where I messed up. I assumed that having my deceased father's money set aside exclusively for my schooling meant it was mine. The bomb dropped in the spring of my senior year, right in the midst of college decision season. I was investigating medical schools, comparing pre-med programs, and preparing to accept my seat at Oregon State. I'd been admitted to numerous institutions, but Oregon State provided the finest balance of academic reputation and in-state tuition. Marianne knocked on my door with that fake charming voice she employed when she was going to deliver bad news. She used the same tone when she told me we couldn't afford the senior class trip to Washington, D.C., or that I couldn't acquire a car for my 16th birthday due to financial constraints. "Honey, we need to talk about college." I imagined she wanted to talk about lunch plans or dorm room assignments. Consider asking about my class schedule or campus orientation. Boy, was I mistaken. "Your stepfather and I have been talking, and we've decided to redirect your college fund toward Adrian's career development." I looked at her as if she had started speaking ancient Greek. The terms literally did not compute. "What do you mean redirect?" "Well, Adrian got accepted to that intensive summer program at Juilliard. And then there's the year-long acting conservatory in New York. This is his shot, Clara. His one opportunity to really make it in the industry." The words hit me like a physical punch in the stomach. I felt nauseated. "That's my college fund. Martin Reinhardt left that money for my education." Marianne's face tightened and became protective, the expression she often used when she knew she was being unfair, but was determined to maintain her stance. "Roland is your father now, and we make decisions as a family. Adrian's dreams are just as valid as yours." "Adrian's dreams. I'm planning to become a doctor. I am going to save lives. He wants to dance about in tights, singing show tunes." "Don't be so dramatic. There will be other opportunities for you to go to college. Adrian's window is closing. He needs to strike while the iron is hot. Strike while the iron is hot." This was about a 20-year-old who had never worked a real job, never paid for anything himself, and whose crowning achievement was being cast as chorus member number 3 in the high school production of Oklahoma. "You can take out student loans like everyone else, Roland said from the doorway, where he'd clearly been listening. Character building experience. Adrian's artistic development can't wait. Character building, right? Because working 3 jobs to pay for medical school while Adrian lived in Manhattan pursuing his art was exactly what Martin Reinhardt intended when he established that college fund. I used every reason I could think of. The money came from my father, not Roland. I had real professional opportunities with definite earning potential, whereas Adrian was following a pipe dream in an industry where 90% of actors are unemployed at any given time. Medical school was costly and competitive. I needed that financial basis to have a serious chance at success. Nothing worked. Roland had persuaded Marianne that Adrian was the family's best investment. Their ticket to fame and prosperity. One successful Broadway show and he'll be set for life, he said again. Meanwhile, doctors are a dime a dozen. Doctors are available in abundance. This comes from a guy who had a Jiffy Lube franchise and thought changing your oil every 3,000 miles was the pinnacle of automotive sophistication. The conversation went in circles for 2 hours. Roland kept mentioning return on investment and promoting artistic potential. Marianne insisted that this was what families did for one another, and that I was selfish for not understanding Adrian's needs. I kept emphasizing that this was actually theft, taking money intended for one person's education, and giving it to someone else totally. Roland finally dropped the true bomb. The decision's already been made. We've spoken to the financial advisor and begun the transfer process. Adrian's program starts in June, so we needed to act quickly. They hadn't contacted me, asked for my views, and had already begun moving my money to pay Adrian's fantasy before even informing me of it. The worst part was seeing Adrian's reaction after they told him. The kid did not even have the decency to feel guilty. He's just started looking at New York residences and discussing how he'll thank the family in his Tony Award acceptance speech. "Don't worry, Clara," he replied with a patronizing smile that made me want to throw something at him. "When I make it big, I'll help pay for your medical school. Think of this as an investment in both our futures. An investment in my Broadway dreams. Using my deceased father's money." I locked myself in my room for the remainder of the day, alternately angry and depressed. Everything I'd worked for, every strategy I'd devised, and every sacrifice I'd made hinged on that college money. Without it, medical school became immensely more difficult, if not impossible. That summer was harsh in ways I had not anticipated. While Adrian was having a great time at Juilliard, sharing Instagram stories from trendy Manhattan cafes and networking events, I was working extra shifts at the drugstore and applying for every scholarship, grant and loan I could find. The financial assistance office at Oregon State became my second home. Mrs. Schneider, my guidance counselor, guided me through the maze of applications and procedures. She was aware of my circumstances and was silently outraged, despite her attempts to remain professional. "There are options," she explained during one of our discussions. Scholarship applications, loan paperwork, and explanations of work-study programs were all spread out on her desk. Scholarships for merit, need-based help, work-study programs, and student loans. It won't be easy, but it's doable. What she didn't say, but we both understood, was that it would be a lot more difficult than it should be. Students with familial support can concentrate on academics and extracurricular activities. Students like me would have to work 30 hours a week just to survive. I ended up putting together a financial aid package that covered approximately 60% of my expenses. Academic scholarships funded a portion of the cost. Need-based assistance assisted with lodging and board, but there remained a large deficit. The rest came from working nights at a 24-hour diner near school called the Sunrise Cafe, where I served coffee and pie to inebriated college students and shift workers beginning at 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 3 evenings a week. My freshman year schedule looked like it was devised by a sadist. Classes throughout the day, study time in the afternoon, and job starting at 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., sleep for 4 hours, and repeat. I survived on vending machine coffee and whatever free food I could find at the cafe. Day-old muffins, soup about to be thrown out, and the occasional sandwich from a compassionate cook. Meanwhile, Adrian shared Instagram stories from trendy Manhattan cafes, discussing his artistic path and networking with other budding performers. The $85,000 that should have paid for my school went for his coffee shop meetings, acting classes, and what appeared to be a rather active social life. My grades suffered during the first year. Not bad. I maintained a 3.4 GPA, but not the 3.8 I had hoped for. It's difficult to perform academically when you only get 4 hours of sleep and your biggest meal of the day is usually a granola bar between courses. But I adapted. Found study groups that met while I was awake. Developed ties with teachers during office hours, when most students were socializing. discovered that medical school admissions committees favored individuals who had worked their way through college. It showed determination and work ethic that trust fund children couldn't match. Adrian's dispatches from New York were more intermittent and ambiguous. The Juilliard summer program went well, but the year-long conservatory was reportedly more difficult than he had anticipated. His Instagram posts ranged from artistic revelations to concerns about the competitive environment of New York theater, the cost of living, and the challenge of standing out amid so many excellent performers. Roland kept making excuses on our periodic family phone calls. He's finding his artistic voice. The New York scene is tough to break into. He just needs more time to establish himself in the industry. Adrian truly needed a job, but it seemed beneath him. When I spoke with him personally, he complained about auditions that did not result in callbacks, pricey classes that did not produce the expected results, and the general difficulty of making it as an artist in New York. By my sophomore year, I'd discovered my rhythm. Better time management resulted in better marks. I raised my GPA to 3.7. The diner work was still hard, but I had been promoted to shift supervisor, which meant somewhat higher pay and more consistent hours. I'd also started coaching other students in organic chemistry, which was more lucrative than restaurant labor and looked well on medical school applications. Adrian, meantime, had relocated from his luxury Manhattan apartment to a shared space in Brooklyn. The updates from New York grew less regular, and when he did post on social media, he frequently talked about the difficulties of being an artist rather than his triumphs. Junior year provided both opportunity and problems. I'd begun volunteering at the campus health center, gaining hands-on experience with patient care that would prove invaluable for medical school applications. Dr. Laurent, the volunteer coordinator, became an informal mentor, guiding me through the medical school admission process and even writing one of my recommendation letters. But junior year also brought the news that Adrian was returning home. After 3 years and the loss of the majority of my college savings, the New York experiment was officially over. He was 23, broke, and settling back into his childhood bedroom as if nothing had occurred. Roland framed it as a chance to recuperate for his next phase, while also bringing key industry experience back to the local market. What it really meant was that Adrian had spent $85,000 of my inheritance and had nothing to show for it but stories about auditions he didn't get and connections that didn't go anywhere. The family relationships at holiday gatherings were unsettling. Adrian would regale everyone with stories from his experience in the industry, including actors and directors he'd met briefly at networking events. Meanwhile, I was working 16-hour days between classes, employment, and volunteering to prepare for the MCATs, while everyone else was engrossed with Adrian's stories from the Big Apple. Senior year was hectic. Medical school applications, MCAT prep, maintaining grades, and working enough hours to cover basic living expenses. I took the MCAT twice. The initial score was satisfactory, but not exceptional. After months of studying with borrowed prep books and free web tools, the second attempt turned out considerably better. Medical school interviews were their own form of torture. Professional clothing was out of my price range. Travel expenses cut into my grocery budget. The pressure of competing with applicants whose parents could afford test prep classes and application advisors. But somehow it worked. I was accepted to Oregon Health and Science University, my ideal school. Excellent reputation and reasonable cost for in-state students. Not a full scholarship, but manageable with loans and the part-time employment I intended to do while medical school. 4 years later, I graduated from Oregon State University with a 3.9 GPA in biochemistry. Not bad for someone who had been working 25 to 30 hours per week in college and subsisting on vending machine dinners and day-old diner pastries. Medical school was even more difficult without family support. While other students were able to focus solely on their academics, I was working weekends as a medical scribe at urgent care clinics, coaching undergraduates in organic chemistry, and conducting medical research for faculty members who paid graduate student rates for data analysis. These loans were terrible. Each semester came new promissory notes, debt totals, and projections for how long it would take to repay everything. By graduation, I owed approximately $250,000, which was modest for a doctor's wage, but still represented a mound of debt that would follow me for decades. Throughout medical school, I kept track of Adrian through social media and family gossip. He'd taken a job at a music store in town, was occasionally acting in local community theater shows, and was still living at home with Marianne and Roland, talking about his music career as if he was only in between major opportunities. The difference was startling. I was studying to diagnose heart attacks and deliver babies while working 80-hour weeks on clinical rotations, preparing to save lives and make a meaningful contribution to society. Adrian was selling guitar picks and auditioned for the Grease dinner theater play. I finished from medical school with honors and began my residency in family medicine at Portland General. 3 years of punishing schedules, overnight hours, emergency department rotations, and learning to manage everything from regular checks to life-threatening situations. But I loved it. Every challenging case, every complicated diagnosis, every patient I assisted, it all seemed worthwhile. During residency, family updates became increasingly troubling. Adrian had been laid off from the music store and was now working part-time at Guitar Center. Still living at home and chasing his dreams. He is approaching 30 and has no genuine professional prospects or life skills. Roland's health had deteriorated due to excessive stress, a bad diet, and what appeared to be untreated cardiac problems that he continued to ignore. Marianne was working part-time at a dental office but not earning enough to support 3 individuals, especially because Adrian contributed almost nothing to household expenses. I completed residency and began my own family medicine practice in a lovely Portland suburb, gradually growing a patient base and ultimately earning real money for the first time in my adult life. The practice exceeded all of my expectations. Assisting families, treating children, and elderly people. Being the type of doctor who genuinely listens and spends time with each patient. My student loans were finally affordable on a doctor's wage. I'd rented a little house with a garden, purchased a dependable car, and begun to consider genuinely starting a life rather than simply existing until the next exam or loan payment. Adrian, meanwhile, was 31 years old, still living in his boyhood bedroom, working part-time in retail, and occasionally posting on Facebook about impending projects that never materialized. Then the call arrived. On a calm Tuesday afternoon, I was in my office checking patient charts when Marianne called, crying profusely. Roland had been experiencing chest pains for several weeks but disregarded them because he didn't have time to be sick. The typical masculine response to worrying symptoms. He eventually collapsed at the Jiffy Lube during the morning shift and was sent to the hospital. According to the emergency department physician who contacted Marianne with updates, she had suffered a massive heart attack. "The doctors are saying he needs surgery," she wailed into the phone, "multiple bypasses, and they want to keep him in intensive care for at least a week." My medical training kicked in instantly. I inquired about his symptoms, timing, and what the cardiologist said about prognosis and therapy options. I began mentally calculating recovery time, probable complications, and the level of follow-up care he would require. "How much is this going to cost?" I said, already knowing the answer would be awful. That's when the true trouble emerged. Roland's health insurance through the Jiffy Lube business provided only catastrophic coverage, a large deductible, a narrow network, and the type of plan that works well for everyday treatment but bankrupts you when anything severe happens. They were looking at around $200,000 in hospital expenditures, assuming everything went well with no issues or lengthy recuperation time. Roland's plan would probably cover about 40% of that when the deductible was met. Marianne was worrying in the way that happens when someone who has never experienced major financial stress suddenly finds herself facing the possibility of losing everything. They didn't have any savings. Roland spent the most of his salary supporting Adrian's lifestyle and paying for his numerous professional development expenses. Roland had taken out a reverse mortgage on the house a few years before to support an unsuccessful business expansion. They were essentially screwed. "We don't know what to do," Marianne admitted, her voice breaking. "We thought maybe, since you're a doctor now." There it was. I'd been expecting it for years. "You want me to help with the medical bills?" "It's not that we expect you to pay everything," she responded quickly, presumably realizing how harsh that sounded. "But maybe you could talk to the doctors, work something out, help us figure out payment plans or charity care options. Help them make up payment arrangements with the money I earned while working my ass off in medical school, while they used my inheritance to fund Adrian's Manhattan experience." "I'll think about it," I assured her, the most non-committal statement I could muster. That evening, I sat in my living room, the first place I'd ever lived where I could afford to decorate tastefully, and really thought about what to do. A part of me wanted to help. Despite everything, Roland was not a bad person. He was simply a father who had made extremely poor decisions about how to support his son. Marianne had been weak rather than evil, allowing Roland to persuade her that pouring money at Adrian's dreams was more essential than protecting my future. But every time I felt sorry about their position, I recalled being in that 24-hour diner at 2 a.m. During medical school, I studied anatomy while selling coffee to inebriated college students because I couldn't afford to study full-time like my colleagues, who were supported by their parents. I recall eating ramen noodles for dinner 3 times a week because that was all I could afford after paying for textbooks and lab fees. I remembered the continual stress of loan applications, scholarship essays, and the exhaustion of working and studying at the same time, all while Adrian posted Instagram stories from fancy Manhattan restaurants. The following morning, I drove to my childhood home for the first time in 3 years. The house looked exactly the same from the outside, except for Adrian's car in the driveway, a respectable Honda Accord that probably cost more than I'd spent on food during my whole medical school career. The grass needed mowing, and the paint was flaking a little, but it was still the middle-class suburban home where I grew up. I knocked on the door and waited. Adrian responded, as if he had just awoken, despite the fact that it was 11 a.m. He still had that entitled expression, albeit it faltered somewhat as he noticed me standing there. "Oh, hey Clara. Marianne's at the hospital with Roland." "I know. I came to see you." He let me in, and I took a glance around the living room, where I had spent my childhood. The furniture is the same, and the walls are covered in family memorabilia, including several framed pictures of Adrian from various stage shows throughout the years. I saw that my academic achievements were not reflected anywhere. "This is really scary, you know," Adrian replied, snuggling into the couch as if he were about to have a long chat. "Roland's like really sick, and the money situation is totally screwed." "Yeah, I heard. What are you doing to help?" He seems perplexed by the question. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what are you doing to help with the medical bills? You're 31 years old, you live here rent-free. They've supported your career attempts for over a decade. What's your plan for helping them through this crisis?" Adrian shuffled uneasily, obviously not used to being asked to accept responsibility for anything. "I mean, I'm working at Guitar Center. I don't exactly have medical bill money lying around, right? But you could get a second job, or maybe a better primary job that actually uses that expensive training they paid for you to get. It's not that simple. I'm still pursuing my music career. I can't just abandon everything I've worked for. Everything you'd worked for with my college fund." The audacity was amazing. "Adrian, what happened to the $85,000? "What do you mean?" "My college fund. The $85,000 from my father that was supposed to pay for my education. Where did it go?" He had the decency to appear uncomfortable. "At least that was like years ago, Clara. It went to my training, living expenses in New York, networking opportunities, investment in my future, right? And what return did they get on that investment?" The hush stretched between us. Adrian picked at a thread on the couch cushion, becoming increasingly intrigued in the upholstery pattern. "Look," his final response was, "I know you're probably still mad about the college thing, but that worked out fine. You're a doctor now, you made it work. I made it work by accumulating $250,000 in student debt and working 3 jobs throughout medical school. You made it work by spending my dead father's money on acting classes and Manhattan rent. That's not fair. Marianne and Roland made that decision as parents. I didn't force them to do anything." "No, but you sure didn't object to it either. And you didn't exactly rush to pay it back when your Broadway dreams didn't pan out." Adrian rose up and paced toward the window as people do when confronted with hard truths. "What do you want me to say, Clara? I'm sorry." "Fine. I'm sorry it worked out that way, but I can't change the past. And Roland's sick now. This is bigger than old family drama." "You're right. This is bigger than old family drama. This is about accountability." I dug into my purse and took out a CD, not a burned CD with a handwritten label. This was professionally created, with glossy artwork and all. Adrian's eyes widened as he noticed it. "Where did you get that?" "Your MySpace page from 2017, remember? You spent about $3,000 of my college fund getting these demo CDs professionally made, posted about it constantly, how this was going to be your breakthrough, how record labels would hear your talent and offer contracts." Adrian's cheeks turned red. That was a different phase of my career. I'm more focused on live performance now." "Right. Well, I bought a copy off eBay. Figured it was the least I could do since I technically helped pay for it." I set the CD on the coffee table between us and went to the door. Adrian followed me. "Clara, wait. What are you doing? Are you going to help with Roland's bills or not?" I turned around at the door, gazing at this 31-year-old man who still lived in his childhood bedroom, had squandered my fortune on a failing goal, and was now pleading with me to help the family who had sacrificed my future for his own. I'm going to help exactly as much as this family helped me get through medical school. What does that mean? It means you should probably start checking couch cushions for spare change. Maybe sell some of those professional headshots from your portfolio. That evening, Marianne called again. Roland's surgery went well, but he would be in the hospital for at least a week. The bills were already piling up and they'd received an estimate for the whole treatment cost, $170,000, not counting follow-up care and rehabilitation. "Did you talk to Adrian?" she inquired. "I did. Interesting conversation. He's still living the dream, apparently." "Clara, please. I know you're angry about the college fund situation, but this is life or death. Roland could die if he doesn't get proper follow-up care. Marianne, Roland is going to get proper follow-up care. That's how hospitals work in America. They don't just let heart surgery patients die because of billing disputes. But the debt will destroy us. We'll lose the house. We don't know what to do. I took a long breath, attempting to strike the appropriate balance between honesty and brutality. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to talk to the hospital's financial counselor about payment plans. Every hospital has them. You're going to apply for charity care programs. Most hospitals have sliding scale assistance for people who can't afford treatment. Adrian is going to get a second job, or maybe his first real job, and contribute to household expenses so you can focus on paying medical bills. But Adrian's career is working retail part-time and occasionally performing in community theater. He's 31 years old. It's time to be realistic about his prospects and his responsibilities to this family. You could just help us. You're a doctor. You make good money now. There it was. The entitlement that had shaped my entire childhood. The belief that my success was somehow shared property, whereas Adrian's misfortunes were only transitory setbacks necessitating additional investment. You're right. I do make good money. I make good money because I worked my ass off to get through medical school without family support. I make good money because I spent 4 years eating ramen noodles and working nights, while my classmates went to study groups funded by parents who could afford to support their children's education. I make good money because I graduated with a mountain of debt that I'm still paying off. We did what we thought was best at the time. You did what was convenient for your new husband and his son. You sacrificed my future to fund Adrian's fantasy. And now you want me to rescue you from the consequences of that decision. It wasn't a fantasy. Adrian is talented. Marianne. Adrian is a 31-year-old man living in his childhood bedroom, working part-time at Guitar Center, whose biggest accomplishment in a decade is a demo CD that no record label ever bothered to listen to. Meanwhile, I'm actually helping people, saving lives, contributing to society in meaningful ways. Which one of us turned out to be the better investment? She was silent for a long time. So, you won't help? I'm not giving you money, if that's what you're asking. But I'll give you something better. I'll give you the same thing you gave me when I needed support for my education. Advice to figure it out on your own. And good luck making it work. That's cruel. No, Marianne. Cruel is taking a teenager's college fund, money specifically left by her deceased father for her education, and giving it to your stepson for acting classes. What I'm doing is justice. I hung up and blocked their number. The following few months were unexpectedly calm. I concentrated on my practice, which was rapidly expanding as word traveled about the new family doctor who genuinely listened to patients and took time, for I'd begun specializing in preventative care and chronic illness appointments. Management, finding great satisfaction in assisting patients in maintaining their health rather than just addressing catastrophes. 2 weeks later, my cousin Elise called. She had heard about Roland's dilemma and my refusal to aid through the family grapevine and wanted to hear my side of the story. Because what I'm hearing from Marianne doesn't sound like the Clara I know, she explained delicately. I recounted everything: the college fund theft, Adrian's failing career sponsored by my inheritance, the years of favoritism and dismissive treatment, and their current expectation that I'd protect them from the repercussions of their own actions. Elise was quiet for a bit after I finished. Jesus, Clara, I had no idea about the college fund thing. That's incredibly messed up. Yeah, well, water under the bridge now. Is it though? I mean, how do you feel about how this is all playing out? I thought about the question thoroughly. You know what? I'm actually at peace with it. I spent years being angry about what they did to me. But building my career, proving I could succeed without their support, that's been incredibly satisfying. Now they need help, and they're finding out what it feels like when family doesn't come through for the important stuff. What about Roland though? I mean, he could actually have complications, need ongoing care. Roland isn't going to die, Elise. They'll work out payment plans with the hospital, maybe qualify for charity care programs. Figure something out the way millions of Americans do every year. Hospitals have entire departments dedicated to helping people navigate these situations, but they'll have to do it themselves. And maybe they'll learn what it's like to struggle financially for something important, like I did for 8 years. Elise understood. She'd seen the family dynamics throughout the years during holiday parties and noticed how differently Adrian and I were treated, but she'd never realized the magnitude of it. A month later, I learned through the family network that Roland had been discharged and was doing well at home. They had qualified for the hospital's charity care program, which covered roughly 60% of the costs. The remaining bills were set up on a 10-year payment plan with lower interest rates. More importantly, Adrian had secured a second job working evenings at a call center. He continued to live at home but was now contributing to household expenses for the first time in his adult life. Apparently, the financial crisis served as a wake-up call concerning the realistic prospects for his music career. Marianne had returned to work full-time as a dental receptionist, her first full-time position in years. They were getting by, but there wasn't enough money for Adrian's artistic ambitions or professional advancement. Adrian contacted me personally 6 months after Roland's surgery, rather than through Marianne or other family members, by text message. "Hey Clara, I know things have been weird between us, but I wanted to reach out. Roland's recovery is going really well, and I've been thinking a lot about what you said about accountability and responsibility. I got a better job, assistant manager at a music store downtown. Not just retail sales, still doing music stuff on weekends, but treating it more like a hobby now instead of expecting it to pay the bills. Anyway, I wanted to say I'm sorry about the college fund. It was the first sincere apology I had ever received from him. Not flawless, not thorough, but honest and detailed, as opposed to the customary non-apology apologies I had received from my family. I replied with the following. Thanks for saying that, Adrian. I'm glad Roland's doing better and that you're taking more responsibility. That means a lot. That was it. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no return to family dinners, but rather a sense of tranquility that felt more valuable than forced forgiveness. Another 6 months have passed. My practice continues to grow. I'd recruited a nurse practitioner to help with the patient load and had finally paid off my undergraduate school loans. Still had medical school debt, but it was manageable and steadily diminishing. I was at my office late one evening, finishing up patient files and insurance paperwork, when I received a call from an unknown local number. Dr. Reinhardt, this is Roland. My stepfather's voice was different, lower and uncertain than I remembered from childhood. Hi Roland, how are you feeling? Much better. The cardiologist says I'm ahead of schedule on recovery. Listen, I was wondering if I could take you to coffee sometime. There are some things I'd like to say, and I don't think I can do them justice over the phone. We met the following Saturday in a neutral spot, a coffee shop near my office that I occasionally stop by between appointments. Roland appeared older, more fatigued than I remembered, and healthier than I had expected considering the significant operation. I owe you an apology, he began without explanation. Several apologies actually. I waited, curious about where this was headed. The college fund thing was wrong, not just misguided or poorly thought out, it was wrong. I convinced Marianne it was the right decision for the family, but it wasn't. That money was meant for your education, specifically set aside by your father for that purpose, and we had no right to redirect it. Why did you do it? Roland swirled his coffee for a long time, apparently contemplating how to respond honestly. Honestly, because I was desperate to prove that supporting Adrian's dreams was the right choice. I'd been divorced, felt like I'd failed at being a father the first time around, and I wanted to show Adrian that I believed in him completely. But I did it at your expense, and that was inexcusable. What about Adrian? Have you talked to him about all this? We've had several long conversations over the past few months. The financial crisis was a wake-up call for him about taking responsibility for his own life instead of expecting other people to fund his dreams. He's been contributing to household expenses, found better employment, started acting like the adult he should have been years ago. I'm glad he's growing up. Roland, I need you to know Marianne never stopped feeling guilty about the college fund decision. She talks about it constantly now, how proud she is that you made it through medical school and built a successful practice despite our lack of support. How much she regrets listening to me about redirecting that money to Adrian. Then why didn't she ever say that to me directly? Pride, I think, and maybe fear that you'd reject the apology or tell us it was too little, too late. Roland reached into his jacket and took out a folded piece of paper. This is a promissory note. We can't pay you back the full $85,000 all at once, but we've worked out a budget to repay you over 10 years with interest. It's not enough compensation and it's not soon enough, but it's what we can realistically manage given our current financial situation. I unfurled the document and examined it. It was extensive and well thought out, including monthly payment amounts, interest computations, and contingency plans in case their financial status altered. The interest rate was significantly more than what they had to give. You don't have to do this, Roland. Yes, we do. We stole your inheritance and used it to fund a fantasy. Now we're going to pay it back, even if it takes until we're both dead to do it. I folded the paper and stored it in my purse. Roland, I want you to know I'm not angry anymore. I was for a long time, furious about what felt like a betrayal. But building my career on my own terms, proving I could succeed without family support, that actually healed something in me. I'm grateful for the struggle in some ways because it made me stronger and more self-reliant. That doesn't make what we did right. No, but it makes me who I am today. And I like who I've become. We drank our coffee and talked about more appropriate topics. Roland's rehabilitation, my practice, and the weather. Normal chat between two grown-ups who have discovered a way to cohabit together. My parents excluded me from my sister's engagement party. I booked a first-class trip to Maui. When they saw my posts, the party fell apart in hours. I'm Clara, and I need to get this off my chest, since what occurred last weekend has forever damaged my connection with my family. This is going to be long, but believe me, the finish is worth it. For reference, I'm 27 years old, work as a marketing director for a tech firm in Seattle, and have always been the black sheep in my family. Emily, my younger sister, is 24 years old and has always been the golden kid. She's a nurse, engaged to her college sweetheart Eric, and appears to be infallible in the eyes of my parents. Meanwhile, I relocated across the nation for my profession, decided not to have children, and generally lived my life on my own terms. The favoritism has always been clear, but I've learned to cope with it. What happened last weekend, however, crossed every boundary imaginable. It began on Thursday, when my mother, Lux, called me during my lunch break. She appeared nervous, which is rare for her. "Hey sweetie, I just wanted to let you know that Emily and Eric are having a little get-together this Saturday. Nothing fancy, just a casual thing with close friends. I thought it was strange she was informing me about a random party I wasn't invited to, but I dismissed it." "Okay, that seems entertaining for them." "Exactly. It's really nothing extraordinary, just some folks coming over for dinner and drinks, very low-key." The talk felt unusual, but I didn't think much of it until Friday evening when my cousin Caroline contacted me and was furious. "Clara, please tell me you're kidding about not going to Emily's engagement party tomorrow." My blood turned cold. "What engagement party?" "The one your whole family has been planning for months. The one with a catered dinner, professional photographer, and custom decorations. The one where Eric's parents flew in from Denver and your extended family is driving hours to attend." I lay on my couch for a while, absorbing this wording. "Caroline, my mom specifically told me it was just a casual get-together with close friends." "Clara, there are 63 people invited. I have the invitation right here. It says, 'Join us for an elegant evening celebrating Emily and Eric's engagement.' This is not casual." After Caroline sent me photos of the elaborate invitation, complete with gold foil lettering and RSVP cards, I called my mom back. My hands shook while I dialed. "Mom, I just found out about Emily's actual engagement party tomorrow." There was a lengthy pause. "Oh honey, like I said, it's really just a small gathering." 63 people is not small. There's catering, decorations, and a photographer. Why wasn't I invited to my own sister's engagement party? A second sigh. "Well," Emily thought, "we all thought it might be better if you weren't there. You know how you can be sometimes." "How I can be? What does that mean?" "You know, Clara, you tend to make things about yourself, and with your lifestyle being so different from Emily's, we just thought it would be more comfortable for everyone if this was more of a traditional celebration." I was speechless. My own family had purposefully removed me from one of my sister's most important events, and then lied to me about it. "Mom, I'm her sister, her only sister." "I understand, dear, but Emily wants this day to be perfect. She's worried that you'll say something inappropriate, that people will ask why you're still single, or that your job will keep you so far away. She just wants to celebrate with Eric's family and our close friends without any complications." The word complications struck me like a slap. That is what I was to them, a complication. "I see. Well, I hope Emily has her perfect day." I hung up and burst into tears. Not only was I hurt, but I was also angry. This is how they compensated me for everything I'd done for this family. Paying Dad's medical bills when he had a heart attack, assisting them with their mortgage when Dad lost his job, and going home for every holiday despite the expense. But then something changed. I dried my tears and began plotting. I'd been saving for a trip for months, but I kept putting it off due to work. I had enough money to do something great. I suddenly knew what I was going to do. I contacted my best friend, Seren, who works at a premium travel firm. "Seren, I need you to perform a miracle. I want the most incredible solo trip you can arrange for this weekend, beginning tomorrow morning. Money is not an issue. Clara, it's Friday night, everything good will be booked. Please, Rach. I'm desperate. My family just showed me what they think of me, and I need to do something great for myself. Seren performed her magic. By midnight, she had booked me a weekend at the Four Seasons Resort in Maui, which included first-class flights, an ocean view room, a private beach cabana, spa treatments, and a sunset helicopter tour. I didn't mind that the overall sum exceeded my regular 3-month spending limit. Saturday morning, as my family prepared for Emily's small gathering, I boarded a first-class aircraft to Hawaii. I chose to capture everything on social media, but not in a vengeful manner. I sincerely wanted to celebrate my own life and prove to myself that I deserved wonderful things, even if my family didn't believe so. My first post featured a photo of my first-class seat and a glass of champagne. Sometimes you have to celebrate yourself. Off on a spontaneous solo adventure to Maui. Here's to new beginnings and knowing your worth. The reactions were instantaneous. Friends were astonished and thrilled for me. Several coworkers expressed jealousy. My college buddy Maris commented, "This is why I love you, Clara." Living your best life. When I arrived in Maui, I snapped a snapshot of the resort's entryway, which included magnificent tropical flora. Paradise found. Sometimes the best company is your own. Ham solo travel, and Maui life. Living my best life. The room was really gorgeous, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Pacific. A private terrace, a marble bathroom with a soaking tub, and free champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries. I posted a photo of the view with the caption, "Room with a view." Grateful for jobs that let you have adventures like this. Blessed ocean view self-care. But the real brilliance came when I arrived at my private beach cabana. The resort had prepared a lovely spread of fresh fruit, gourmet sandwiches, and tropical drinks. I was wearing a new sundress from the airport boutique. My hair was blowing in the ocean breeze, and the sunset behind me was quite stunning. I requested another guest to photograph me as I raised my glass to the camera, with the ocean and sunset in the background. I appeared to be truly joyful, which I was, and utterly radiant. Cheers to the most beautiful Saturday evening. Nothing like a sunset in paradise to remind you that life is gorgeous. Sometimes the best parties are the ones you throw for yourself. I posted it around 5 in the afternoon. Hawaii time was 9 p.m. Back home, it was Pacific time, which coincided with Emily's engagement party. My phone service was working flawlessly thanks to my carrier's international plan. I was aware, however, that I would most likely incur significant roaming charges for all of the calls I anticipated receiving after people saw the ad. Within minutes, my phone began to vibrate with notifications. Friends and acquaintances liked and commented. My employer said, "Clara, this looks incredible. You deserve this." My neighbor remarked, "Living vicariously through you right now." But then I started getting all sorts of messages. The first came from my cousin Caroline. "Wait, Clara, are you seriously in Hawaii right now? While Emily's party is happening?" Then my Aunt Anna. "Clara, honey, are you okay? Your mother is asking about you." But the stream really started when people at Emily's party started seeing my posts. My family had not anticipated that many of the attendees would be my social media acquaintances. Eric's sister Iris, several of my high school pals, and other family friends who had known me since infancy. They were all at the party and were watching my posts. Live on their phones. I had a public Instagram account, and the majority of these users had been following my postings for years. Caroline, one of the few people who knew the true story regarding my exclusion, gave me updates throughout the evening, so I learned what happened next later. Around 9:45 p.m., Eric's sister Iris was scrolling through Instagram when she came across my sunset photo. She showed it to a few people, and word quickly traveled throughout the gathering. "Wait, isn't that Clara, Emily's sister? Is she in Hawaii right now?" People began pulling out their phones to read my posts. The images were magnificent, and the descriptions were courteous, but it was evident that this was a spontaneous single trip. Mrs. Calloway, Eric's mother, reportedly addressed Emily directly. "Honey, where is your sister tonight? She's not here, but she's posting these beautiful photos from Hawaii." According to Caroline, Emily went totally white. She had other plans," Mrs. Calloway persisted. "Other plans? She flew to Hawaii today. That seems like quite a coincidence that she'd plan a luxury vacation on the same day as your engagement party." This is when the situation began to deteriorate. Eric's father, Mr. Calloway, who had always been fond of me at family events, spoke up. "Lux, I have to ask, was Clara not invited tonight?" My mother, Lux, reportedly began stuttering. "Well, it's complicated. She lives so far away, and we kept it small. But Caroline jumped in. Small? There are 60 people here. And Clara lives in Seattle, not Antarctica. She could have easily flown here if she'd been invited. Eric's parents exchanged looks. Mrs. Calloway remarked, I specifically asked about Clara when we were planning this because I wanted to meet her, but you told me she couldn't make it due to work commitments. That's when everything unraveled. Emily burst into tears and said that they had not asked me because they were concerned that I would cause trouble or make disrespectful comments about the relationship. Eric appeared shocked. Emily, we didn't talk about not inviting your sister. I assumed she couldn't come due to distance or work. Eric's parents appeared concerned. Mrs. Calloway exclaimed, I cannot believe you would exclude your own daughter from her sister's engagement party and then lie about it. The party atmosphere changed radically. People were uneasy, muttering amongst themselves, and several guests began making reasons to depart early. But things grew worse. Aunt Hillary, my father's sister, appeared to have been drinking and refused to accept any of my family's reasons. She raised her voice so that everyone could comprehend. This is absolutely disgraceful. Clara has done more for this family than anyone else. She paid for Jack's medical bills, helped with your mortgage, and flies here for every holiday despite living across the country. And this is how you repay her? By excluding her and lying about it. While she's off living her best life in Hawaii, you're here making excuses for treating your own daughter like garbage. Caroline was furious. Eric's parents opted to leave. Mrs. Calloway informed Emily, we're disappointed in how this was handled. We'll talk more when emotions aren't so high. By 10 p.m., over half of the 60 guests had left early. Emily was crying in the restroom. Eric was arguing with my parents in the kitchen, and the professional photographer was uncomfortably packing away his equipment because the party had completely fallen apart. That was when the phone calls began. The first call arrived around 10:20 p.m. Hawaii time is 1:20 a.m. back home. It was my mother, and she was crying uncontrollably. Clara, honey, you need to come home right now. The party is ruined. Emily is devastated, and Eric's parents left. Everyone's asking about you and your Hawaii trip. Mom, I'm in Hawaii. I can't just come home. And why would I? I wasn't invited to begin with. Please, Clara. Emily needs her sister. She's upstairs crying and saying the whole engagement is ruined. The engagement is ruined because I'm not there? That doesn't make sense. Mom, people are saying terrible things about how we treated you. Eric's family is upset. Aunt Hillary gave us a lecture in front of everyone. You have to fix this. I have to fix this? I have to fix the situation where you deliberately excluded me and lied about it? Emily grabbed the phone. Clara, you're being so selfish, she exclaimed through tears. You knew this was my engagement party, and you deliberately planned this trip to ruin it. Emily, I didn't know it was your engagement party. Mom told me it was a casual get-together with friends. I only found out the truth yesterday from Caroline. That's not true. You knew, and you did this to hurt me. Emily, I literally had no idea. Check the timestamps on my flight booking if you want. I booked this trip after I found out I wasn't invited to what I was told was a casual dinner party. Eric seemed to have taken the phone then. Clara, I'm so sorry. I had no idea you weren't invited. I thought you couldn't come because of work or distance. If I had known, I would have insisted you be here. Eric. It's not your fault. You didn't know my family decided I was a complication to be managed rather than a sister to be celebrated. The calls kept coming all night, and I was thankful for my international phone plan, even though I knew it would cost me a fortune in roaming fees. My father Jack called, crying and apologizing. Aunt Hillary called to tell me how proud she was of me and that my parents owed me a big apology. Caroline called with updates on the party's aftermath. But the most intriguing call came Sunday morning from Eric's mother, Mrs. Calloway. Clara, I got your number from Caroline. I wanted to call and apologize for what happened last night. Mrs. Calloway, you don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I feel terrible that we celebrated an engagement party while Eric's future sister-in-law was deliberately excluded. That's not how family should work. I appreciate that more than you know. I also wanted you to know that Eric and Emily are going to have some serious conversations about family dynamics before this wedding moves forward. Eric is reconsidering some things. That afternoon, I received a lengthy text from Eric. Clara, I've been thinking about what happened all night. I'm horrified that my future in-laws excluded you and then lied about it. I'm even more concerned about Emily's reaction when she was caught. Instead of apologizing to you, she blamed you for ruining her day, despite the fact that you were the one who was wronged. Emily and I are going to couples counseling, and I'm insisting that your entire family go to family therapy. I won't be a part of a family that treats people this way, so I need to see some significant changes in how your family treats you, before I can move forward with wedding planning. I was stunned. Eric was truly standing up for me in a manner that my own family never did. Meanwhile, my social media was flooded with support. People were commenting on my posts with messages like, "You look so happy, and this is what self-care looks like." Several friends had figured out the timing and were subtly supportive, saying things like, "Good for you for choosing yourself." The best part was that I was actually having a great time. The helicopter tour on Sunday was really stunning. I saw whales from the air, soared over volcanic landscapes, and saw the sunset paint the water in stunning colors. I shared a photo from inside the helicopter with the remark, "Sometimes you have to rise above to see how beautiful life really is." Grateful for this perspective. Helicopter tour to Maui now offers beauty and a fresh viewpoint. Monday morning, while I was getting ready to leave for the airport, Emily called me. She wasn't crying this time, but her voice was soft and defeated. "Clara, Eric says he's not sure about the wedding." "Emily, I'm sorry to hear that, but this isn't about me. This is about how our family treats people and how you reacted when you were caught excluding me." "But you ruined my engagement party by going to Hawaii." "Emily, I went to Hawaii because I found out I was deliberately excluded from my own sister's engagement party and then lied to about it. I took a beautiful trip for myself instead of sitting at home feeling sorry for myself. That's not ruining your party. That's choosing my own happiness over your drama." "But everyone was talking about you instead of celebrating me." "Emily, do you hear yourself? Everyone was talking about the fact that you excluded your own sister from your engagement party. That's a choice you made, not something I did to you." There was a prolonged pause. "Eric wants me to apologize to you." "Do you want to apologize to me?" Another pause. "I don't think I did anything wrong by wanting my engagement party to be perfect." "Then we have nothing more to discuss." I hung up and blocked her number. The flight back was bittersweet. I'd enjoyed the best weekend of my life, but I was returning to a drastically different family scenario. When I came home, I had 17 missed calls from my parents and a dozen text messages urging me to make things right with Emily. But before I called my parents, I needed to understand what had transpired. I sat in my apartment on Tuesday evening, going at images from Hawaii, and began to reflect on all of the signs I had missed over the years. There came my college graduation, and my parents spent the whole ceremony discussing Emily's acceptance into the nursing program. During the subsequent family supper, the topic of Emily's accomplishments came up often. When relatives inquired about my marketing degree, my mother promptly responded with information about Emily's clinical rotations. Then there was the time I was promoted to marketing director at the age of 26, becoming the youngest person in that position at my company. I called home, ecstatic to tell the news. My father, Jack, replied, "That's nice, honey. Did we tell you Emily made Dean's List again?" Or the Christmas when I flew home after working 18-hour days to make the trip possible, bearing expensive gifts for everyone. Emily had forgotten to bring me anything, so my mother quietly gave her one of the things I had brought for Mom to give to me instead. Emily felt so bad, Mom explained. We didn't want her to be embarrassed. The medical bills scenario was particularly illuminating now that I thought about it. When Dad had a heart attack 3 years ago, I promptly deposited $5,000 to cover the deductible and expenses. I didn't hesitate, didn't ask for repayment arrangements, and simply sent the money because family helps family, right? But 6 months later, when I was dealing with my own financial problem when my car was damaged, and my insurance company underpaid me, I inquired if they might provide me with a $2,000 temporary loan. I would have repaid it with interest within 3 months. "Oh honey, we're still recovering from Dad's medical expenses," she said. "Maybe you could ask your company for an advance." Caroline reported 2 weeks later that my parents had given Emily $3,000 to help her settle into her new apartment with Eric. "They're so generous," Caroline had commented. Emily was stressed about moving in together and having nice furniture for Eric's parents to see. I had taken out a credit card cash advance to cover my transportation costs while my folks decorated Emily's love nest. The mortgage scenario was considerably worse in retrospect. Dad lost his job 2 years ago as part of a layoff. They were 3 months behind on their mortgage payments and faced foreclosure procedures. I depleted my whole emergency savings, $12,000, to catch up and give them breathing room. "Clara, you saved our home. Dad remarked through tears. We'll pay you back as soon as I find work. Jack did find work, and it was a fantastic job that paid even more than his prior position. Instead of repaying me, they used their newfound financial stability to give Emily a lavish graduation celebration after she graduated nursing school. The celebration cost at least $8,000. I knew since Caroline assisted with planning and said that the catering budget alone was $4,000. When I politely inquired about repayment after viewing the party expenses, Mom became defensive. Clara, we're still getting back on our feet. And Emily's graduation was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Surely you understand that Emily's graduation was once in a lifetime. But my financial sacrifice to keep their home was just expected family duty. Once I started searching, the pattern appeared to be everywhere. Every holiday I flew home, spending money on flights that I could barely afford as a young professional trying to advance my career. Emily drove 2 hours from her apartment, paying approximately $40 on gas. But I was the one who never made time for my family because I lived so far away. Emily was concerned about her nursing boards, so I spent weeks on the phone with her every night, assisting her with her studies and providing emotional support. When I was dealing with a horrific situation with a previous supervisor who was sexually assaulting me, I contacted home for help and was told, well, maybe you should consider whether moving so far away from family was worth it if your job situation is so difficult. They did not offer to help me get a lawyer, expressed outrage on my behalf, or even asked follow-up questions about what was going on. Instead, they cited my problem as evidence that my life choices were incorrect. But when Emily had a disagreement with a tough patient's family at the hospital, the entire family rallied around her. Jack investigated her rights as a healthcare worker. Mom complained to the hospital administration, and the family spent dinner discussing techniques for dealing with workplace obstacles. The same type of problem, but radically different amounts of support. Even my professional success was somewhat troublesome. When I was published in a local business journal for my unique marketing strategy that boosted our company's client base by 40%, I eagerly shared the piece with my family. Emily responded, "Must be nice to have a job where you get attention for your work. As a nurse, I save lives every day, and nobody writes articles about me." My parents responded by echoing Emily's comment and adding, "Emily has such a humble heart. She serves others without needing recognition." My professional success became evidence of my vanity in comparison to Emily's wonderful altruism. Another obvious example of double standards was in the dating scene. I had been single for a year after breaking up with my ex-boyfriend Callum, who wanted me to return to our hometown and give up my profession so we could start a true life together. I chose my work and independence. My family's reaction was relentless pressure on my biological clock, suggestions that I was being too fussy, and gentle reminders that successful women must occasionally sacrifice to find love. Meanwhile, Emily dated Eric for 6 months before moving in together, got engaged 8 months later, and was praised for knowing what she wanted and not wasting time when she met the right guy. The same life decisions were phrased radically differently depending on whose daughter was making them. The more I thought about it, the more I understood that the engagement party exclusion was not an outlier. It was the result of years of being regarded as a secondary character in my own family drama. I was the daughter who could be relied on for financial assistance, emotional labor, and crisis management, but who couldn't be expected to behave appropriately during crucial occasions. I was trustworthy enough to save their home, but too embarrassing to involve in family milestones. The realization was absolutely liberating. I had worked so hard to get their acceptance and fair treatment, but the game was rigged from the beginning. Emily would always be the adored daughter who could do no wrong, while I would always be the troublemaker whose contributions were expected but whose presence was conditional. Caroline contacted Wednesday evening to provide additional information regarding the party's aftermath. "Clara, you should know that people are still talking about what happened. Not in a gossipy way, but people are genuinely concerned about how you were treated." "What do you mean?" "Well, Eric's Aunt Isolde pulled me aside at the grocery store yesterday. She said she's been thinking about the party all week and feeling sick about it. She kept saying, 'That poor girl was in Hawaii posting these beautiful happy photos while her family was celebrating without her. How could they exclude their own daughter?'" Caroline went on. "And Mrs. Varela from church approached your mom after service Sunday. She said she saw your Hawaii post and wanted to know why you weren't at Emily's party. When your mom gave some vague excuse about distance and timing, Mrs. Varela said, 'Lux, that girl flew to Hawaii on the same day as the party. She clearly could have flown here if she'd been invited.'" How did Mom react to that? Aunt Hillary, who was standing close, stated, "Your mom just changed the subject and walked away." However, Mrs. Varela informed several other individuals, and there is now an undercurrent of people questioning how your parents handled the situation. This was intriguing. The societal ramifications went beyond merely Eric's family being outraged. The broader community was beginning to recognize the situation for what it was. There's more, Caroline explained. Eric's cousin Lucian, who's getting married next spring, specifically asked his fiancée to make sure you get an invitation to their wedding. He said, "After seeing how Eric's future sister-in-law was excluded from the engagement party, I want to make sure we don't accidentally overlook anyone important." That's really thoughtful of them, I replied. Clara, people are viewing this as a warning story, and everyone is now reviewing their own guest list to ensure that they are not omitting people who should be invited. Your circumstance is making others reconsider how they handle family members. The ripple effects were greater than I had anticipated. My family's turmoil was sparking a community discussion about how families should regard one another. My college friend Maris called on Thursday, bringing another revelation. We'd been doormates freshman year and kept in touch via social media, but we hadn't spoken in months. Clara, I hope this isn't overstepping, but I saw your Hawaii posts over the weekend, and I've been thinking about them ever since. Oh, thanks. It was an incredible trip. The thing is, I remember how you used to talk about your family dynamics in college. You were always so stressed about not being good enough for them, always trying to prove yourself worthy of their love and approval. I had forgotten how much I used to confide in Maris during late-night discussions in our dorm room. Looking at your Hawaii photos though, you looked genuinely happy in a way I hadn't seen in your posts for years. And then I figured out the timing with your sister's engagement party, and it all clicked into place. What clicked, Clara? You literally chose yourself over their dysfunction. You could have spent that weekend being miserable about being excluded, but instead, you gave yourself the most beautiful celebration. You looked radiant in those photos because you were finally putting your own happiness first. Maris's insight was enlightening. She was correct that I appeared different in those images. Not just because of the lovely environment, but also because I was actually celebrating myself, rather than seeking approval from others. I've been thinking about this a lot, Maris told me, because I've been in a similar dynamic with my own family. Not as extreme, but that same feeling of constantly trying to prove you deserve their love. Seeing you choose yourself so beautifully made me realize I need to make some changes too. Really? I've been dating this guy my parents disapprove of because he's not in a traditional career path. He's an artist. I've been hiding the relationship and feeling ashamed instead of just living my life. Your Hawaii weekend made me realize that I can't keep shrinking myself to fit their expectations. That's amazing, Jess. I'm telling my parents about Evan this weekend, and if they can't be happy for me, that's their choice. But I'm not hiding my happiness anymore, just to make them comfortable. It was great to learn that my decision to choose myself had motivated others to do the same. Perhaps there was something more going on here than just my particular family drama. Friday evening, I received an unexpected text message from Eric. Clara, would you be willing to talk? I know this is a weird situation, but I'd really value your perspective on some things. I called him back, curious what he wanted to talk about. Eric, how are you holding up with everything? Honestly, not great. I've been doing a lot of thinking this week about family dynamics and how people treat each other, and I keep coming back to what happened at the engagement party. I'm sorry this has been so stressful for you, Clara. Can I ask you something directly? Has your family always treated you this way? I paused to evaluate how honest I should be. What do you mean exactly? I mean, have you always been the one who gives more than you receive? The one who's expected to accommodate everyone else, but isn't accommodated in return? Why do you ask? Because I've been thinking about all my interactions with your family over the past 2 years, and I'm seeing patterns I didn't notice before. Eric went on to relate some uncomfortably correct observations. He'd noted that I was the one who always traveled for family functions, whilst Emily was accommodated. He'd noticed that conversations concerning my accomplishments were swiftly turned to Emily's. He had noticed that I was asked for guidance and financial assistance, but not involved in celebrations and accomplishments. The engagement party wasn't an isolated incident, was it? He inquired. No, Eric. It was just the most obvious example of a long-standing pattern. I need to ask you something else, and please be honest. Do you think Emily is aware of how unequally you're treated? This was a question I had avoided asking myself. I think Emily benefits from the inequality, and she's chosen not to examine it too closely. Whether that's conscious awareness or willful blindness, I'm not sure it matters. That's what I was afraid of, Eric explained gently. Eric, can I ask why you're asking me these questions? Because I'm trying to figure out if I'm about to marry someone who participates in treating her own sister badly, or if she's just been unconsciously following her parents' lead. And I'm realizing it might be the former. What makes you say that? Her reaction when she got caught excluding you. Instead of being horrified and apologetic, she was angry at you for ruining her party by living your life. That wasn't the response of someone who made an innocent mistake. That was the response of someone who thought she had the right to exclude you, and was angry about facing consequences. Eric was seeing the problem more clearly than I had anticipated. And the more I think about it, he told me, the more I realize she's never once mentioned feeling bad about how your family treats you. She's never advocated for you or questioned whether things are fair. She just accepts the benefits of being the favorite and doesn't think about the cost to you. Eric, I don't want to be the reason your relationship ends. Clara, you're not the reason. Her character is the cause. The engagement party simply made it impossible to ignore. After we hung up, I recognized that Eric's questions had helped me clarify a crucial point. It wasn't only my parents' favoritism anymore. Emily was an adult who chose to exclude me and showed no remorse when discovered. That revealed something essential about her personality. Saturday morning I awoke with more clarity about things than I have in years. I prepared myself a wonderful breakfast, sat on my balcony with my coffee, and began preparing the call to my parents. I called my folks and told them that we needed to have a serious chat. Clara, Jack, I need you to understand something. What happened this weekend wasn't about a party, it was about you deciding that I'm an embarrassment to this family and then lying to my face about it. Clara, that's not true, Jack said. Jack, you excluded me from one of the most important events in Emily's life because you thought I would cause drama. Then when I found out and chose to do something beautiful for myself instead of wallowing, you called me selfish for not fixing the situation you created. We just wanted Emily's day to be perfect, my mom explained. And you decided that meant I couldn't be there. Do you understand how that feels, to know that your own family thinks your presence would ruin an important celebration? There was silence. And instead of apologizing when you were caught, you tried to make me responsible for fixing it. You wanted me to fly home from Hawaii to make Emily feel better about excluding me. There was more stillness. Here's what's going to happen, I explained. I'm done being treated like a second-class member of this family. I'm done being expected to contribute financially and emotionally while being excluded from important events. I'm done being called selfish when I prioritize my own well-being over your drama. Clara, what are you saying? My mother inquired. I'm saying that until you can acknowledge what you did wrong and make genuine changes, I'm not participating in family events. I won't be coming home for holidays. I won't be contributing to family expenses, and I won't be available for crisis management. You can't be serious, Jack replied. I'm completely serious. I spent this weekend in paradise being celebrated by strangers at a resort while my own family was excluding me from a party. That told me everything I need to know about my priorities. The aftermath has been interesting. Eric postponed the wedding indefinitely. He informed Caroline that he can't marry into a family that treats people the way mine did, and he doesn't believe Emily realizes why what she did was wrong. Some extended. Family members have contacted me to say they are pleased of how I handled the situation. Others have pressed me to be a greater person and reunite with Emily. My parents have alternated between apologizing and attempting to guilt me into returning home. Emily has been sharing heartbreaking words on social media about family betrayal and individuals who desert you when you need them the most. But here's the thing. I've never felt happier about myself. The weekend in Hawaii was more than just a vacation. It was a vow that I esteem myself enough to choose my own happiness over other people's problems. I wasted years attempting to win love from people who had already decided I wasn't worthy of celebration. Now I'm planning additional solo adventures. I'm creating boundaries with my family that I should have established years ago. I'm concentrating on the relationships in my life with individuals that genuinely want me around. My employer elevated me last week, citing my recent confidence and self-advocacy skills. My friends keep telling me that I seem different, happier, and more confident. 3 months later, Eric and Emily split up. Eric told Caroline that the engagement party situation exposed him to many variables he hadn't noticed before, and Emily's refusal to accept responsibility for her actions was a deal-breaker for him. Emily blamed me for the breakup, of course. But Caroline informed me that Eric stated that his decision had nothing to do with me, and everything to do with Emily's personality and our family's dysfunction. My parents have begged me to return home and support Emily during her split. They claim she needs her sibling. I informed them that Emily had made it apparent that she only needs her sister when it is convenient for her. When she wanted to celebrate anything significant, she thought I was too much of a hassle to include. I'm doing another solo trip next month, this time to Italy. I plan to eat delicious food, visit ancient ruins, and celebrate the fact that I have finally learned to respect myself enough to walk away from individuals who do not value me. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting back at those who have wronged you. Sometimes you're enjoying such a great life without them that they realize what they lost when they decided you weren't worth staying around. Friends still comment on my Hawaii images, telling me how joyful and glowing I looked, because I was. For the first time in years, I chose myself over my family's problems, and it felt great. That weekend showed me that I do not need my family's permission to enjoy my life. I can plan my own party, go on my own travels, and generate my own bliss. And honestly, the view from Hawaii was far more stunning than whatever drama was going on at Emily's engagement party. Anyway, here's an update. 6 months later, I'm engaged to an excellent man I met at work who finds my independence and self-respect appealing rather than bothersome. We are planning a small destination wedding in Tuscany. And yes, my family is invited, but only if they can sincerely enjoy our happiness without focusing on their own problems. The irony is not lost on me that, although Emily's engagement failed because she couldn't treat her own sister with basic respect, I found love with someone who valued exactly the qualities that my family deemed problematic. Being excluded from the incorrect party is sometimes the finest thing that can happen to you since it gives you the opportunity to locate the appropriate celebration. My boyfriend hid a secret relationship, so I trapped him with my beautiful cousin, spent his money, and exposed him at the airport. Imagine finding out your boyfriend has been lying, stealing, and playing you for months. What would you do? Here's what happened when I decided to take control. Ryan and I have been together 3 years. The first 2 years were nice, but the final year was all psychological warfare. He began scanning my phone, asking where I was going and who I was talking to. He'd become insanely envious if male coworkers texted me about job issues. He would make jokes about me being unfaithful in front of our friends. When I got furious, he would tell me I was exaggerating and that guilty people are defensive. The saddest part was that I never cheated, not even close. I remained fully faithful while he projected his own actions onto me. Martha was the one who originally caught him. She had been my best friend since high school, almost like a sister. One night, while Ryan was at work, she came over after I voiced another of his outrageous charges. I showed her a text in which he asked why I arrived home 20 minutes late from grocery shopping, and suggested I was meeting someone. Martha gave me an odd look and showed me her phone. Ryan's dating profile was active that same day. His bio even mentioned that he was unmarried and looking for fun. Martha admitted she had suspected for weeks. A friend of hers had matched with him, but she recognized him as my boyfriend from photos on my social media. Martha had been accumulating evidence before telling me because she wanted to ensure that it wasn't a mistake. That night, we devised a strategy. Martha would set up a bogus profile and try to match with him to see how far he would go. Martha connected with him within hours. He did not even hesitate. Their conversations were filthy. He told her he was single and moaned about his neurotic ex, me, whom he was attempting to break up with but who refused to take the hint. When Martha questioned why he didn't just stop it, he replied, "She pays half the rent and does all of the cooking and cleaning. Why give that up, until I find something better?" He began emailing her screenshots of conversations with other girls he was seeing. In these conversations, they would make fun of me. He described me as the most horrible beast, something so repugnant to these women. Ryan sent a message saying, "I almost gag when she tries to kiss me." And some lady commented, "You're such a saint for putting up with her. I would have left ages ago." Ryan wrote back, "It's complicated, but not for long. I promise." These were messages to many women, all while he was accusing me of infidelity. All the time I was preparing his favorite meals, washing his laundry, and desperately attempting to demonstrate my devotion to him. I didn't approach him immediately. Martha and I agreed that we needed more than simply evidence. We needed a plan, not to bring him back, but to completely destroy him. For the next few weeks I pretended to be the ideal girlfriend while Martha communicated with him via the fictitious profile. I smiled as he kissed me goodbye in the morning. I still cooked and did his washing. I even apologized when he accused me of flirting with the delivery guy, who simply delivered me our dinner and went. All the time I was planning. Ryan arrived home late one night, smelling of a strange perfume. When I casually mentioned it, he became enraged and stated I was being paranoid and should talk to someone about my anxieties. He suggested that I might be depressed because I hadn't been myself lately. I simply smiled and apologized, mentally adding this to my list of reasons why he deserved what was coming. I reviewed our money. We maintained a shared account for payments, but Ryan had his own savings account, which he was really proud of. He was always talking about his financial discipline and how he was saving for our future. What a joke. Looking at our bank statements, I noticed huge withdrawals on the nights he said he was working late. Expensive dinners, accommodation fees, and gift shop purchases. That's when I understood just where to target him, his ego and his wallet. I remembered my cousin Linda. Everyone claimed we looked similar, but she was a prettier version of myself. Thank you, family. She had dark hair and eyes like myself, but she was taller and had a superior physique, as my mother would continually remind me. She was a model in college and continues to turn heads everywhere, and she owed me a favor after I helped her get through a difficult breakup last year. I phoned Linda and Martha for an emergency meeting and explained my entire problem. Linda was upset on my behalf. She said Ryan was committing emotional abuse rather than simply cheating. And she was correct. Martha showed Linda all of the information she had gathered, and Linda couldn't believe someone could be so vicious while claiming to be the victim. By the end of our 3-hour conversation, I was more than just outraged. I was calculating, cool, and prepared. That night, as I watched Ryan type on his phone with that dumb little sneer on his face, most likely telling another lady how terrible I looked while accusing me of texting someone, I made my decision. I devised a plan to make Ryan regret everything he ever said about me. Something that would strike him just where it stung the most. Martha and Linda were fully committed, and we were ready to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. First update. Our strategy was straight out of a heist movie, but it was real, and I was living it. We determined Linda would unintentionally run into Ryan at his gym. He went to a health facility downtown every Tuesday and Thursday, ostensibly for training sessions. But now I assume he was merely trolling for ladies. Linda received a guest pass from a member friend. We examined Ryan's regimen. He always shared exercise selfies with timestamps. What a predictable moron. And knew precisely when to place her on the treadmill next to his favorite bench press, the first day of Operation Takedown. Linda donned these ridiculous leggings that had me do a double take. She texted me from the gymnasium. The target has been acquired. He hasn't stopped staring since I came in. What followed was so predictable that it was almost boring. Ryan accidentally ran into her while retrieving a towel. Started a conversation about protein shakes or some bullshit and asked for her phone number so I could exchange training suggestions. He had already started messaging her that evening. My stomach was in knots as I sat with Linda on my couch, reading through each note. Martha brought champagne and takeaway, arguing that we needed energy for the psychological battle ahead. The texts were just what you would expect. Praises on how fit she appeared. Questions about whether she was single, with offers that they get a protein shake sometime. Ryan had no idea Linda was my cousin. We look similar, but only in subtle ways until you pay close attention. Ryan never paid much attention to me anymore. The plan was simple, yet catastrophic. Linda would date him, get him fully hooked, have him spend ridiculous amounts of money on her, and then we'd finally reveal everything. Meanwhile, I'd continue to play the innocent girlfriend while secretly enjoying seeing him dig his own financial and emotional grave. Linda and Ryan had their first date 4 days later. He informed me that he had a work function that night. I kissed him goodbye, encouraged him to have fun, and then drove straight to Martha's apartment, where we followed the entire evening via Linda's play-by-play texts. He took her to this extremely expensive restaurant that he'd never taken me to, despite my hints about wanting to go there for our anniversary. Linda claimed he bought the most expensive wine on the menu, bragging about his important position and bank account. He even had the audacity to imply that he was almost single and ending a dead-end relationship. When Linda emailed us a toilet selfie from the dinner, I nearly vomited. It was bizarre to see my lover on a date with my cousin while I sat on my best friend's couch, eating popcorn and plotting retribution. Martha kept reminding me that it was all just proof of what a piece of shit he was and that he'd soon pay the price, literally. Over the next few weeks, Ryan became enamored with Linda. He began canceling our arrangements to meet her, staying out late, and returning home with a smug expression on his face, as if he had some fantastic secret, all while Linda reported everything to me and Martha. The money spending began modestly: dinners, small gifts, and concert tickets. However, Linda was strategic. She casually mentioned some jewelry she liked as they walked past a store. The next thing you know, Ryan has spent $600 on earrings to please her. She'd mention a weekend getaway destination she'd always wanted to visit, and Ryan was instantly reserving hotels and making reservations. The best thing was that Linda would mistakenly leave these gifts at his house, claiming she didn't want to lose them. But he couldn't ask for them back later. Then she'd bring them directly to me. I now had a collection of fine jewelry, designer purses, and even a watch that he had bought for her. He claimed to be saving money for our future when he made all of these purchases. Linda has a system for organizing travels and experiences. She'd convince Ryan to schedule everything with his credit card. Then she'd come up with an explanation why she needed money for her share, which he'd quickly decline because he was attempting to impress her. Then after the weekend, she'd Venmo me her fund money using Ryan's cash. I'd occasionally use it for myself, but primarily I'd split it with Martha and Linda for what we termed our revenge fund. We were creating quite a nest egg. Ryan informed me one weekend that he would be attending a business meeting in a seaside town 3 hours away. He truly spent a lovely weekend with Linda at a premium resort. Linda convinced him that she needed $1,000 to spend on spa treatments and shopping. He handed it over without asking. While he was away, I spent that money on a spa day with Martha at a local establishment. We received everything: massages, facials, mani-pedis, on Ryan's pay. We even posted photos knowing Ryan would never look at my social media again. Ryan's lies to me grew bolder over time. He began working late 4 nights a week. We had business excursions on weekends. He even pretended his mother was unwell so he could take Linda to a wine country lodge. That next weekend, his mother called to invite us over for supper. I made up an explanation about Ryan getting food poisoning. Maintaining my end of the act was exhausting. I had to pretend everything was fine. He had to keep cooking his meals, washing his laundry, and smiling when he kissed me with the same lips he had used on my cousin. Things became more complex when Ryan began telling Linda about his bad girlfriend, me. Linda would record their discussions, which are legal in our state with one party's consent, and give them to me. Hearing him call me needy, clingy, and completely ignorant made me want to burn his entire existence down. The worst part was when he told Linda that he couldn't wait to be done with a dead weight and that the only reason he hadn't broken up with me yet was because it's so nice to have someone split the bills and do all of the housework. He literally called me his Roomba, which also pays rent. When I heard the recording, I shattered a glass against the wall while Ryan was not home. Martha had to come over and help me clean it up before he returned. Despite the hardship, the rewards of our program were beginning to pile up. Linda persuaded Ryan to buy her a new iPhone because hers kept dying. She instantly handed it to me because my screen was cracked. She convinced him to buy designer shoes in her size, which was actually mine. She even convinced him to pay for a weekend yoga retreat, which she never attended. I went with Martha instead, joking the entire time about how Ryan was paying for my relaxation while thinking I was at home doing his laundry. Linda started phase 2 of our plan around 2 months ago. She started talking about how stressed she was at work and how she wanted a proper holiday. She cleverly mentioned areas she had always wanted to go. Coincidentally, these are the areas I had mentioned wanting to visit. One night, on a date with Ryan, she burst into phony tears about how she'd never been able to afford a true vacation. Ryan, attempting to be the hero, instantly offered to assist. Before the night was out, he had planned a weekend excursion to this magnificent mountain resort approximately 3 hours away. All expenses have been reimbursed. This is where things got interesting. Linda called Ryan the day before the trip, sobbing. Her grandma was in the hospital, so she couldn't possibly go that weekend. Ryan was horrified, especially because the reservation was non-refundable. Linda, being the compassionate person she is, suggested he take the trip anyhow because he had worked so hard. Ryan grudgingly agrees. When Ryan informed me he was going on a guy's fishing trip that weekend, his cover story to me, I texted Linda and Martha. The plot was in motion. Linda had previously quietly given me the reservation information. As soon as Ryan went for work the next morning, I packed my things, picked up Martha, and drove to the same resort Ryan had reserved for his weekend with Linda. We checked in with the reservation Ryan had paid for. When I presented my ID, the front desk did not even blink. The reservation was made in Ryan's name but did not include guest names. We spent the entire weekend in luxury. Spa treatments, gourmet dinners, and hikes with a private guide, all paid for on Ryan's credit card. We even ordered room service and charged it to our room. Meanwhile, Ryan was emailing Linda about how unhappy he was, but how he was making the most of his fishing excursion with imaginary companions. We shot a lot of images that weekend, but we were careful not to post them someplace Ryan may notice. Those photographs went into what we called our evidence locker, a folder that we'd later utilize to show Ryan how thoroughly he'd been fooled. When I arrived home Sunday night, Ryan was already there, telling me about all the big fish he and his mates had caught. I nodded and asked questions, seeming to be attentive while privately repeating the memories of relaxing in a hot tub with a glass of costly champagne that he had purchased. This pattern lasted for another month. One of my favorite frauds was the birthday gift scheme. Linda remarked that her closest friend's birthday was approaching and she wanted to purchase her something special, but she was low on cash. Ryan instantly offered to assist. He ended up purchasing an expensive designer bag that Linda had chosen for me, which she swiftly presented to me for my birthday the following week. I took that backpack everywhere, including on dates with Ryan. He complimented it once, saying it appeared costly. I just smiled and said Teresa had gotten it for me, which was not a lie. His savings account was depleted, and he'd begun moaning to me about unforeseen expenses at work and how we might have to tighten our belts for a bit. The arrogance. Meanwhile, Ryan's relationship with Linda became more serious. He began talking of presenting her to his acquaintances, possibly even his family. Linda dodged expertly, constantly keeping him at the ideal distance, near enough to keep spending money on her, but not so close that their relationship would progress in any significant sense. Ryan was unaware that we were preparing for something significant. Linda had begun to plant seeds about a luxurious vacation she had always wanted to take, some tropical resort with private bungalows above the ocean, where accommodations cost around $1,000 per night. Ryan naturally accepted the bait and began looking into options to see how he might finance it. That's when we realized he was transferring money from our joint account to his secret one to support his double life. Money that was supposed to go toward our debts and future. He'd been stealing from me to impress my cousin. Finding those transfers felt like getting hit in the gut all over again. However, it has made me more driven than ever to do this. As the third month of our program came to an end, Ryan was arranging this expensive vacation, depleting his savings account for deposits and purchasing new bags and ludicrous tropical clothing. Little did he realize, it was all leading up to the final stage of our strategy. But we weren't quite prepared to release the trap. Not yet. We have at least one more month to make him pay. Literally. What is the best part? He had no idea what was going to happen. He still assumed I was entirely unaware. Still preparing him meals and doing his washing like the ideal girlfriend. Linda, he still believed, was as much in love with him as he was with her. He still believed he was in charge of the situation, but we had complete control. And he would soon discover how terribly he had been duped. The second update came in month 4 of Operation Destroy Ryan's bank account, and things became pretty interesting. Linda had Ryan wrapped around her finger by this stage, and he was getting sloppy with his falsehoods to me. He'd work late and forget to text that he wouldn't be home for supper. He would leave receipts in his pockets, which I would uncover while doing laundry. He once called me Linda's name while half asleep. I had to bite my tongue so hard that it tasted like blood. Meanwhile, our retribution fund had grown to about $5,000 in cash as a result of Linda's theft and sharing of his money with us. Martha had also profited. We'd take turns using the spa packages and restaurant gift cards Linda would get from him. Ryan returned home one night, visibly agitated. He sat me down for a serious conversation about our finances. Apparently, he was having some temporary cash flow challenges and required me to cover some of our joint bills for a bit. Could I potentially pay the entire rent next month rather than just half of it, and also handle the utilities? He promised to pay me back once he received his job bonus. I nearly lost it right then. This involved spending thousands of dollars on my cousin while expecting me to fund his basic living needs. But I remained calm, nodded kindly, and promised to help out. What options did his oblivious lover have? When he left the room, I texted Linda and Martha. The phase escalation process begins immediately. The next day, Linda called Ryan in tears. Her automobile had broken down, and she needed $600 for repairs immediately. Ryan, despite having just told me he was broke, managed to find the money within hours. Linda accepted the cash, thanked him heartily, and divided it with me and Martha. We went shopping while her perfectly functional automobile sat in my apartment complex's guest parking, but the true goldmine was the tropical holiday planning. Linda had persuaded Ryan to rent this insanely costly resort in Bora Bora. Ryan was trying to come up with the funds, but Linda kept emailing him images of the location and raving about how it would be the most romantic week of their lives. I watched from the shadows as Ryan began selling items to pay the trip. His beloved vintage guitar collection, which he would never let me touch, sold on eBay. The valuable watch his grandfather left him was pawned. His crypto investments, which he was so proud of, were liquidated for a loss. All the while telling me we needed to cut back on pleasures like my daily coffee and Netflix membership. One night, when Ryan was showering, I checked his phone and discovered he had taken out an $18,000 personal loan. It's absolute crazy. Going into debt for a lady he'd known for less than 4 months while telling his partner of 4 years that we needed to cut back. During all of this, I was discreetly planning my exit route. Martha had helped me find a new apartment that was both affordable and secure. I had been slowly relocating my key paperwork and sentimental items there. I had started forwarding my mail to a P.O. box. I'd even opened a new bank account at a different institution where Ryan had no contacts. However, the burden of keeping up the farce was wearing me down. It was tough to play the loving, naive girlfriend while Ryan destroyed his finances for another woman, even if that woman was my cousin working for me. Some nights, I'd lie awake next to him, battling the temptation to yell at him for being such a miserable, disloyal piece of shit. Martha knew I was struggling and recommended we take a mental health day with some of our revenge fund money. We reserved a day at this fantastic hot springs resort about an hour from the city. What's with the irony? Ryan had promised to take me there for our anniversary but said we couldn't afford it. A day in the hot springs was just what I needed. Soaking in mineral pools, having massages, drinking champagne at 11 a.m., all while Ryan was at work, anxious about money, and entirely oblivious that he was paying for my relaxation. It seemed like poetic justice. When I arrived home that evening, Ryan was already there, which was uncommon. He appeared uneasy, pacing around the living room. My heart sank. Had he somehow learned about our plan? But it was something else entirely. He sat me down and told me he'd been really considering our relationship. This was it. He was about to break up with me. After months of cheating and lying, he was finally ready to stop things and be open with Linda. I prepped my phony astonishment look, mentally rehearsing how I'd phone Linda and Martha the moment he departed, to inform them that we needed to expedite our deadline. But that is not what happened at all. Instead, this stupid guy got down on one knee and brought out a ring box, containing an engagement ring. He began by explaining that he had been distant recently, because he was dealing with personal challenges, but that he had concluded I was the person he wanted to spend his life with. That some individuals do not appreciate what they have until they are about to lose it. That he wanted us to start over. I was literally speechless. Was this his strategy? To lock me down with an engagement while still seeing Linda on the side? Or was he planning to end things with her? In any case, it was the most sad and desperate action I could think of. The ring was little, nothing like what he had promised to bring me someday. Clearly his finances were in worse shape than I had expected. I stood there paralyzed, my mind racing with alternatives. If I answered yes, I would have more time to exact maximal revenge. If I said no, the game would end too quickly. I did what any respectable woman in my position would do. I burst into tears. And they weren't wholly artificial. They were rage-filled tears. I told him I needed time to think. His distant demeanor had profoundly affected me, and I wasn't sure whether we could work things out. That I adored him, a lie, but needed time to contemplate his proposal. Ryan was devastated, but attempted to disguise it. He said he understood and would give me as much time as I needed. He even suggested that I remain with my folks for a few days to cleanse my mind. I almost laughed aloud. He was attempting to get me out of the flat so that he could invite Linda over. I feigned to agree, packed a suitcase and headed straight to Martha's house. As soon as I arrived, I called Linda and informed her of this bizarre new development. She couldn't believe it either. What type of sociopath proposes to one lady while organizing a lavish romantic getaway with another? We decided to take advantage of this new circumstance. Linda would become increasingly needy and demanding in the coming days, testing Ryan's financial boundaries. Meanwhile, I'd tease him about the idea, asking for time and space while actually using that time to organize my escape strategy. I stayed at Martha's for the next week, although I spoke with Ryan every day. I texted him phrases like "still thinking" and "need more time," and he responded with increasingly desperate messages about how much he loved me and how he'd do anything to keep our relationship going. Ryan called me 10 days after the proposal, sounding agitated. He needed to speak with me about something crucial in person. My heart raced. Had he figured out our scheme? I agreed to meet him at a coffee shop the next day and quickly called Linda and Martha to plan an emergency strategy session. We decided that I would wear a little microphone. Martha had one from her journalism days, so they could listen from her car, which was parked close. If everything went south, they'd be immediately there to help. We also planned a cover tale in case Ryan found what we were doing. Ryan wanted to discuss something other than our scheme. It was money. He said that he had recently made some unwise financial mistakes and was in serious difficulty. He had maxed out his credit cards, taken out loans, and borrowed from friends. He needs my aid to get back on track. He specifically asked me to take out a loan in my name to consolidate his debts. He pledged to pay it back, and that it would only be temporary. He even stated that it may be the first step in our life together, demonstrating that we were a team that supported each other during difficult times. I sat there, startled by the audacity. This man had spent thousands on another woman, lied to my face for months, and now wanted me to go into debt to address his financial difficulties, which he had manufactured by attempting to impress my cousin. It took everything I had not to throw my hot coffee in his face. Instead, I told him I needed to think about it, that it was a major decision, and that I was still working through his idea, which introduced a whole new layer of complexity. As I left, I could see desperation in his eyes and promised to let him know as soon as possible. When I arrived back to Martha's car, we all burst out laughing. This man's sheer courage was nearly admirable. Linda quickly began planning the next phase. She would inform Ryan that she had received an unexpected bonus at work and could now contribute heavily to their vacation. All he had to do was finish the bookings, and she would reimburse him for her share. Of course, Ryan was unaware that the payment would never be received. Ryan made the final arrangements for their Bora Bora vacation over the next 2 days. He had to borrow a few $1,000s from his brother to cover the remaining amount, but he had done it. All non-refundable, booked in both of their names. The trip was supposed to begin in exactly 2 weeks. Their flights would leave on a Friday morning, giving us 12 days to carry out the final phase of our plan, and Ryan had no idea what to expect. I have no idea at all. Last update. The last 12 days preceding Ryan's romantic Bora Bora holiday, LOL, were some of the most hectic and exciting of my life. We had planned everything down to the minute. However, there was always the possibility that he would find something out, or Linda would make a mistake. Meanwhile, Ryan became increasingly desperate for money. He texted me about the loan repeatedly, saying things like, "I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, and this is about our future together." This man had the audacity to think I would go into debt for him while he was arranging a luxury vacation with another woman. I mean, technically, it was my cousin acting on my behalf, but still. I finally agreed to meet with him over dinner to discuss our relationship and the financial situation. I chose this mid-range restaurant where we had our first date for symbolic reasons, as well as knowing he couldn't afford anything fancier. At this point, I took extra time getting ready, ensuring that I looked amazing. Hair perfect, makeup faultless, and dressed in the red dress he'd always adored. When I arrived, Ryan's face brightened up with hope. He was scared I was going to terminate things, but my appearance said differently. We ordered meals and made awkward small chat, and he kept looking at my left hand, noticing I wasn't wearing the sad little engagement ring he'd given me. Finally, I cut to the chase. I told him I had been thinking a lot about our relationship, the future, and what I truly wanted. His face becomes serious and expectant. Then I dropped the first bomb. I informed him I had looked into the loan he wanted me to take out and that I could probably get approved for $32,000. The relief on his face was immediate, like a drowning man seeing a lifeguard. He stretched across the table and squeezed my hand, stating how much this meant to him. How he'd absolutely repay me. How this confirmed that we were meant to be together. I grinned and stated there was only one condition. I required access to all of his financial records before taking out the loan, bank statements, credit card bills, and everything else, to fully understand what I was getting myself into. His expression froze. I kept my expression innocent, as if this were a completely acceptable request from someone about to assume their partner's debt. He muttered something about how it wasn't necessary, that he'd manage all of the repayments, and that I shouldn't be concerned about the minutiae. I stressed that if we were to develop a life together, there had to be complete transparency. Ryan appeared to be about to get sick. He excused himself to the bathroom, carrying his phone with him. When Ryan returned to the table, he had collected himself. He agreed to send me his financial records soon, but claimed right now the most essential thing was to finish the loan application, because he had some tight deadlines. I nodded compassionately, mentally adding this to the mountain of evidence proving he was a manipulative ass. I told him I'd go to the bank on Monday, it was Friday evening, to begin the application procedure. His relief was evident. He had no idea that I had no intention of giving him any money. Over the weekend, Ryan was especially attentive and affectionate, bringing me coffee in bed, proposing we watch my favorite movies, and even cleaning the apartment without being asked. All while continually texting Linda about their forthcoming trip, which was now only 9 days away. On Monday morning, I told Ryan that I had a bank appointment. I put on my most professional suit and left the flat while he wished me luck. I actually went to meet Martha and Linda at our new favorite coffee shop to settle our plans. Ryan was eagerly awaiting my arrival home that evening. I informed him that the bank needed more time to analyze my application, but that everything seemed good. He tried not to show his disappointment and tension, but I could feel his hands trembling slightly as he held me. Linda played her MasterCard 4 days before the vacation. She contacted Ryan crying, claiming her grandma had just been ill and that she might have to fly home to see her instead of going to Bora Bora. Ryan panicked and began suggesting solutions. Could they postpone their trip? Number: non-refundable. Could her granny wait? She was surprised he would suggest that. What if he accompanied her to see her granny instead? Number: only when there is a health problem does the family get together. Linda called back with excellent news after giving him 24 hours to stew. Grandmother was stable, and the doctor advised there was no cause for immediate alarm. The Bora Bora trip could go as planned. Ryan was so relieved that he gave her flowers as a comforting gesture for her grandmother. Flowers were delivered to my new flat, where Linda was now residing half the time while we prepared for the next step. Ryan was in a terrible mess 2 days before the trip. The bank, aka me, still hadn't authorized the loan he so sorely needed. He was attempting to pack for Bora Bora while concealing his suitcase in the closet whenever I was home. He was juggling texts between me and Linda, hoping to keep both relationships afloat. It was almost tragic how pathetic he had become. Almost. The night before the big trip, I told Ryan I needed to talk to him about something serious. His face turned pallid. He presumably assumed it was about the engagement or the money. Instead, I informed him that I would be staying with Martha for a few days to reflect about our future plans. His relief was apparent. This solved his difficulty of leaving for the airport without me asking questions. Ryan had no idea that while he was at work the day before, I had already relocated the majority of my remaining items to my new apartment. All that remained were some clothes and toiletries that could easily fit in a single suitcase, which I packed while he was showering. As I was preparing to depart, Ryan hugged me hard and said he hoped I'd have an answer concerning our future when he returned from his business trip on Sunday. After 4 years together, I was still surprised by his ability to lie to my face so convincingly. When I closed the flat door, our final countdown began. Operation Complete Destruction was officially started. I walked directly to Martha's house where Linda was waiting. We ordered pizza, opened champagne, and reviewed our strategy one more time. Ryan will fly to the airport tomorrow morning, expecting to have the romantic holiday of a lifetime with his stunning secret girlfriend. Instead, he was about to have the worst day of his life. We slept very little that night because we were so excited. Linda texted Ryan at 6 a.m. "Good morning. So excited for today, can't wait to see you at the airport." Ryan promptly answered, "Just finishing packing. See you at Terminal 3 at 8:32. Can't believe we're finally doing this." At 7 a.m., we watched Ryan leave with his suitcase, appearing happier than I had seen him in months, via the apartment building's surveillance app. Martha, Linda, and I jumped into Martha's car and drove ourselves to the airport as soon as his car left. Not to fly someplace, but to see what was going to happen. We arrived at Terminal 3 at 8:15, and sat at a cafe with a great view of the check-in counters. Ryan came at 8:25, anxiously looking around for Linda. He checked his phone, texted her, and went to stand in the check-in line for his trip. Linda emailed Ryan the message we had carefully drafted the night before at exactly 8:45, as he approached the counter. It was a selfie of Linda, Martha, and me, all smiling broadly and holding our middle fingers up. Linda wrote beneath it, "Surprise, hope you enjoy your $20,000 vacation for one. Your girlfriend knows everything." We observed from our hiding place as Ryan read the message. He stopped in the middle of the check-in line and stared at his phone. In a matter of seconds, his expression shifted from uncertainty to astonishment and fear. He looked all around, as if expecting to see us. I tried contacting Linda right away, but it went straight to voicemail because she had banned his phone. I tried calling you. The same result. Ryan stepped out of the line, still staring at his phone in shock. He sank onto a nearby bench and hurriedly typed, most likely sending desperate messages that would never be delivered. We watched this for over 20 minutes before he finally stood up and went zombie-like toward the exit, dragging his bag behind him. Ryan called us all day from numerous phones, leaving more urgent voicemails. We ignored them all, instead concentrated on the second phase of our final strategy. I'd also left a carefully prepared note on the kitchen table describing what we knew, as well as printed copies of some of his most offensive texts about me, including ones in which he called me the most disgusting thing in his Roomba, which also pays rent. The letter stated that if he contacted me or Linda again with any threats or harassment, the full evidence folder would be sent to his parents, boss, and made public. Is all of this strictly necessary? Probably not. Was it delightfully pleasant after months of psychological torment and cheating? Absolutely. Ryan arrived at the flat that evening only to discover that he was unable to enter. The security camera captured his outburst in the corridor as he discovered how thoroughly he had been duped. Ryan experienced every possible feeling over the next few days. He wrote emails pleading for forgiveness, angry ones calling us crazy bitches, and sorrowful ones about how he'd lose his job if he didn't pay his obligations. We completed the final phase of our plan exactly 1 week after the airport incident. Linda, Martha and I planned a weekend stay at a beautiful nearby spa facility, paying with the remainder of our fund money. While relaxing in hot tubs and having massages, we each shared a single photo on social media. Predictably, this provoked another wave of urgent messages from Ryan, who was now using his brother's phone because we had blocked all of his numbers. He couldn't see how we could be so harsh and ruthless. He stated that what he had done wasn't as horrible as how we had destroyed his life. The absence of self-awareness was simply amazing. Ryan has attempted to reach me through a variety of methods in the months since. He even addressed a letter to my parents' home. They sent it to me unopened. He has not repaid any of the money he took from our joint account, nor has he explained to his family and friends why he suddenly had to move back in with his parents at the age of 32. Ryan is reportedly working 2 jobs to pay off his obligations. The vacation packages, flights and hotel reservations were all non-refundable, as Linda had specified when booking. His credit score is ruined. His savings are gone. Meanwhile, I am thriving in my new flat. I have been promoted at work. I'm wearing fancy clothing and jewelry that Ryan paid for. I'm planning a genuine vacation with Martha and Linda next summer. One that we will pay for with our own money, since we are not sad cheaters who must manipulate others to get our goals. Ryan arrived at my apartment complex at 3 a.m. last week, evidently inebriated and screaming into my Ring doorbell camera about how he'd made the worst mistake of his life and would do everything for another chance. I watched the live feed from my phone, snuggled up in bed, and did the only natural thing. I sent the video to Linda and Martha so that we could all laugh about it together. Then I emailed it to building security to have him removed from the property. 20 missed calls later, he gave up. I slept like a baby that night, knowing he was struggling while I was thriving. That, my friends, is what you call karma. And it is lovely. Don't steal your sister's thunder, my parents warned. At her wedding, I revealed my secret wedding they had missed. Their smiles collapsed instantly. My name is Clara, and here is the story of how I finally got back at the individuals who had been making me feel inferior for years. Growing up as the Mitchell family's younger daughter meant living in the shadow of my older sister Elise. She was 4 years older, naturally gorgeous, incredibly popular, and according to my parents, flawless in every aspect. I was the awkward one with frizzy hair, braces that lasted too long, and a preference for books over partying. My parents, Marianne and Victor Mitchell, never tried to hide their preference. Elise received a new automobile for her 16th birthday, whilst I received a lecture about responsibility when I requested driving lessons. She got a full ride to her desired college, but I worked 2 jobs to pay for community college. When Elise announced her engagement to her college boyfriend Adiran, my parents promptly offered to cover the entire wedding expenses. When I proposed dating someone seriously, my mother would make passive-aggressive comments about how I should first improve myself. After 24 years of being treated as the less important daughter, I reached my breaking point when I met Daniel Moreau, a pediatric nurse at the Children's Hospital downtown. He was nice and witty, and he recognized something in me that my family evidently never did. We fell in love fast and deeply. After 16 months of dating, Daniel proposed on a romantic weekend retreat to the mountains. It wasn't spectacular or Instagrammable. It was just the 2 of us, a stunning sunset, and the most emotional proposal I could have imagined. When I called my parents to tell them the news, their reaction was, to say the least, lackluster. "Oh, honey, that's nice," my mother responded, her voice clearly distracted. "Are you sure you're ready for marriage though? You're still figuring out your career and, well, you know how these things can be." My father responded even worse. "Maybe you should wait until Elise's wedding is over. We don't want to steal her thunder, do we?" Steal her thunder. Elise's wedding was still 8 months away, but this was typical of my parents. Everything revolved around Elise and her idyllic existence. The months before Elise's wedding were a nightmare. Every family event turned into an Elise appreciation session. My mother would spend hours showing me Pinterest boards of Elise's wedding plans, raving about the venue, the dress, the flowers, and everything. Meanwhile, if I tried to bring up my own engagement, the talk quickly shifted back to Elise, or died out completely. The final straw came at Elise's bridal shower, which my mother insisted I help prepare despite having no real say in any decisions. I was assigned menial jobs such as addressing invitations and picking up decorations. While my mother and Elise made all of the crucial decisions together, during the shower, my Aunt Helena inquired when Daniel and I planned to marry. "Oh, Clara's not ready for marriage yet," my mother said before I could respond. "She's still finding herself. Elise has always been more mature about these things." Elise simply smiled and said nothing, which made it worse than if she had been cruel. That night, I returned home to Daniel and cried for 3 hours. He held me while I complained about how my family treated me, making me feel invisible and unimportant. Daniel proposed something that would change everything. "What if we just did it?" he asked gently. "What if we got married without telling them?" I assumed he was joking. But the more we discussed it, the more intriguing the concept appeared. Why should we wait for my family's approval or permission? Why should our happiness be put on hold for Elise's perfect timeline? Over the next few weeks, we arranged our surprise wedding. We opted on a small ceremony at the botanical gardens across town, with only Daniel's parents, sister, my best friend from college, Julia, and her husband Martin as witnesses. Daniel's family was overjoyed and immediately accepted me as their own daughter. The contrast between their friendliness and my family's coldness was striking. We chose Amelia Novak, a local photographer who specializes in intimate weddings. The florist, an elderly woman named Ingrid who owned a tiny shop downtown, made the most gorgeous bouquet of white daisies and eucalyptus. My outfit came from a store that specialized in simple, exquisite gowns. It wasn't expensive or fancy, but when I wore it, I felt like the most beautiful lady in the world. The ceremony was held on a lovely Saturday morning, July 20th, exactly 2 months before Elise's wedding. Daniel's father, a retired clergyman, officiated. There wasn't a dry eye in the tiny gathering as Daniel and I exchanged vows we'd written together. His commitment was to love me precisely as I am, without ever attempting to modify or transform me into someone else's image of perfection. Mine promised to establish a life together, founded on mutual respect and real cooperation, rather than competitiveness or comparison. Following the ceremony, we had a short lunch at Daniel's favorite restaurant, an Italian establishment that had been family-owned for 3 generations. The owner, Enzo, had known Daniel since he was a child and insisted on making a special supper for us. We laughed, shared tales, and celebrated with folks who genuinely cared about our pleasure. Our honeymoon consisted of a week-long road trip to national parks in Utah and Colorado. No luxury resorts or exotic destinations, just the 2 of us touring lovely locations and enjoying our new marriage. It was flawless in every manner that counted. When we returned, we resolved to keep the marriage a secret until after Elise's wedding. We didn't want to cause trouble or give my parents reason to blame us for ruining Elise's special day. We moved in together, telling my folks we were simply taking the next step in our relationship. My parents scarcely noticed this milestone. Elise's wedding preparations accelerated as the date approached. My mother contacted me every day with details on dress fittings, meal tastings, and floral arrangements. She expected me to be accessible for any emergencies and breakdowns. Despite having no interest in my own life, I played along, all the time surreptitiously wearing my wedding ring on a chain beneath my clothes. The week leading up to Elise's wedding was quite stressful. My mother evolved into what I can only refer to as a wedding general. Barking orders to vendors, family members, and anybody within a 10-foot radius. She called me at 7 a.m., 3 days before the wedding, virtually hyperventilating because the florist had brought the wrong color of pink rose. "Clara, you need to drive to the flower shop right now and fix this," she told her. "Elise will have a breakdown if everything isn't perfect." I looked at Daniel, who was preparing breakfast for us before his shift at the hospital. He lifted his eyebrows sympathetically as I mouthed, "Flower emergency," at him. "Mom, I have to work today," I explained. "Can't you handle this yourself?" "I'm too busy with the caterer," she said. "Your sister's wedding is this weekend, Clara." This is important. The irony was not lost on me. Here I was, a married woman, going on errands for my sister's wedding while my own marriage remained hidden. I spent my lunch break traveling across town to dispute with a florist about the difference between blush pink and dusty roses, all while hiding my wedding ring under my work blouse. The rehearsal dinner was hosted at a high-end steakhouse downtown. I watched my parents fawn over Adiran's family, who were charming but clearly uncomfortable with my parents' extravagant display of wealth. Adiran's mother, Madeline, was a kindergarten teacher, while his father, Laurent, worked as an electrician. They were genuine, down-to-earth people who appeared perplexed by the crystal stemware and gold-plated charger plates that my mother insisted on. During supper, my father stepped up to speak about Elise and Adiran's love story. He spoke about how pleased he was of Elise for finding such a beautiful man, how Adarin was fortunate to marry into our family, and how this wedding represented all they had planned for their daughter. The speech lasted over 12 minutes and discussed Elise's accomplishments, beauty, flawless college grades, and successful marketing profession. When he concluded, numerous people turned to look at me, expecting me to deliver a speech as the maid of honor. But my father simply sat down, as if he'd said everything he wanted to say about his daughters. The moment went awkwardly until Adarin stepped up and thanked everyone for attending. Later that evening, Madeleine Moreau approached me at cocktail hour. "Clara, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I feel like I've barely heard anything about you tonight. Daniel constantly mentions you when we see him at family gatherings, and he clearly adores you. I'd like to learn more about your career and interests." The kindness in her voice nearly moved me to tears. Here was a woman I had only met a few hours before, who seemed more interested in my life than my own parents had in months. We talked for 20 minutes about my job at the local library, my volunteer work with adult literacy initiatives, and my photography passion. She listened closely, asked insightful questions, and made me feel like my life was important. "Daniel is lucky to have found someone so passionate and caring," she stated warmly. "I can tell you two are very happy together." If only she knew how correct she was, and how lately we had formalized that bliss. The morning of Elise's wedding dawned bright and clear, which my mother interpreted as a personal message from the cosmos that everything would be wonderful. She had reserved a suite at the country club for the bridal party to prepare, replete with a professional beauty artist, hairstylist and photographer to document every detail of Elise's preparations. I arrived at 8 a.m. to find Elise already in full preparation mode, seated in a luxurious white robe while the makeup artist worked on her face. The room was alive with activity as bridesmaids chatted. My mother directed the photographer, and various vendors arrived and left with last-minute touches. "Clara, finally," my mother shouted when she spotted me. "The photographer wants some shots of you helping Elise with her jewelry. Can you put her necklace on her?" I obediently clasped Elise's diamond necklace, a family relic that had belonged to my grandmother. As I worked on the clasp, Elise drew my attention in the mirror. "You know, I always imagined we'd be doing this together someday," she replied quietly. "Getting ready for our weddings, helping each other with our dresses." For a brief time she sounded like the sister I remembered from childhood, before competition and favoritism had distanced us so much. I almost told her about my own wedding, how lovely it had been to have my friend Amy assist me with my dress, and how we had laughed and cried together in the small bridal suite at the Botanical Gardens. But then my mother emerged with the photographer, posing us for a series of candid photos, and the moment vanished. The ceremony preparations were a masterclass in planned excellence. My mother had engaged Katerina Varga, a wedding coordinator who handled the timeline with military precision. Every bridesmaid knew just when to walk down the aisle, how slowly to proceed and where to stand. The guys had been instructed on their places and cues, even the flower girl and ring bearer had gone through several practice sessions. As we queued up outside the ceremonial area, I noticed Daniel in his seat. He looked dashing in his navy suit, and when our gazes connected, he grinned and patted his chest, where I knew he wore his wedding ring on a chain like I did. That tiny gesture reminded me that I was not alone in my performance, and that I had, if you appreciate extravagant, someone who genuinely loved and supported me. Productions. The wedding ceremony was definitely beautiful. The setting was an elite country club, complete with cascading white flowers, sparkling chandeliers, and enough champagne to float a boat. Elise looked gorgeous in her couture gown, and Adiran was dashing in his Cuss Martin tuxedo. The guest list contained over 215 people, the majority of whom were significant for networking or social status, but knew little about the newlyweds. I acted as a bridesmaid, wearing a pale pink gown that cost more than my complete wedding attire. Throughout the ceremony, I couldn't help but compare it to my own. Elise's was intricate and stunning, but mine was infused with love and genuine feeling. I knew exactly which one I favored. If you appreciate extravagant productions, the event was definitely gorgeous. The processional alone lasted about 15 minutes, with each bridesmaid strolling down the petal-strewn aisle at the rate of a funeral march. The officiant, a family friend who had known Elise since infancy, delivered a lengthy sermon on marriage that felt more like a show for the audience than a spiritual exchange between two people in love. During the vows, Elise and Adiran delivered lines they wrote jointly with the assistance of a professional wedding speechwriter. They were refined and romantic, with parallels to fate and fairy tales. As I stood behind Elise, clutching her bouquet, I couldn't help but recall my own vows to Daniel, fumbling over words as I attempted to articulate emotions too large for words. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I swore to love him no matter what life brought us. The banquet that followed was far more extravagant than the wedding. The country club's ballroom had been turned into what my mother described as a romantic garden. Paradise, complete with hundreds of roses, fairy lights, and enough candles to light up a small city. Each table was set with gold-rimmed china, crystal glasses, and centerpieces that likely cost more than the average person's monthly rent. I sat at the head table with Elise's college roommate, Camille, and our cousin Isabel, who spent the entire cocktail hour talking about their respective relationship dramas. Camille was in the midst of a nasty divorce from her 3-year-old husband, and Isabel was dating a chef whom her parents disapproved of since he was not a lawyer or doctor. "At least you don't have to worry about any of that yet," Isabel told me during the salad course. "You're smart to take your time and really figure out what you want before settling down." I nearly choked on my wine. If only she knew I'd already decided what I wanted and married him 2 months ago in a ceremony that felt more genuine than this entire charade. The dinner service lasted more than 2 hours, with several courses and wine pairings that the sommelier explained in great detail. My parents went all out, hiring a 5-star catering business that specialized in premium dining experiences. The food was undeniably delicious, but it reminded me of the simple Italian lunch Daniel and I had after our wedding ceremony, when Enzo served us his grandmother's recipe for osobo and refused to let us pay because love should be celebrated with the best food and the biggest hearts. Throughout the lunch, several family members and guests came up to make toasts. Elise's college buddies told her humorous stories about her dating experiences before Adarin. Adarin's best man described their bond from infancy. My uncle Andre shared embarrassing anecdotes about Elise as a child, which made everyone chuckle. Even Adiran's bashful younger brother delivered a nice speech about becoming a sister. When it was time for the traditional maid of honor speech, I stood up, holding my champagne glass and feeling the weight of my hidden wedding ring against my chest. I had spent days composing and revising this speech, attempting to find words that were honest without being harsh, loving without being phony. "Elise has always been the type of person who knows what she wants and pursues it," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "She's never been afraid to dream big or to work hard to make those dreams come true. Adarin, you're getting someone who will challenge you to be your best self while loving you exactly as you are. And Elise, you found someone who sees all the wonderful things about you that the rest of us have always known were there." This was true. Even though our relationship was complex, Elise was determined and ambitious, which I loved, even if they eclipsed my own softer attributes. The toast was well received, and Elise said thank you to me as I sat down. The dancing began after supper, with Elise and Adiran performing their first dance to Etta Laurent's At Last. They danced flawlessly together, having spent months practicing their routine. My parents watched from their table, tears in their eyes, and I could see my mother arranging the picture album page for this time. As the evening progressed, I found myself viewing the entire ceremony with the detached perspective of an anthropological researching wedding rites. The cake-cutting ceremony, in which Elise and Adarin fed each other little bits as the photographer recorded every perspective. The bouquet and garter toss rituals appeared to be meant for fun, rather than romantic value. Endless photo sessions with various combinations of family and friends. What struck me most was how staged everything felt. Don't get me wrong, Elise and Adiran were definitely in love and joyful, but the wedding appeared to be more about putting on a show for the guests than about celebrating their commitment to each other. Every moment was scripted, and every element was carefully planned to maximize visual impact. I thought of my own wedding day. Daniel and I had spent the morning meandering through the botanical gardens before our wedding, silently discussing our goals for our marriage. We wrote our vows independently, and shocked each other with heartfelt remarks. Daniel's 8-year-old nephew acted as our ring bearer and was whispering loudly about how beautiful my outfit was throughout the ceremony. Our photographer, Amelia, captured stunning moments that were unstaged and authentic. Daniel wiping tears from my eyes during our vows, and I laughed as his father stuttered over the wording of the ceremony. The unexpected group hug that occurred after we were declared husband and wife. These were not moments intended for social media or family photo albums. They were genuine sentiments shared by people who cared about one another. Around 10 p.m., the party was fully underway. The band my parents had hired played a combination of old love songs and contemporary favorites, which kept the dance floor full. Elise had changed from her ceremony gown to a shorter, more comfortable celebration gown, making it simpler to dance. She looked radiant and delighted as she spun around the dance floor with Adarin, then my father, and finally with different family members and friends. I did a couple necessary dances with relatives and family acquaintances, chatting about my career and my relationship with Daniel. Everyone appeared to expect we'd be engaged soon, and I smiled non-committally while my wedding ring pressed against my chest like a secret about to be revealed. Daniel and I were able to steal a few dances together, including a slow song where he murmured in my ear, "How are you holding up, Mrs. Moreau?" Hearing him address me by my married name in the middle of my sister's wedding celebration was weird and wonderful. "Just a few more hours," I said quietly back. "Then we can go home, and I can wear my ring where it belongs." The worst part of the evening was watching my parents. They were in their element, clearly enjoying their role as proud hosts. My mother had changed into 3 different clothes throughout the day, each more ornate than the previous one. My father had relaxed after a few glasses of champagne and was telling anybody who would listen how proud he was of Elise and how fortunate Adarin was to join their family. In a quiet time, I overheard my mother speak to her sister Helena about Elise's future intentions. "They're thinking about starting a family in a year or 2, she continued, her voice filled with excitement. "Can you imagine how beautiful their children will be? And Adarin has such good family genes, smart, successful, handsome." I wondered if my mother would ever talk about my future children with the same excitement, or if they would always come second to Elise's children and her adoration. The notion made my chest tighten with a familiar combination of sadness and rage. As the evening progressed, I began to feel a peculiar sense of anticipation grow within me. I knew that in a few hours I'd be able to share my own news with this room full of people who had previously dismissed me as Elise's less fascinating younger sister. The thought was both horrifying and exciting. Around 11:30, Elise announced that it was time to toss the bouquet. All of the unmarried women were asked to assemble on the dance floor, and I unwillingly joined them. I was dreading this moment because I knew my mother would make comments about when it was my turn to grab the bouquet and find my own pleasure. The other unmarried women in the group included Elise's teenage cousins, as well as some of her college pals who were still negotiating the dating scene in their late 20s. They talked excitedly about the custom, with some joking about not wanting to be next, and others clearly hoping to catch the flowers. Elise stood with her back to us, carrying an ornate bouquet designed expressly for tossing, a miniature replica of her bridal bouquet comprised of white roses, baby's breath, and trailing ribbons. The photographer and cameraman positioned themselves to catch the scene from different perspectives. "Are you ready, ladies?" Elise exclaimed, lifting the bouquet above her head. The women crouched slightly, arms spread, preparing to compete for the symbolic flowers. I stood in the back, not especially interested in taking part in what appeared to be a desperate performance. But, as Elise prepared to throw the bouquet, I couldn't help but think about how ironic the situation was. I was pretending to be single and looking for love, but I was already married to the most wonderful man in the room. The flowers flew through the air in a perfect arc and landed just in my palms, in what could only be described as cosmic irony. The audience exploded in cheers and clapping, with someone shouting, "Clara's next." I stood there, holding the bouquet, feeling the weight of the occasion settle about me. This was it. The scenario for which I had been unconsciously waiting all evening. My mother appeared at my side, her face flushed with booze and excitement. "Your sister's wedding was perfect," Mom smiled, her voice reaching across the hushed room. "When will it be your turn?" This was the moment I'd been waiting for. I gave Daniel, who was standing near the bar, an encouraging smile. I took a deep breath, reached into the small secret pocket in my bridesmaid dress that I had particularly chosen, and pulled out my wedding ring, which I slipped onto my finger. "It already happened, you just weren't there." The entire room froze. My mother's smile wavered and confusion replaced her previous excitement. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" I held up my hand, displaying the wedding band that now proudly adorned my finger. "Daniel and I got married on April 13th. We had a beautiful ceremony at the Botanical Gardens with people who actually care about us." The silence was terrible. Elise's mouth dropped open, still holding her empty hands where the bouquet had been. My father's face changed color numerous times before finally resting on an angry red. Other guests began muttering amongst themselves, and phones appeared as people attempted to digest the sudden drama. "You're joking," my mother said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not at all," I said, surprising myself with my cool tone. "We have photos, a marriage certificate, everything. It was a lovely ceremony, small but meaningful, the kind of wedding 2 people have when they're focused on marriage rather than a party." Elise has finally found her voice. "Why didn't you tell us? Why would you do this?" I turned to face my sister, who had unintentionally been the center of my family's universe for the last 28 years. When exactly should I have told you? During one of your dress fittings that I wasn't invited to? At your bridal shower, where mom told everyone I wasn't ready for marriage? Or maybe during one of the dozens of family dinners where every conversation was about your perfect relationship and your perfect wedding plans? My mother looked distraught. Clara, we wanted to be there for you. Did you though? I inquired, my voice growing stronger. Because I've been trying to share my life with this family for years, and there's never been room for anyone except Elise. When I got engaged, Dad told me to wait until after Elise's wedding because we didn't want to steal her thunder. When I mentioned wedding ideas, you changed the subject. When I tried to talk about Daniel, you gave me lectures about focusing on my career instead. The audience was obviously paying attention now, even though most of them were pretending to look at their phones or the centerpieces. Adarin had moved to Elise's side, appearing uneasy and puzzled. My father took a step forward, his voice tight with repressed wrath. This is hardly the time or place for this discussion, Clara. Isn't it though? I answered. This is a celebration of marriage and family, right? I'm just sharing my happy news with everyone, unless of course you're embarrassed that your younger daughter got married without needing a $50,000 party to prove it. That struck home. My father clenched his teeth and my mother appeared to be about to cry. Daniel approached and took my hand. Maybe we should go, he said quietly. Good idea, I agreed. I returned to the room, where many people were still staring. Thank you all for helping us celebrate. It's been enlightening. The consequences of my admission were swift and dramatic. The room, which had been filled with joy and laughing just moments before, sank into the kind of silence found only in libraries and funeral homes. I could see people absorbing what I had said. Some were perplexed, others stunned, and a few were plainly excited by the unexpected drama. Elise's face changed numerous times in quick succession: astonishment, incredulity, hurt, and eventually rage. Are you seriously doing this right now? She shouted, her voice low but audible in the quiet room. At my wedding? I'm just answering Mom's question, I said, shocked by my cool demeanor. My heart was beating, but I felt calmer than I had all day. She asked when it would be my turn, and I told her the truth. My father stepped forward, his face a mask of controlled rage. Clara, this is completely inappropriate. We need to discuss this privately. Why? I questioned. This is a celebration of marriage and family, isn't it? I thought you'd be happy to learn that I'm married to a wonderful man who loves me unconditionally. The final section was addressed squarely at my parents, and their emotions indicated that it hit home. Around us I noticed people pulling out their phones, some possibly texting other family members, some likely filming the drama for social media. My mother looked like she was going to get sick. Clara, honey, you can't be serious. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? I told you, I responded, my voice growing stronger. You just weren't there. We got married on April 15th at the Botanical Gardens. It was a beautiful ceremony with people who actually wanted to celebrate our happiness. Daniel appeared by my side, giving me the courage to continue. My husband Daniel and I decided to have a small, intimate wedding, focused on our commitment to each other, rather than impressing a bunch of people who barely know us. The word husband struck my family like a physical blow. Elise took a step back, almost falling over her intricate train. You've been lying to us for months, my father exclaimed, his voice taut with rage. How could you deceive your family like this? Deceive you? I laughed, my voice harsh in the quiet room. Like when you told Aunt Helena that I wasn't ready for marriage at Elise's bridal shower. Or when you suggested I wait to get engaged so I wouldn't steal Elise's thunder. When exactly was I supposed to share my news with a family that made it clear my life wasn't as important as my sister's? More phones appeared throughout the room. I could see my cousin Sophie filming everything, most likely for the family members who were not present. My uncle André appeared to be divided between intervening and enjoying the drama. Elise found her voice again. So what? You decided to ruin my wedding because you're jealous? Because you couldn't stand having one day not be about you? That stung, but I was not going to back down. This isn't about you, Elise. This is about me finally standing up for myself after 24 years of being treated like the consolation prize daughter. That's not fair, my mother cried, tears streaming down her neatly made-up cheeks. We love you both equally. Do you? I challenged. When was the last time you called me just to see how I was doing? When did you last ask about my job, my hobbies, my relationship, without immediately changing the subject to Elise? When did you last act like my happiness mattered as much as hers? The hush that ensued was deafening. Around us, the wedding guests had formed a wide circle, some appearing to look aside while clearly listening to everything. The band had stopped playing, and the waitstaff had ceased their work to observe the growing family drama. Adiran, who had stood motionless behind Elise, eventually said something. Maybe we should take this conversation somewhere private. Why? I questioned. So you can all gang up on me and tell me how selfish I'm being? So you can make me feel guilty for finally speaking up about how I've been treated? I don't think so. I turned to address the entire room, feeling both reckless and emancipated. I want everyone to know that Daniel and I had a beautiful wedding ceremony 2 months ago. We exchanged vows we wrote ourselves, surrounded by people who love and support us. It was small but perfect, and I wouldn't change a single thing about it. Some of the elder guests appeared scandalized, but I noted that several of the younger family members were nodding in agreement. My cousin Sophie had stopped recording and was now smiling at me. Even several of Elisa's friends seemed pleased by my bravery. Daniel squeezed my hand. Clara, maybe we should go home now, he said quietly. I nodded, suddenly fatigued from the confrontation. The adrenaline that had gotten me through my epiphany was fading, and I noticed I was trembling slightly. Congratulations on a beautiful wedding, Elise, I remarked, my voice softening. I hope you and Adiran have a wonderful marriage. I really do. Elise looked at me for a long time, her eyes filled with unshed tears. I can't believe you did this, she muttered. I can't believe it took me this long, I said. As Daniel and I went toward the exit, I could hear murmuring starting behind us, voices increasing as people tried to understand what had happened. My phone was already full of text messages and missed calls. How do you feel? Daniel inquired as we approached his car. I considered it for a moment, taking long breaths of the cool evening air. Free, I finally replied. Scared, but free. The journey home was silent, as we both reflected on what had just happened. I kept replaying the event in my head, wondering if I could have handled it differently, if there had been a better way to make my point. But then I remembered my mother's expression, when she inquired about my turn, implying that I was still waiting for my life to begin, while Elise lived her wonderful fairy tale. I recalled all the years of feeling invisible, all the times my accomplishments had been neglected or reduced. Perhaps my approach wasn't flawless, but it was honest. When we came home, I finally took the ring off the chain where I had hidden it and confirmed that it was back on my finger. Daniel did the same, and we finally looked like a married couple after 2 months. No more hiding, I remarked, admiring how the ring reflected the light. No more hiding, Daniel agreed, taking me into his arms. Though I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be interesting. He was correct. My phone rang non-stop for the next 3 days, with calls from family members, friends, and even people I hadn't spoken to in years who had learned about the drama through the extended family network. Some were encouraging, others were critical, and a few were simply looking for gossip. The most distressing phone calls came from my own family. My mother left 21 voicemails, her tone ranging from heartfelt apologies to angry accusations. Elise sent a series of text messages that became increasingly nasty, as I didn't react right away. My father, as is customary, did not contact me personally, instead relaying his displeasure with my attention-seeking behavior to my mother. However, there were some favorable answers. My Aunt Helena called to congratulate me and say how proud she was of me for sticking up for myself. Several cousins contacted me to say they'd always observed a difference in how my parents handled Elise and me. Even some of Elise's friends wrote me to tell they thought what I did was courageous. The most unexpected support came from Daniel's relatives. When they found out what had happened at the reception, they were shocked by how my family had treated me throughout the years. Helen Moreau called to apologize for not understanding how terrible things were for me and to invite me to their family gatherings whenever I wanted. Someone to admire me. You're our daughter now too, she added warmly. And we're so glad Daniel found someone as strong and wonderful as you. 3 weeks after Elise's wedding, my parents requested to meet with Daniel and me. We arranged to have supper at a neutral restaurant, rather than cope with the emotional weight of meeting at their home. The chat seemed awkward and painful. My mother cried several times, claiming she had no clue I felt so isolated from the family. My father maintained that I handled the incident horribly, embarrassing everyone involved. Neither of them seemed to understand why I felt I needed to keep my wedding a secret. We just wanted Elise to have a perfect day, my mother said again. And what about my perfect day? I finally inquired. Did it ever occur to either of you that I might want a family who cared about my happiness too? The evening concluded without a resolution, although my parents did ask to see our wedding photos. I showed them a few photos from my phone, observing their reactions as they realized how happy and radiant I looked surrounded by people who loved me. 6 months later, my connection with my family is still problematic. My mother makes more of an attempt to engage me in family interactions, but she still focuses mostly on Elise. My father speaks to me politely but without warmth. Elise and I have an uneasy truce. But we've never been very close, and this scenario hasn't changed that. The extended family has mainly moved on, but I still get comments at gatherings about my surprise wedding. Some relatives regard what I did as petty and dramatic, while others say it was long overdue. I've learnt not to be overly concerned with their opinions. Daniel and I are as happy as ever. We purchased a little house with a garden and now hold dinner parties for people who feel like chosen family. We've discussed having children, and I'm glad they'll grow up knowing they're wanted and valued for who they are. Sometimes I wonder if I should have handled things differently, if there was another way to make my point without causing such a public scene. But then I remember all the years when I felt invisible and unimportant, when my sentiments were disregarded or neglected. Perhaps my approach was imperfect, but it was honest. My family spent years telling me that I didn't matter as much as Elise, that my accomplishments were less important, and that my pleasure came second to sustaining their image of the perfect family. They created the circumstance in which I felt compelled to conceal such a significant milestone. The truth is that I do not regret my secret wedding. It was wonderful and meaningful to be surrounded by people who truly cared about Daniel and myself as individuals. I had no regrets about revealing it during Elise's reception. After 28 years of being viewed as the less important daughter, I finally discovered my voice. When people ask about my family situation, I honestly tell them that we are working on it. Some relationships can be mended, while others simply need to be redefined. I'm realizing that I can't control how my parents perceive me, but I can manage how much influence their opinions have over my life. Daniel and I are already developing our own family customs, based on mutual respect and true love rather than favoritism and rivalry. We organize holidays for friends who do not have family nearby, volunteer at the children's hospital, and make decisions as equal partners. The best retribution, I've discovered, isn't necessarily the dramatic moment of revelation. Sometimes it's about creating a life so good that you don't need anyone else's approval to justify it. But I have to confess, seeing the surprised expressions in that reception hall was really satisfying. My wedding ring is no longer concealed on the chain, but now sits proudly on my finger. It isn't as expensive or elaborate as Elise's, but it represents something more valuable. A marriage founded on love, respect, and the realization that I am enough just the way I am. And this, more than any retribution plot, is the true win. My stepbrother spent 10 years destroying my life. While my mom ignored it, now she's begging for forgiveness as he faces legal trouble. For years my mom painted a picture of a perfect family, one that always seemed just out of reach. But behind the smiles and forced harmony, I was trapped in a world where my stepbrother's cruelty was overlooked, and my pain was ignored. I tried to be the bigger person, but no matter how hard I tried, the walls kept closing in. This is the story of how a perfect family wasn't so perfect after all, and how walking away was the only option left. My home life was nothing like the happy mixed family that my mother pretended we had. Her new husband's child made each day terrible. And nevertheless, I was always expected to be the bigger person. Years passed, and things worsened instead of improving. Eventually, I walked away from everyone. My mother is attempting to contact me again, but I doubt she will be pleased with my response. So, when I, 25, male, was 9, almost 10, my mother, 44, female, sat me down at the kitchen table with a big fake smile on her face, the type she uses when she's trying to sell me something I won't want. She informed me she'd been seeing someone for a while, and that things were becoming serious. His name was James, and he was 47 years old. Jake, his 22-year-old son, was 7 years old. I'd met James before. He seemed like a pleasant enough guy, shook my hand, and referred to me as champ, which every adult who doesn't know kids thinks is awesome. I didn't dislike him, but then she hit me with the big one. We were planning to move in with him. She was acting like it was a dream scenario. "It's going to be great. You'll have a brother," Mom told me. "He's younger than you, so you can be a good role model." I just sat there thinking I didn't ask for a sibling, and I certainly didn't ask to live in another kid's family, but I didn't say it. I simply inquired whether I had to. She grimaced and continued. "Families stick together. This is a good thing for all of us. I suppose the first time I met Jake was remarkable. Mom took me to James's apartment for dinner. Jake waited in the doorway, as if I'd just pulled up to steal his bike. No smile, no hi, nothing, just a frown. James urged him, "Go on, say something." Jake murmured, "Hi," as if spitting out a bug. Dinner was weird. Every time I tried to talk, Jake would interrupt or make a noise to confuse me. When I asked him what grade he was in, he said, "Why do you care?" His father gave him a swift, "Jake," in that warning tone, but the boy didn't even flinch. After dinner, Mom and James went into the kitchen to talk, which basically meant gushing about how great things were going. Jake and I were left in the living room. He stared me full in the eye and stated, "This is my house. My room is bigger. Don't touch my stuff." I simply shrugged. But deep down, I knew this was going to be terrible. When we formally moved in a few months later, I discovered that my new room was the smallest in the house. And Jake's was outfitted with everything a 6-year-old could want: posters, toys, and his own television. Mine resembled the spare guest room that someone half-heartedly attempted to make child-friendly with an old blanket and a barely functional bulb. Jake made it a point to remind me every day of my status as an extra throughout my first week there. He'd pass past my room and say, "You don't belong here," then scurry away before an adult could hear him. At first, James looked to be on my side. If Jake got caught being a jerk, he'd tell him to stop it. But then I began overhearing things. Once, after I ordered Jake to stop shoving me in the hallway, James drew him aside and whispered, "Don't let him push you around. Stand your ground." It wasn't loud, but I heard it. And Jake's expression after told me he'd just been given a free pass. Jake accidentally spilled juice on my math assignment one afternoon about a month ago. I grabbed his wrist before he could run away laughing, and he began shrieking as if I had broken his arm. Mom rushed in, saw him pretending to cry, and instantly turned on me. "What is wrong with you?" she said. "He's younger than you. Be the bigger person." I tried to explain what occurred, but she cut me off with, "You're just like your father. Don't ruin this for me." That one hit me differently. She never talked about my father until she was angry. And now it appears that she was using him as a warning label for me. Jake stood behind her, smirking. In that moment, I knew I couldn't win. Every time I attempted to defend myself, it only made me the problem. After that, I stopped telling Mom when Jake did something. I knew she'd either make an excuse or blame it on me. James, however, was a mixed bag. Some days, he would tell Jake to back off. Other times, he'd just say, "You two need to get along." As if it was a mutual thing. Spoiler, it wasn't. The remainder of the school year was like walking on glass. Jake made it clear he didn't want me around. Mom made it clear that she would not rock the boat for me. I recall lying in bed one night, hearing her and James laughing downstairs and thinking, I guess I'm just an accessory in this happy little family package. Jake was only 7, and if he was already doing this, I couldn't imagine what the following few years would be like. It turns out I didn't need to imagine. He showed me. The first major sabotage campaign began around 3 months after I moved in. It was Tuesday night. I had a science project due the next morning, one of those poster board projects that required a nice display complete with diagrams and everything. I left it on my desk and went downstairs for dinner. When I returned, there was a large streak of chocolate pudding across it. It's not even like it was dumped. It was smeared. Jake sat on his bed across the hall, licking a spoon like a cartoon villain. I didn't even bother asking if he had done it. Of course he did. I attempted to restore it, but the entire middle section was wrecked. The next day, I had to bring it in like that, and my teacher gave me a dissatisfied expression, as if I'd just been lazy. That was merely the beginning. He would mistakenly delete my files from the family computer if I left them open. We used the same login, so he could easily go in and mess things up. He even changed the names of my homework files to something strange, so I couldn't find them until it was too late. And it wasn't only my coursework. He started grabbing my belongings, bending my trading cards, snapping the points off my pencils, and flinging my books across the room, causing the pages to bend. I had a little collection of model vehicles that I'd been assembling with my grandfather. He grabbed one and crushed it on the kitchen floor while no one was looking, then kicked the fragments under the fridge. When I informed Mom, she merely sighed, as if I was overreacting. "You can rebuild it. It's not the end of the world. You need to learn how to get along with him." I quickly realized that get along in her thinking meant don't make him angry. It wasn't only at home. Jake also made sure to destroy school for me. That first year, he developed a rumor about me cheating on a math test. I didn't even have the same class as him, but the word got around. When I entered the lunchroom, people started whispering. Even some teachers treated me differently until the principal ordered everyone to shut it down. The physical symptoms also worsened. He would slam doors as I walked through, catching my hands or feet. He once swung the restroom door so violently that it impacted my shoulder, leaving me with a week-long bruise. He'd toss things at me, small objects like erasers or toy cars, just to see how I'd respond. If I ignored him, he would escalate to the point where I couldn't. And the thing was, James would admonish Jake just enough to make him feel like he was doing something, but he never actually stopped him. I observed him say Jake several times, "Don't let him boss you around," which translates to, "Keep doing what you're doing, just don't get caught." As I began to spend more time at the library after school to complete schoolwork without fear of him messing it up, I'd carry everything to my friend Jake's house and do it there. Mom assumed I was just making friends and was pleased with it. I did not bother to explain the genuine cause. It only became more ludicrous from there. Once I left my backpack in the corridor while I went to get a drink. I returned, and it was gone. I discovered it outdoors, open, with my belongings spread on the grass. Jake was riding his bike in circles across the street, beaming as if he'd won the lottery. Mom's response: "You shouldn't leave your things unattended." This started an ongoing pattern. He would do something. I would either deal with it or inform her. And she'd either agree with him or advise me to let it go. I stopped expecting anything different. The worst part was knowing it wasn't going to be a phase. He was not growing out of it, he was growing into it, and every time an adult dismissed it, it was like giving him more tool to use against me. By the end of our first year together, I'd developed a mental map of where I could hide my belongings, when it was safe to use the computer, and which rooms in the home provided a good view of the hallway so I could see if he was approaching. I was just 10, but I felt like I was preparing my life to escape a landmine. Jake was just getting started. By the time Christmas arrived that first year, I'd already reduced my expectations to the basement. At the very least, I expected the holiday to be unpleasant. Jake may make a few snarky comments. Maybe he was trying to unintentionally knock over my hot chocolate or something. I was not prepared for how far he would go. Mom and James had arranged a large family holiday at our home. Both sides were invited. The house was full of people. On Christmas morning, we opened our gifts as usual. I actually received a couple of great ones: a new set of drawing pencils from my grandparents, a tiny model kit from my uncle, and a sweatshirt that I'd been wanting for months. For over an hour, I hoped Jake would finally leave me alone. Then I went to the restroom. When I returned, my presents were gone from the couch where I had put them. At first I wondered if Mom had moved them. Then I saw it. The destroyed model kit box in the garbage, my hoodie thrown into the fireplace grate, and my pencil set scattered across the kitchen floor, half of the tips broken. Jake stood there with two of his cousins, trying not to laugh. I just stared at him, and he shrugged, as if to say, "What are you going to do about it?" I lost it. I stepped over and began gathering up the pencils, telling him he was pathetic. That's all I said. Pathetic. Of course, he instantly began screaming that I was attacking him. James stepped in and asked what was going on, and before I could explain, Jake's crocodile tears started. Mom swooped in as if she were saving a young bird. "What did you do to him?" she screamed, as if I was already guilty. "He destroyed my stuff," I responded, holding out the pencil set as proof. She simply crossed her arms. "You need to let these little things go. This is Christmas. I don't want any drama." I told her it wasn't small to me. That's when she smacked me with it. Not quite the same as previously, but near enough to make my stomach drop. "You're starting to sound just like your father used to. Don't mess this up for me." She said it again, out in front of everyone. My face got hot. Not from humiliation, but from how outspoken she was about it. She wasn't even trying to hide her desire to maintain this beautiful family image. James didn't say anything. He just stroked the back of his neck and glanced aside, as if it didn't bother him. The remainder of the day was terrible. Later, at James's parents' house, Jake made sure to tell his relatives about me. By the time lunch arrived, I realized I was the only kid sitting alone at the end of the table. The people who normally spoke to me were giving me weird side glances. When I asked one of them why, she just whispered, "Jake said, you're mean." I noticed Jake staring from across the table, smirking as if he had just pulled off the greatest prank ever. It wasn't only the youngsters though. While offering me the bread, one of James' sisters said, "You know, you could try being a bit friendlier. Jake says you keep to yourself a lot." As if I was the odd one out for not liking being treated like garbage. When we came home, I was done talking to anyone. I walked immediately to my room and closed the door, only to return later to find some of my old sketchbooks missing from the shelf. They were not thrown away this time. I found them in a box near the garage door. "Why are my sketchbooks in here?" I questioned Mom. "Oh, I'm making some space in your room," she explained, hardly looking up from her phone. "You don't use them anymore." "I use them all the time," I answered, flicking one open to reveal the partially completed sketches. "Well, Jake needs somewhere to keep his Lego sets. You've got too much clutter anyway." That wasn't a problem. That was stuff I had from before we moved in. Things from before Jake even entered the picture. It struck me right then. She wasn't simply letting him do whatever he wanted, she was actively helping. I began storing my most critical belongings in a rucksack that I carried everywhere: clothes, sketchbooks, and anything else I didn't want her to organize or inadvertently damage. I knew the remainder would be fair game for him. The arrogance of it all was no longer astonishing. It was simply exhausting. If I spoke up, I was generating trouble. If I kept quiet, they regarded it as permission to proceed. And if I tried to defend myself, I ended up being the story's villain. That Christmas marked a turning point for me. I didn't suddenly despise them. I had been going there for a long, but it was the first time I recognized I couldn't win. Mom was not going to back me up. James would only step in if it made him appear like a good father. Jake would just keep pushing because no one was stopping him. They had already made it obvious. This was not my family. The difficulty was that I was still stuck living with them. High school did not suddenly make things better. If anything, it encouraged Jake to be more imaginative with the trash he pulled. He was approximately 14 now, tall enough to match me in size, and quick to use it as an intimidation tactic. I wasn't easily scared, but it was taxing to go down the corridor without wondering whether someone was coming to shoulder check you for fun. The event occurred at one of James' family game nights. Jake had been grinning since we sat down, which indicated that he was cooking something. We were playing one of those games with a small spinner. When it was my time to reach for it, Jake accidentally pushed the table. The board slid, my hand surged forward, and my finger smashed against the corner of the table leg. I heard the crack before experiencing it. Sharp, blinding pain surged up my arm. I released the spinning and grasped my hand. "Watch where you're putting your hands," Jake replied calmly, as if I'd been clumsy. James frowned but did not raise his voice. "Mom." She rolled her eyes. "It was an accident. Don't start with the drama." "I think it's broken," I said, holding it up. "Then we'll get it checked tomorrow," she said, as if I'd just told her the milk was out of date. "You'll live." The doctor confirmed it the next day at the clinic: a hairline fracture. I wore a splint for several weeks. Jake never once apologized. In fact, I overheard him telling one of his pals at school that I hit a table like an idiot. The job sabotage occurred several months later. I applied for a part-time position at a local bookstore. Perfect for me. Quiet, steady, and convenient to school. I was one interview away from landing it. That morning I left my folder with my application and CV on the kitchen counter while I ate breakfast. When I got back, it was gone. Jake was in the living room, going through his phone. I inquired if he had seen it. He shrugged. "Maybe you left it in your room." I ripped apart my room. Nothing. I had to print a backup copy at the library, which made me late. The interview was awkward and quick, and I could sense the manager was unimpressed. A week later, I discovered my original folder in the garage, tucked underneath a box of Christmas decorations. That was not simply petty, it was deliberate. I informed Mom, anticipating at least a glimmer of concern. She did not even blink. "If you want a job, you'll figure it out. Stop blaming Jake for everything that goes wrong in your life." It was the same script every time. I was overly sensitive. I harbored grudges. I needed to be a bigger person. She never asked Jake if he did it. It didn't matter how evident it was. By then, I had stopped seeing Jake as an annoying stepbrother and began to see him as a long-term problem. The only way to fix the situation was to get out. I kept my head down for the rest of the year, focusing on my academics and earning as much money as I could from minor side jobs. I cut lawns, walked dogs, and fixed computers for neighbors to save money for an escape. Every dollar went into a little metal lockbox that I concealed in the lining of my rucksack. I didn't trust my desk drawers. Jake didn't stop, however. If anything, my quietness emboldened him. He'd corner me in the corridor and say curses beneath his breath. He would unplug my laptop charger when I wasn't looking, causing my battery to fail in the middle of an assignment. Once, He accidentally left the freezer open, destroying a bunch of food, and Mom found a way to blame me because I'd made a smoothie earlier. That was the moment I realized there was no sense in proving myself right in this house. They did not want the truth. They wanted me to be quiet and cooperative. By senior year, I had a definite plan. Graduate, attend college, move out, and never look back. I didn't mind living in a shoebox flat. Anything was preferable to staying here. I started keeping a tight schedule: school, library, home, repeat. The less time I spent with Jake, the fewer opportunities he had to pull something. When I received my college acceptance letter, I didn't notify anyone in the house. I kept it to myself for 3 weeks, simply enjoying the fact that I had an exit ticket. As soon as I got housing confirmed, I began collecting my belongings and storing them at Jake's apartment. By the time summer arrived, I was almost living out of a duffel bag. It wasn't quite time to escape, but it was getting close. So by the end of the summer, I was gone. College dorms were not exactly luxurious accommodations, but they were mine. No Jake, no coming into my room to see if anything was broken or gone. I didn't return for holidays, didn't attend birthday parties, and declined every family dinner invitation. For years, I stuck to that strategy. Life was tranquil, and I maintained it that way. Years later, Jake discovered me. It began with a message request on Facebook. "Hey, long time, need to talk." I stared at it for a while before clicking delete. 2 days later, he appeared outside my building. I'm not sure how he even got the address. He leaned against the hood of a beat-up sedan, looking much older than his 21 years. However, the smirk remains the same. "Been a while," he replied as I approached. I didn't bother to return the small conversation. "What do you want?" "Just catching up," he said. "Hatching. Also, I need a place to crash for a bit. Got laid off. My apartment situation's complicated." "No," I replied without thinking about it. "That's it?" he inquired, raising his eyebrows. "No, that's it," I replied, walking past him inside the building. He did not give up. Over the next week, I received texts from random numbers. Some are simply checking in, while others are trying to instill guilt. "We're family, man. Mom would want you to help. It's only temporary." I blocked them all. Then things became quiet. I assumed he'd given up. 2 months later, I received a call from an unknown number. A police officer asked if I was available to come down to the station and answer some questions concerning an ongoing theft investigation. I assumed it had to be an error. I'd never even received a parking ticket. At the station, I was shown a report. Someone had exploited my name and information to open a store credit account and incur charges while purchasing electronics. The business had shaky camera footage, but the guy was about Jake's height and build, and he was driving the same beat-up sedan I had seen outside my building. The police asked if I knew him. "Yeah," I replied. "My stepbrother." They already had their doubts. My driver's license number had been used, but the address on the account was false. He must have received that number years ago, while we were still living under the same roof, while going through my belongings like he routinely did. They had followed the car from the camera to a tow yard, where it had been detained 3 weeks prior under Jake's identity. Even with that, it took me several hours to clear my side. I had to dig up old emails, proof of where I'd been, bank records, everything. They eventually informed me that I was safe, but that they would contact me if further information was required. I left the station with a knot in my chest. I wasn't terrified anymore, but I knew exactly what had happened. Jake had approached me hoping for a free ride. I had turned him down, and now he was trying to draw me into his mess. That night I called Mom. She answered the second ring. "You couldn't help him, could you?" she asked before I spoke. "He tried to frame me for theft," I stated bluntly. "The cops have him on camera. They impounded his car. Jake would never." "Jake would absolutely. He's been doing the same thing since I was a kid, only now it's criminal." "You're exaggerating," she replied. "Even if he made a mistake, you should be the bigger person. He's family." "I'm done being the bigger person," I informed her. "I'm done. Period. You can't just cut people out forever." I hung up, saying, "Watch me." Several days later, my uncle called. "Your mom says you're making a big deal out of nothing," he told me. "She's upset. Maybe try talking to Jake." "Not happening," I answered. "Tell her she can talk to him when he's out on bail." Jake did not try to contact me again after that. But the harm had already been done, not just because of what he'd tried, but also because his mother's initial response was to defend him. She didn't ask if I was all right. I didn't care that my name was linked to a criminal probe. All she cared about was that I had declined to assist her golden boy. I resolved that this would be the last time I had to deal with either of them. A week later, I changed my phone number, set up mail forwarding to a P.O. box, and ensured that my workplace had stringent no-information procedures in case somebody contacted looking for specifics. I even instructed building security to turn away anyone not on my list. I didn't make any huge announcements about cutting them off. I just ceased existing for them. No phone calls, visits, or, let's just talk. I knew if I opened the door just a crack, they'd shove it open and take me back into the commotion. The last I heard about Jake was from a coworker who knew someone at the same tow yard that had seized his car. Apparently, he was arrested shoplifting from a hardware store and spent a few weeks in county jail before receiving probation. I didn't smile when I heard it, but I also didn't feel horrible. This wasn't only about him anymore. It was about ensuring that the door remained permanently shut. It had been months since I'd heard from either of them, and I planned to keep it that way. But one Saturday, my grandparents called and asked if I could assist move some boxes in their garage. There's no drama, no hidden agenda. At least that is what I believed. I arrived at midday, got a dolly from the corner, and began stacking old storage containers. About 20 minutes in, I heard tires crunching on gravel. A white SUV drove up the driveway. My gut constricted when I saw Mom walk out. Jake hopped out of the passenger seat, sunglasses on and hands in his pockets, as if he were arriving at a VIP event. "Look who's here," Mom exclaimed, as if she had just seen an old acquaintance. "I had no idea this was a family reunion," I responded, keeping an eye on the dolly. "Oh, don't be dramatic. We just happened to be in the neighborhood." "Yeah, sure," I murmured, adding another bin to the stack. Jake walked over and leaned against the garage door. "Still holding grudges, huh?" I didn't respond. "Guess some people can't grow up," he said, smirking. I continued shifting boxes until he spoke again, this time louder. "You know about that whole crime thing?" "Total misunderstanding." "You really overreacted, man." That prompted me to stop. I set down the package and turned to face him. "Misunderstanding? You used my name and my ID number to steal from a store." Jake shrugged. "Allegedly." Grandma emerged from the kitchen, drying her hands. "What's going on out here?" "Nothing," Mom replied immediately. "Just catching up." "Not nothing," I responded, raising my voice so she couldn't cover it up. "Your son tried to pin a theft on me, and you defended him just like you've defended him every time he's done something." Mom's face stiffened. "This isn't the place." "No, this is exactly the place," I said, pointing at Jake. "Christmas gifts smashed, science projects ruined, fake rumors at school." That was him. My job application for the bookstore. He hid it in the garage so I'd miss the interview. The accidental broken finger during game night. Yeah, not so accidental. And then when all else failed, he tried to make me look like a criminal. Jake laughed beneath his breath. "Man, you keep a list." "I keep proof," I explained, taking a little folder from my rucksack. I had brought it for another purpose, but it now works well. I opened it and displayed the printed screenshots from the police report, the impound record with his name, and a still frame from the store camera of his vehicle. "Recognize this? That's your car. That's your name. And this is the only reason I'm not sitting in a holding cell right now." Grandpa approached closer to look. Grandma squinted her eyes at Jake. "Is this true?" she inquired. Jake's sneer faltered for a half-second before recovering. "That's not the whole story." "It's the only story that matters," I told myself. Mom stepped forward and grabbed my arm. "You're trying to embarrass me in front of my parents." "No, I'm making sure everyone knows what you've been covering up for over a decade," I answered back. "You're acting just like your father," she yelled. "Always looking for a fight, always playing the victim, and you're acting just like you always have, putting your image above your own kid." The hush that followed was piercing. Grandpa peered between us, but nobody moved. Jake finally broke through with a quiet chuckle. "Man, you really haven't changed." "Neither have you," I replied. "Which is why this is it. I'm done. I don't want calls, I don't want visits, and if I see either of you at the store, I'll turn the other way. You're blocked permanently." Mom's face turned red. "You can't just cut us out." "Watch me." I took my keys off the workbench and strolled past them. Grandma called after me, but I didn't stop. I could feel Mom's scowl on my back and Jake's smirk in the corner of my eye, but I didn't look around. As I got into my car, I could hear Mom's voice break into that high-pitched tone she used when she lost control. "You're ruining this family." From the driver's seat I said, It was already ruined. I'm just not living in it anymore. Then I closed the door and drove out of the driveway. Later that night, my phone vibrated with a text from my uncle. Here's the text, with proper punctuation and capitalization. I heard you had a confrontation at Grandma's. Jake yelled at your mother during the journey home. I guess being called out in front of our grandparents damaged his ego. Maybe he realized she couldn't protect him anymore. He also said he was done with her. I didn't respond. I did not need to. 2 days after the altercation at my grandparents' place, I received a call from grandmother. I told your grandfather everything, she explained. He wants to have a family dinner, just you and your mom. No, Jake. I'm already done with her, I explained. This is different, Grandma responded. Your grandfather insists. Says it's important. I didn't enjoy it, but I respected Grandpa enough to attend. He wasn't the sort to drag me into drama without a reason. We had dinner at their place, just the three of us. The tension was palpable from the moment I came in. Mom sat at the table, like she'd just been caught speeding, attempting to appear calm but visibly concerned. Grandpa sat at the head of the table, leaning on his cane, eyes sharp. Before we eat, he was saying, I want to ask you something directly. Everything your grandmother told me about the smashed belongings, the broken finger, the job sabotage, the framing, is it true? Mom forced a laugh. Dad, you can't believe all of that. He's always been dramatic. Answer the question, Grandpa interjected. His voice was low, yet it carried a weight that made people sit up straighter. She looked at me and then back at him. Some of it's exaggerated. He's always misunderstood Jake's. Stop. Grandpa did not raise his voice, but the air in the room changed. I've been a father a long time and I know the difference between a kid causing trouble and a mother enabling abuse. You didn't protect him. You told him to be the bigger person while letting that boy tear him down for over a decade. And now as adults, Jake tries to commit a crime in his name and you defend him. Unacceptable. Mom's jaws constricted. It's more complicated than... No, Grandpa replied, leaning forward. It's simple. You failed as a mother. She sat back, her lips squeezed together in a thin line. I've made my decision, Grandpa added. I am removing you from my will. Your share will go to him, he said, gesturing at me. You've shown you can't be trusted to put family first. But he has. Even after everything, he's worked hard, stayed out of trouble, and built a life without your help. That's the kind of person I want carrying on what we've built. The room went dead silent. Mom's face became pale. You can't be serious. I'm completely serious, he said. I won't reward selfishness and abuse. She turned to me as if I were meant to object. I did not. I simply stared back at her. Grandpa pushed back his chair and stood. Dinner's in the kitchen. Eat if you want, leave if you want, but as far as I'm concerned, this conversation is over. I did not touch the food. I stood up, thanked him for being honest, and walked out without saying anything to her. As far as I was concerned, she had finally been forced to hear the truth, and I didn't have to be present for the consequences. That night I cut her off permanently. No more protracted debates, no more second chances. She could understand what Grandpa said. She may cry over the will, she could try to twist it however she wanted. She did try. Over the next 2 weeks I began receiving random calls from numbers I did not recognize. Some of the numbers were incorrect, but the pauses before the voice spoke indicated that she was sitting there, listening to me say hello and contemplating whether to speak or hang up. Then came the messages from other people, including my uncle, a couple cousins, and even one of James's sisters. She just wants to talk, they'd explain. She's sorry. She's not the same person anymore. But I knew who she was. She hadn't changed since we moved into that place. The only reason she was trying now was that her golden guy had also cut her off. Grandma had previously told me that Jake seldom spoke to her these days. Following the vehicle incident, their relationship deteriorated. Without him, without me, and without James's family's support, she had no one to help her create her own world. Grandma told me she spends much of her time at home and isn't invited to as many things. James works long hours and usually keeps his head down. He has never confronted me about any of this, but he has also not spoken up for her. Just remains neutral. Like if he ignores it for long enough, it will vanish. Jake keeps his distance, and her own parents are no longer on her side. The woman who previously boasted about her wonderful mixed family to anybody who would listen was now sitting in a half-empty house, surrounded by the repercussions she said would never happen to her. Every time someone attempted to mediate, I shut it down in the same manner. I am done. She made her decision years ago. I didn't hate her. Hate consumes too much energy. I just wasn't going to sit in a room with her and let her half apologize, shift the blame, and attempt to rewrite history. I wasn't going to invite her into my future so she could bring old scars to new areas. She could call, beg, and write letters. They would all remain unanswered. Grandpa's words at that dinner stayed with me. I won't reward selfishness and abuse. It was the first time in my life that someone had spoken it out there in front of her without sugarcoating or making excuses. I didn't need to say anything else, so I let the silence speak for itself. Mom is now alone, and it is not due to a twist of fate or misunderstanding. She is alone because she created a life in which everyone else's comfort took second place to her own image. When that image shattered, so did the people who had stood by her. I don't intend to see her again. Not during family gatherings, in hospitals, or at funerals. Some doors remain closed because opening them would only invite the same storm back in, and mine is permanently locked. After winning $25 million, I stayed silent and tested my family. My brother mocked, my parents prayed, but my sister did something unforgettable. 4 years ago, my life changed forever, but not in the way you might imagine. Yes, I won the lotto. But the true narrative is what happened once I found who my family actually was. Backstory first, because context is important here. I, a 37-year-old guy, living in Columbus, Ohio. And for the majority of my life, I was what you would call an additional sibling. Nor the golden child, nor the black sheep, but the forgettable middle child who no one paid attention to. You know the type. Good grades, avoided trouble, but never just good enough to earn the attention. I worked as a diesel mechanic for a freight company, pulling 11-hour stints in chilly garages to repair big rigs. Roy Miller, my supervisor, was one of those old-school managers who believed that screaming at staff was successful management. The income was just enough to keep a modest roof over my head and a duplex that had seen better days during the Clinton era. Now my family situation was complex. Allow me to introduce you to the cast of characters that made my youth and young adulthood so enjoyable. My older brother, Brad Carter, is 40 and has always been the golden boy. Right after graduation, our parents, Janet and Frank Carter, assisted him in purchasing a construction firm. Not a loan, mind you, but straight-up present money for equipment, down payments and the like. This guy drives brand new trucks every few years, frequently publishes cringeworthy hustle and grind motivational slogans on Facebook, and truly believes he is a self-made success story. The cognitive dissonance is staggering. He acts as if he built his enterprise from scratch, whereas the groundwork was literally laid with our parents' money. Brad is the type of person who casually mentions the cost of everything he possesses. I recently picked up an $82,000 truck. However, you are familiar with what happens when business is booming. No, Brad, I'm not sure how that works because some of us had to start our lives without a trust fund. Then there's my younger brother, Tyler Carter, who is 32 and still lives in our parents' basement. He's always in between opportunities and working on the next big thing, which translates to playing Call of Duty till 3 a.m. Mom delivers him sandwiches sliced into triangles as if he were still 7 years old. Tyler has a knack of making unemployment seem like enterprise. Every few months he has a revolutionary app concept or cryptocurrency scheme that will make him millions. Spoiler alert, none of them work out. My sister, Rachel Carter, is 34 and a single mother who works part-time at a hair salon. She is raising her 9-year-old daughter, Lily, largely on her own after her ex decided fatherhood was not for him and relocated to Phoenix. Rachel struggles to pay rent every month, yet she never complains. She's the sort to post photos of Lily's school projects on Facebook with sentiments like, "So proud of my little artist," while wearing the same 3 dresses on repeat since she spends every spare dime on her child. Then there's me, the invisible one. When I lost my apartment at the age of 29 because the landlord sold the building and did not renew any leases, guess who was not offered a couch to crash on? That's true. The family had a completely finished basement that was unused except for Tyler's gaming setup. Instead, I spent 7 weeks sleeping in my truck in various parking lots around town, showering at the 24-hour gym, and attempting to keep my dignity as my life fell apart. The breaking point occurred 15 months later, when my truck's transmission failed. This wasn't merely an annoyance, it was an existential crisis. Without a truck, there was no way to get to work, and no employment meant no way to repair the truck. I had a $3,600 repair bill and just approximately $200 in my checking account. So I swallowed my pride and contacted Brad, explained the situation, and requested a loan, not a handout, with interest and a repayment plan. I even promised to work extra hours for his employer to repay it. Brad listened to my entire sob story and then began laughing. Not a chuckle but full-fledged laughing, as if I had just told him the best joke he had ever heard. Perhaps, he continued between laughter, it's time to admit that you're not cut out for much. Some people are made for success, while others are built for different purposes. That sentence lodged like a shard in my skull. For years following, whenever something went wrong or I struggled, I could hear Brad's voice telling me I wasn't cut out for it. I ended up taking out a 400% interest payday loan to fix the truck. I spent the next 9 months paying it off, eating ramen noodles and peanut butter sandwiches to make ends meet. Fast forward to 4 years ago. It was a Friday night in February, and I had just finished one of those shifts that makes you reconsider your life decisions. 11 hours of crawling beneath cold vehicles, getting hydraulic fluid in my hair, and listening to Roy Miller blame me for issues that existed before I arrived. On the way home, I stopped at a petrol station, partly for gas, but also because my truck's heater was acting up, and I needed a few minutes in a warm facility. The store was almost empty, with only me, the cashier, and a trucker grabbing energy drinks for an overnight haul. I had exactly $50 in my wallet, and it had to survive until the next paycheck. Gas cost $37, leaving me just $13 for whatever food I could scrounge together for the weekend. But there, behind the counter, was a collection of scratch-off tickets. Now, I am not normally a gambler. I'd only bought about 5 lottery tickets in my life, and they were all useless. But something about that night stood out. Possibly due to weariness. Maybe Brad's voice was still echoing in my head. Perhaps it was just the cosmic comedy of being 34 and having $13 to my name that prompted me to bring out a $15 bill. Give me one of those $15 tickets, I ordered the clerk, indicating a game called Millionaires Club. He gave me the ticket and a penny to scratch with. I normally would have waited till I got home, but the truck was cold and the store was warm, so I scratched it right there on the counter. First box cost $600,000. Okay. That is the grand prize sum. There's nothing odd there. Second box cost $600,000. Strange coincidence, but nevertheless. Third box cost $600,000. My heart started beating irregularly in my chest. I read the rules on the back of the ticket twice, and then 3 times. The amount won is the sum of 3 matching amounts. I'd just won $600,000. But wait, things get better. Because when I looked more closely at the ticket, I realized I was reading it incorrectly. This was not a $600,000 reward. This was a $25 million prize, which after taxes amounted to $16.2 million. I waited there in that petrol station for about 6 minutes, staring at the ticket and waiting for the number to change, or someone to tell me it was a mistake. The cashier asked if I was all right. The trucker inquired whether I needed to sit down. I mumbled something about needing air and staggered outside to my pickup. Sitting in the parking lot, the engine running, I gazed at the ticket until my eyes stung. I photographed it from every possible angle with my phone. I Googled the Lottery Commission's phone number and dialed their 24-hour validation line, putting in the serial number with trembling fingers. Congratulations, the computerized voice announced. This appears to be the winning ticket. Please contact us during business hours to start the claim process. I drove home in perfect silence, without even turning on the radio. In my apartment, I placed the ticket in a Ziploc bag, then inside another Ziploc bag, and last in a fireproof safe that I had purchased years ago for crucial documents. Then I sat on my couch, staring at the wall till sunrise. The lottery opened at 8 a.m. on Monday. I arrived at 7:30, first in line, dressed in my cleanest trousers and a button-down shirt I had purchased for a job interview 2 years prior. The process was really simple, but it took a full week. Lawyers, financial advisors, and tax professionals. Suddenly I had a full team of professionals tasked with ensuring that I did not burn away $16.2 million like one of those cautionary tales you see on reality TV. Karen Whitfield, my financial advisor, was a no-nonsense woman who had managed lottery winners for 16 years. First of all, she said, the money won't change who you are, but it will reveal who everyone else is. We set up a trust, diversified the investments, created multiple income streams. Conservative estimates place my annual income at roughly $700,000 without touching the principal. Even if I lived lavishly, the money would last indefinitely. But here's the deal. I did not desire to live lavishly, not yet anyhow. I kept going to work all week, living in my terrible duplex, and driving my beat-up Silverado. The only difference was that I found myself smiling at unexpected moments. For example, when Roy Miller yelled at me about productivity goals, or I saw Brad Carter's newest Facebook post about his empire, I had a plan in my thoughts. A strategy to address a question that has been bothering me for years. If I truly needed assistance, if my life depended on it, would my family be there for me? I was about to find out. 3 weeks after winning the lotto, I began my first experiment. I contacted my parents first, thinking I should start with the ones who were supposed to love me unconditionally. "Dad," I said when he responded, "I need to talk with you about something serious." I informed them that my employer had been reducing hours for months and had eventually laid me off. I stated that my truck's transmission was playing up again, and the repair would cost more than the vehicle was worth. I explained that my landlord was raising the rent, and I couldn't afford the increase in unemployment benefits. My father, Frank Carter, listened to the entire story before launching into a lecture about how difficult circumstances shape character and how real men find ways to make things work. My mother, Janet Carter, offered helpful advice such as, "Have you tried praying about it?" and "Everything happens for a reason." When I asked openly if they might help me get back on my feet, perhaps by letting me remain in Tyler's old room for a few weeks while I looked for work, the conversation quickly became uncomfortable. "Son," your dad remarked, "your mother and I are on a fixed income. We can't be supporting grown children who should be supporting themselves." This from the man who had written Brad a $80,000 check for company equipment only 4 years before. "We'll pray for you," Mom said. "But you need to learn to handle your own problems." I thanked them for their time and hung up. 1 down and 3 to go. Brad was next. I contacted him the following evening, around dinner time, knowing he'd be home. "Bro," I said, using my best desperate voice, "I'm really in trouble here." I told him the same tale. Lost a job, a wrecked truck, and an impending eviction. I asked if I may work with his company briefly. Brad remained silent for a long time while I stood up. Then he replied, "You know what? I might have something for you." My heart raced. Perhaps I had misjudged him. Maybe blood was actually thicker than water. "I need someone to clean the office and workshop after hours," he was saying. "It's $9 an hour, maybe 20 hours a week, just so you're not sitting around feeling sorry for yourself." $9 an hour. The federal minimum wage was $7.50, so he was technically generous with the additional $1.50. "Brad," I replied. "I was making $24 an hour at the shop. I've got 15 years of mechanical experience. Don't you have any actual mechanic work?" "Look," he began, and I could sense the patronizing tone creeping in. "Beggars can't be choosers. Take the janitor job or don't, but stop expecting handouts just because we're related. Help." For example, asking for labor was equivalent to asking for charity. I told him I'd think about it, and then hung up. Tyler's response was precisely what I expected. "Dang bro, that really sucks. I'd help if I could, but you know how it is." "You're right, Tyler. I understand exactly how it is. You're 32 years old, and Xbox Live is your largest expense." But Rachel was different. I contacted her last, partly because I didn't want to drag her into this test, and partly because I knew she'd try to help, even if she couldn't afford it. "Oh my God," she said after I finished detailing my fictitious predicament. "Why didn't you call me first?" Before I could respond, she had already made preparations. "Can I come over that night? Did I need to eat? Did I have warm clothing?" "I don't have much," she admitted. "But I've got $70 in my emergency fund, and you can have it. And my couch is always open for as long as you need." $70. This is from someone who had to choose between groceries and gas every week. "Rachel, I can't take your emergency money." "Yes, you can," she said. "That's what family does. We take care of each other." She arrived that same night with the money, a bag of groceries, and a jar of leftover spaghetti and meatballs. She set up my couch with her own linens and pillows, gave me a spare key to her house, and encouraged me not to worry about anything except getting back on my feet. That $70 was worth more to me than the entire $16.2 million in the bank. While my family thought I was trying to find a job, I was actually working on something I had been dreaming of for years. Using a shell business, I purchased a modest warehouse on the outskirts of town. Nothing fancy, just 9,000 square feet of concrete floors and towering ceilings. I repurposed it as a custom truck and off-road vehicle shop. Not just repairs, but whole custom builds, lift kits, performance engines, bespoke paint treatments, and more. It was everything I'd ever wanted to do, but never had the money to do. My first 2 workers were Tommy Alvarez and Luis Ramirez, whom I had previously worked with at the freight company. These were the co-workers who had given me rides while my truck was in the repair, paid for my lunch when I was broke, and treated me like a human being rather than a nuisance. Tommy Alvarez burst into tears when I gave them jobs at double their former salaries, including complete health insurance. Luis Ramirez questioned me 3 times if I was serious before he even looked at the contract. How did you get the money for all of this? Tommy inquired, looking around the shop. I told him, I got lucky, which was technically correct. Setting up the business took 8 months of careful planning, business licenses, insurance, equipment, inventory. I had to learn more about entrepreneurship in 8 months than Brad Carter had learned in his entire pampered life. The nicest aspect was that I remained unseen. Everyone heard about the new shop, but no one related it to me. I was just a guy who disappeared after being laid off, most likely moving to another place to find work. Meanwhile, when it came time to engage with family, I continued to play the struggling unemployed brother. I'd show up at Rachel Carter's house every few days, always looking slightly discouraged, but appreciative for whatever assistance she could provide. She never made me feel like a burden. During one of these trips, she mentioned that Brad's business was beginning to have issues. Customer complaints were mounting, projects were over budget, and he'd had to let 2 people go the previous month. He's stressed all the time, she explained. The other day, he snapped at Lily just for being a kid. I told him if he ever talks to my daughter that way again, family or not, we're done. This was an amazing fact. Very fascinating. About 18 months into my unemployed, I did something more satisfying than winning the jackpot. I bought Rachel a home. Not a mansion, nothing to raise suspicions, just a modest 3-bedroom brick home in a quiet neighborhood with outstanding schools. It featured a fenced backyard where Lily could play, a 2-car garage, and, most crucially, it was located in a school district that would provide Lily with options Rachel could never have imagined. I had my financial consultant, Karen Whitfield, structure it through a dummy corporation, and then my lawyer, Jonathan Price, approached Rachel with a narrative about being accepted into a single-mother housing assistance program that covered the entire purchase price. Rachel was suspicious at first. She is not naive, and free houses do not fall out of the sky. However, when Jonathan showed her all of the official-looking documents and explained that she had been suggested by someone who preferred to remain anonymous, she burst into tears in his office. I happened to drive by her and Lily as they were hauling boxes on the day they moved in. Rachel saw me and ran over to the car, literally bouncing with joy. Can you believe this? She asked, indicating to the house. Lily's going to have her own room with a window that looks out on the backyard. And there's a bathtub, not just a shower. I haven't had a bathtub in 5 years. Watching her happiness and knowing I was responsible for it was more valuable than any vengeance I planned. By the 18-month point, Brad's construction company was in deep danger. Social media messages celebrating accomplishment and grinding had completely halted. The brand new truck had been replaced by a 3-year-old model. Word spread across town that his company was missing deadlines and exceeding budget on every job. That's when he called, saying, "Hey little brother," in a tone I hadn't heard from him in years. He employed a phony nice voice to get what he desired. "I heard you might still be looking for work." I'd been unemployed for about a year and a half, living on what my family assumed were unemployment benefits and odd jobs. "I'm listening," I said. "My business is well, let's call it in a growth phase. Lots of opportunities, but I need someone I can trust to help me take things to the next level. I was thinking maybe we could be partners." Partners? That was lavish. "What kind of partnership?" I inquired. "Well, I'd still be the primary owner obviously since it's my company and my reputation on the line. But I could see giving you maybe a 5% stake in exchange for a significant investment." "How significant?" $500,000 should do it. It's a bargain really considering what the company's worth. $500,000? From someone you think is unemployed and desperate? I don't know, man. Bank loan, investor, whatever. You're a smart guy when you apply yourself. Figure it out." The audacity was amazing. And what would I get for this investment besides 5% ownership? Experience. Mainly, learning how to run a real business from someone who's actually successful. Think of it as paying for an education. I said I'd think about it and call him back. Instead, I spent the following week thoroughly investigating Brad's business. Financial documents, customer satisfaction surveys, outstanding debts, and ongoing legal matters. I wanted to learn everything. The results were worse than I had anticipated. Brad owed money to suppliers, had 3 clients threatening lawsuits, and was just 7 weeks away from bankruptcy. His $500,000 investment opportunity was a desperate effort to keep afloat. But here's the thing with desperate folks. They make dumb decisions. I called Brad back and informed him that I had found an investor willing to put up the money. We arranged to meet at a downtown steakhouse to negotiate terms. Brad arrived at dinner in a leased BMW, which likely cost more per month than most people's rent. He selected the most expensive steak on the menu, and spent the first 20 minutes telling me about his recent trip plans and some new equipment he was considering purchasing. I let him speak, ordered a simple lunch, and waited for him to get down to business. So, he finally began, chopping into his $60 ribeye. "Tell me about this investor of yours." "He's someone I've been talking to," I replied. "Very interested in construction, has cash available, and is looking for the right opportunity." "What is his background?" "Various businesses. He prefers to keep a low profile." Brad nodded as if this made perfect sense. "Smart. I'm the same way. So what are we talking about here, the full 500 inches?" "He'd prefer to buy the company outright," I quipped. "Sees more potential in ownership than partnership." Brad's fork came to a halt about halfway to his mouth. "Buy it outright? This company's worth millions." "How much exactly?" "At least 2.5 million, maybe 3.5. I took out my phone, opened my banking app, and slid it over the table. Brad's countenance shifted from confidence to uncertainty to shock as he peered at the screen, which displayed a balance of $10.5 million. "I had it appraised," I explained quietly. "Professional evaluation, 3 different firms. They all came back with the same number, $100,000. Brad Carter's face had multiple color changes. That's impossible. I've put years of work into this company. Years of work that led to customer complaints, lawsuits, and bankruptcy. Brad, you're 7 weeks away from losing everything." He remained quiet for a long time, staring at my phone. How did you? "Does it matter? Here's what I'm offering. $100,000 cash for 100% ownership. You can stay on as a project manager with a competitive salary." "Project manager? It's my company." "It was your company. Now it's just debt and bad reputation. Take the deal, Brad. Because it's the only one you're getting." Brad signed the paperwork 4 days later. He did not have a choice. It was either sell to me or file bankruptcy and lose everything. The transfer was quick and comprehensive. I retained the best personnel while letting go of the rest. I settled all outstanding obligations and lawsuits. Most significantly, I restructured everything to benefit customers rather than merely enriching the owner. Brad's first day as my employee was an educational experience for both of us. He arrived at his customary time, 10 a.m., because owners do not punch clocks, and went straight to his old corner office. I stopped him in the corridor. "Good morning, Brad. Your workspace is over here." I escorted him to a desk in the main area, right in the center of everything. "Where's my office?" I converted it into a conference room, much better use of space. His company Audi was replaced by a standard work truck that everyone else drove. His spending account was canceled. His designated parking space became guest parking. But what really changed was his income, which dropped from $130,000 to $60,000. The same as the other project managers, which was rather generous given his recent performance. "This is temporary, right?" he inquired after I described his new remuneration arrangement. "Until you see how valuable I am to operations?" "Brad," I responded, "your value to operations will determine everything about your employment here. Perform well and you'll be treated well. Underperform, and you'll be replaced." For the first time in our adult lives, Brad had to work for his money. While Brad adjusted to life as a regular employee, I made a few more changes. Rachel had always been brilliant with numbers and organization, but her skills were squandered cutting hair for tips and doing part-time bookkeeping for small businesses. I offered her the post of operations director at a salary that was double what she was earning at the salon. She nearly didn't trust me at first. "I don't have experience running construction projects," she replied. "You have experience managing a household on no budget, raising a child alone, and keeping multiple part-time jobs organized. Trust me, you're overqualified." Rachel proved to be just what the organization needed. She implemented project tracking systems, enhanced client communication, and managed to keep Brad from screwing up the work he was allocated. Watching Brad follow directions from our younger sister was perhaps the most satisfying aspect of my payback. For 34 years, he treated Rachel as if she were invisible, simply another family member who didn't matter. She was now his supervisor, and she outperformed him in every way. Rachel never misused her power, but she did not coddle him either. When Brad attempted to cut shortcuts on a project, Rachel shut it down. When he arrived late, she documented it. When he moaned about his new situation, she reminded him that having a job was preferable to unemployed. About 8 months into the new arrangement, Tyler began looking for opportunities. He'd heard through the family grapevine that I was doing well and had even launched a business. He came into the shop one morning with a resume printed on copy paper and what I can only describe as arrogant confidence. Thought you might need some extra hands, he remarked, peering around at the equipment and trucks. I've got some ideas for improving efficiency. Tyler's resume was an example of creative fiction. He identified entrepreneurial endeavors as his primary experience and portrayed his basement gaming setup as a remote digital marketing company. What exactly do you think you could contribute here? I was curious about. Well, I've been researching the industry and I think you're missing some key opportunities in the digital space. Social media marketing, online customer acquisition, that sort of thing. This comes from someone who has never kept a job for more than 3 months. Tyler, I replied, this is a construction and custom vehicle business. Our clients care about quality work, not hashtags. That's exactly the kind of thinking that keeps small businesses small, he said, seemingly unaware that he was scolding someone whose modest business was already more successful than anything he'd ever tried. I informed him that we were fully staffed and did not require further assistance. He departed disappointed, but not defeated. Tyler's optimism is invulnerable to reality. By month 10, Brad was suffering. The labor was more difficult than he remembered. The hours were longer than he was accustomed to, and the lack of special care was getting to him. Everything came to a head during a client meeting. Brad had promised a client that we would complete their project in half the time, evidently forgetting that he no longer had the ability to do so. When the client called to confirm the timetable, Rachel had to explain that Brad misrepresented our capabilities and that the realistic completion date was twice what he had claimed. The client wasn't pleased. They came into the business for a face-to-face encounter, and let's just say they aired their discontent loudly and clearly. Brad attempted to shift blame to miscommunication and new management practices, but it was evident to everyone there that he had simply lied to get the contract. After the client left, I summoned Brad to my office. That was unacceptable, I replied. Look, sometimes you have to tell clients what they want to hear to get the job. Then you figure out how to make it work. No, Brad. Sometimes you have to tell clients the truth so they can make informed decisions. What you did was dishonest and unprofessional. Since when do you lecture me about business? 10 months ago you were unemployed and desperate. There it was. The real Brad. The one who had been hiding behind false civility since I'd purchased his business. And now I own a successful business while you're an employee who just cost us a client. Funny how things change. Brad's face turned red. This is my company. I built this from nothing. You built this into nothing. I'm rebuilding it into something, and if you can't accept that, you're welcome to find employment elsewhere. You can't fire me. I'm your brother. I can fire anyone who doesn't do their job properly. Being my brother just means I gave you more chances than I'd give anyone else. Brad stormed out of my office and did not return for 4 days. When Brad eventually returned, he was different. The facade of cooperation had vanished, replaced by barely hidden hatred and disdain. He began arriving late on a regular basis. His work quality dropped. He began making nasty remarks to his coworkers about family enterprises and good breaks. Meanwhile, my parents had learned of the situation and were not pleased. They called me on a Tuesday evening, both using speakerphones for maximum impact. What's this we hear about you humiliating your brother? Janet Carter, Carter's mother, asked. I'm not sure what you mean. Brad says you bought his company just to torture him. Frank Carter, Brad's father, added. Says you're making him work like a common laborer. Brad is working as a project manager. Same as the other project managers. If he has complaints about his treatment, he can address them through proper channels. This is ridiculous, Mom stated. We should support each other, not tear each other down. The irony was so thick that I could have sliced it with a knife. You're absolutely right, Mom. Family should support each other. Where was that support when I was sleeping in my truck? Where was it when I needed help with basic transportation to keep working? That was different. No, it wasn't. The only difference is that now I have the power to help, or not help. And I'm choosing to base that decision on how I was treated when I had nothing. Dad's voice became severe. You're being petty and vindictive. I'm being consistent. Brad is still employed, still earning a living wage, still has opportunities to prove himself. That's more support than I ever received from this family. The debate ended horribly, with my parents maintaining that I was destroying the family, while I pointed out that it had already been ruined by years of favoritism and neglect. Brad endured another month before reaching his breaking point. He entered my office on a Friday afternoon with an ultimatum. I want my old role back, he declared. Full authority, executive salary, company car, this experiment has gone on long enough. I leaned back in my chair and observed him. He appeared tired, dejected, but still entitled. What experiment? This whole thing where you pretend to be the boss? We both know I'm the one with the experience and connections. Give me back control and I'll consider letting you stay on as a partner. The audacity was breathtaking. Even in loss, Brad couldn't conceive a world where he wasn't at the center. Brad, I whispered. Let me make sure I understand. You want me to give you back the company I bought from you, restore the salary and benefits that were bankrupting the business, and accept a junior role in the company I've spent 10 months rebuilding. When you put it like that, it sounds unreasonable. It doesn't just sound unreasonable, Brad. It is unreasonable. Here's what I'm prepared to offer. You can continue working here as a project manager, following the same rules as everyone else, or you can find employment elsewhere. Those are your options. Brad's expression shifted between fury, incredulity, desperation, and resignation. You really think you're better than me now, don't you? I think I'm more successful than you now. Whether that makes me better is a different question. This isn't over, he muttered, heading for the exit. Actually, Brad, it is. And if you decide to leave, don't expect a reference letter. Brad went out that day and never returned. He didn't even tidy up his desk, just vanished like a poor employee who knows he's about to be fired. I learned from family members that he had obtained work at a competing construction company, but only as a basic site supervisor, earning about half of what I was paying him. His girlfriend, who had been drawn to his achievement, allegedly concluded that dating a middle management employee was less enticing than dating a business owner. Within 3 months, Brad had relocated into a smaller apartment in a less desirable neighborhood. His social media presence, which was once full of humble brags and fancy purchases, has gone completely silent. I didn't feel anything. There was no gratification or regret, only the quiet comfort of a problem that had fixed itself. 9 months later, my parents attempted one last intervention. They invited me to Sunday dinner, the first invitation I'd had in over 2 years, and set me down for what they likely expected to be a come-to-Jesus conversation. Brad's struggling, Mom added. His health is suffering from the stress. He's lost weight. Looks tired all the time. Dad went on to say, this feud needs to end. There's no feud, I said. Brad made choices, and those choices had consequences. He's free to make different choices anytime he wants. You could rehire him, Mom said. Give him another chance. I gave him several chances. He chose not to take advantage of them. But he's family, she added, as if that magical word would fix everything. So am I said. So is Rachel. Funny how being family didn't matter when I needed help. But suddenly it's important now that Brad needs help. They attempted numerous additional approaches: guilt, obligation, and family unity. But nothing worked. Finally, Dad used what he felt was his trump card. We're disappointed in you, he stated. This isn't how we raised you. You're right, I replied. You raised me to accept whatever scraps I was thrown and be grateful for them. You raised me to believe that my needs didn't matter as long as Brad was taken care of. But somewhere along the way, I learned that I deserved better. I left the dinner early and haven't returned since. While Brad struggled to adjust to his new life, Rachel thrived. She'd adapted to corporate management like a pro, developing processes and procedures that enhanced our efficiency by 35% in the first year. Lily was succeeding at her new school, making new friends and participating in activities that would have been difficult in their previous position. Rachel had enrolled in some business classes at the community college and was considering obtaining a degree. I never thought I was smart enough for college, she confessed one day. Growing up, I always felt like the dumb one compared to you and Brad. You were never the dumb one, I told you. You were just the one nobody invested in. Rachel is already earning more than Brad ever did. She owns a house outright.